This is an experience that occurred over several months. In the autumn of 2012, I was home from university one weekend. On the outskirts of my town, there is an old graveyard called the Red River Cemetery. It is very old. The earliest graves are from the 1790s and associated with an abundance of local history. The Great Revival of 1800 occurred there, the first camp meeting in Christian history. A lot of spiritual activity happened at that event. This cemetery is a regular spot for me. It is a pleasant drive into the fresh country, and the entire graveyard is surrounded by ancient trees. In the back of the cemetery is a reconstruction of a log church that was once there. You feel as if you are going back in time when you go there. It is serenely silent and still, and there is a nostalgia with all the graves and arrangement of trees. In the center of the cemetery is a separate walled graveyard. It is an elaborate family plot, and the old wall dates back to the 1830s. There are many graves in there, and one has sunken in and opened. Vandalism or other natural occurrence? Not entirely sure. I walked around the plot for a few moments. I had come here many times before, and nothing strange had ever happened. But this time, I felt an unpleasant feeling. It wasn't very strong, but I felt that I should get out of this plot. I did so and continued to walk around the cemetery. Then it started that night. I mostly had insomnia, but I did drift into sleep eventually. The line between the two is blurred, but I definitely know that I was awake most of the night. In lack of a better term, my mind was tormented. Seemingly out of nowhere, my mind burned with the image of these two particular graves in the back of the walled plot. It was scorched in my mind. I had nightmares when awake of these two graves, and never could I get my mind off of them. It was something I've never experienced before. The thought and image of these graves blared and blared in my mind, and I felt terrified. I knew I was awake, and I was afraid in my own home. I felt I wasn't alone. I covered myself in the middle of my bed with this torturing thought of these two graves. As the night wore on, the thought or nightmare, I can't recall which, I had a dream of the people buried there. I remember specifically seeing a man, young, but I couldn't tell how young, and his face was a blur. He wore brownish beige clothes, pre-1850-ish style. He may have held pale hair, but I can't recall specifically. He was a little heavy-set, not fat, just big. This image is crystal clear in my mind, and in my torment, I knew it was one of the people buried in those graves. This incident was absolutely dreadful. The next day, I was emotionally disturbed. My parents didn't know what to think. If I thought about my experience, I would start to cry. A few odd things happened that can be attributed to coincidence, but nevertheless odd. My dog was barking at nothing. Then the washing machine went crazy and started moving. The repairman said a part inside had gotten loose. It never done that, nor has it again. Again, this could be coincidence. Eventually, I put it out of my mind. It was disturbing, but I couldn't let it get in the way of my studies, so I carried on with my life. Then came the spring of 2013. I became curious again about those graves. I wondered just who are buried in those graves. I thought if I found out, some sort of mystery would be solved or a question would be answered. So I gathered my courage and went back to the cemetery. I found the two graves. They were there. I wrote down the names but misplaced the exact information, but the individuals were two siblings. There was a Jane, and she passed away when she was 28 and had 3 children. Her brother's name was Chatham. He died when he was 21 or 22 in the 1810s. They were the children of a Kentucky senator who is also buried nearby, and the site of their old family home is nearby. Nobody special, and I thought little of it. That very night, I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. Insomnia again. I had been awake for a few moments, and then my doorknob wiggled. I stared wide-eyed at it for the longest time. It had just wiggled. My first thought is that it was my cat. Sometimes she opens the porch door, then tries to open our doors. I prayed to God, please let that have been my cat, then I can sleep in peace. I convinced myself it was my cat, of course. The next morning, my cat was on the porch, and the porch door happened to be locked. Kitty had not snuck in, so I interrogated my mom, dad, and brother. They denied my accusations. They wouldn't do that. Then, the next night came, and I awoke again at 3:30 or 4:30. When I went to bed, my brother, who was in the den, right outside my room, was watching TV. But here, I was awake again, and I could see the light coming in, where I could see under the door. Then my door opened. I heard the doorknob turn, and it slowly opened, about halfway. Then it began to close again, but didn't close all the way. Then there was a flash of light in the den, and it went dark. I stared at it for a while. I thought it was my brother because I thought he stayed up all night watching the show and opened my door for some reason. Thus, I wasn't scared, and I got up and closed the door. I attempted to go back to sleep, but was a little bothered. I asked him about it the next morning. He didn't know what I was talking about because he swore he went to bed at midnight, and he has no history of sleepwalking. I did my usual interrogation, and everyone denied it. I was ambushed and became frightened. Later that day, I was on the computer and heard my mom scream my name twice, as if from outside, like she needed help. I rushed outside to get her aid. She was calmly tending the garden. She looked startled when I got there. "What's wrong?" I asked out of breath. "I heard you scream my name." She said she never did, and looked at me like I was crazy. She thought I was playing a joke on her. She'd never play a joke like this on me. Since this moment, nothing has happened with the incident. I even went back to the graveyard and got no bad feelings. It was a lovely autumn noon. Me, my parents, and my granny were on our way to visit relatives. Everyone was a bit on edge, as these family gatherings tend to be extremely awkward and competitive, so they thought it was the perfect time to express their views on political matters, which is always so delightful. For these reasons, I was rather annoyed when we arrived at the cemetery. Our final destination was visiting live relatives, although visiting the dead ones can be competitive as well, as our culture has a knack of graveside landscape design. But my granny also wanted to pay our respects to the deceased because she can't go there by herself too often. I used this opportunity to keep my distance and to gather my wits before standing in front of the grand jury on matters of finance and romance. I raked the leaves and started looking about. I was pleasantly surprised to notice I felt at ease. Previously, I've always felt uncomfortable in graveyards, jumpy even. I started looking around, observing the old, shadowy trees, leaves swirling down. There are mossy graves with old German names, barely possible to read now, Lithuanian names. It's close to the border. Sometimes I would notice a name I have heard, probably from local gossip. I was mostly enjoying the nature, though. At that point, I think it's important to admit, I felt anxious and a bit depressed because of the visit, but the graveyard felt to me like a park. Graves, just like some monuments dedicated to soldiers. However, when we were about to leave, I approached the graveside, almost from behind. Suddenly, I thought to myself, a young girl. Then I got scared because I didn't know if it was really a young girl. I rarely visit there, and I've consciously memorized just our family spot, a few graves around it, and some grave with, I think, Lithuanian names on the way in because it is so close to the path, you almost step on it, and that makes me feel bad. The more I tried to brush the impression off, the more persistent it got. I don't really know how to explain it. The kind of presence I felt was like, it wasn't even physical. Let me give you a clear picture here. You were hanging out with your friends, watching a movie, laughing about this or that. Suddenly, someone says, "Oh, it's too bad John isn't here." And you feel like it would just be the perfect time if John was here, like he is truly missing at your party. That is the kind of presence I'm speaking about. You don't miss John's appearance. It's such a pity he's not here. The sofa looks awful without him. You don't miss any particular quality. You miss his presence, his being. That is what I felt. Like there was this presence of a particular young girl that I felt. It wasn't threatening or anything. I just got freaked out by my own old self. Then I also noticed, or perhaps before, I can't place these two in order because maybe that directed my attention to the grave, that a candle had fallen off the edge of the gravestone, and I felt I should have probably picked it up and placed it back. There was this little angel figurine too, and I thought maybe that was why I decided it was a young person, although I'm not sure I saw it from where I was coming. I don't know why. People just don't place angels on the graves of adults and elderly. Maybe it's because jobs and wrinkles don't seem angelic and old people mostly don't like flying. Sorry, couldn't resist a joke. I approached the front and counted the numbers that added up to 23 years. A girl. The graveside was neatly raked, not just raked to sweep away the footsteps from the sandy oil. Someone had even made ornaments in the sand in the traditional manner. I thought it was a perfectly good practical reason not to get involved. I was scared to do something awfully wrong and cause something terribly bad. I didn't want to ruin someone's thorough work, so I started stepping away slowly, having that internal fight with myself. I knew I had to go and put that candle back, but I told myself, come on, it will fall off again when it gets windy. Who cares? The candle's probably burnt out anyway. This isn't an abandoned grave. Someone will come. The grave was cared for. I can't go around picking up everything. As I later explained to my friend, I was probably worried that when you go to heaven, you still have to be preoccupied with order. I'm messy and I've been persecuted all my life for that. I hope when we die, we don't care anymore about such nonsense. I don't want anyone to visit me in my dreams, telling me to clean up under my bed. Finally, I rather unwillingly went back and placed that candle on the stone. I prayed to God to take care of this young soul and to protect me because I mostly had no idea what I was doing, so God had to take care of me. And as I walked back to the car, I suddenly felt really happy and warm around my shoulders. It wasn't a jolly kind of happiness, more like this, all is right kind of happiness. And it stayed with me until we found out my cousin had lost a lot of weight, which made everyone feel plenty of things. Thank you kindly for reading this experience. P.S. My granny saw me by the girl's grave, and she told us about her. It was some kind of tragic, unexpected death. I'm saying this because it might be that she had told me this before. The girl had died several years ago. As the grave was on the way out, and maybe I had unconsciously memorized it, it would be honest to mention this option. I just started experiencing whatever is going on, and it is really scaring me. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to the local graveyard to test out this ghost radar I got in the app market for my droid. That's my phone, if you didn't know. I didn't think it would really work. It's just a circle with lines around it and a scanner, and if there is a so-called apparition nearby, a dot appears on the scanner in the direction it is. There was a slight breeze that day, and it was sunny. We got near the graveyard, and the scanner started going crazy. Dots were appearing everywhere, red, yellow, and green dots. The colors meaning the strength of the so-called entity, red being the most present and green being the least. A word or phrase appears at the top of the screen sometimes, like something to do with their death and whatnot. A large amount of phrases and words began appearing, some names and some frightening words like hanged or murder. The creepiest part of the whole equation was when a name appeared. The name was Peter. My sister and I started wondering if the Peter that appeared was an inhabitant of the graveyard. We started looking at gravestones, and we actually found one that said Peter Longs. It was a little scary, but then again, there is a lot of people named Peter in this world. We started talking to the so-called spirits. Like I said, is there anyone here with us that would like to share things via my radar? I started getting replies like crazy. Random words and phrases were blazing around like a wildfire. We then started to go home because it was getting near dinner time. Everything was good from then on for about 2 days. My whole family started hearing footsteps, knocks, bangs, etc. My sister said that she heard her name called, and then a bottle of her perfume flew off of her shelf and across the room. I later started seeing shadows and hearing muffled talking in the room next to me, even when nobody would be in there. Everything was starting to scare me, so I spoke out to them and told whatever was plaguing my family that it had to leave my home. Everything was quiet and back to normal until the next night, when I was laying in bed trying to sleep. I felt really cold. All of a sudden, and my TV turned on really quick, and then it turned off again. I went to my sister's room and saw her sitting up in her bed, looking really frightened. I asked her what was the matter, and she said that her TV turned on and off again. I told her that the same thing happened to me. We were both scared as can be, so I just slept in her room that night. The most recent and scariest experience I have was when I was home alone one night because my family was out at the store and I didn't want to go. I was just watching TV, and then the channel flipped. The remote was all the way across the room when that happened. Later, I got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The door swung open, and one of the knobs in the cabinet hanging on the wall fell to the floor. I was so scared that I called my mom, and I went to my neighbor's house until they got home. But are these experiences attributed to me going to the graveyard recently? I don't know, but I'm really terrified of all these events that occurred. But I guess in a way, it is kind of entertaining. Not in a good way, but an interesting one. Thanks for reading.
I live in a 2-bedroom apartment in a suburb of Portland, Oregon. One afternoon, on returning from the store with an armload of groceries, I started the usual ritual of unlocking my front door. There's a deadbolt above and a key lock in the knob beneath it, and I keep the key, which fits both, on a lanyard around my neck. I had turned the deadbolt, and before I could remove the key and insert it in a knob beneath, the knob turned first left, then right, as it would if someone were unlocking and opening the door from the inside. Thinking that my neighbor John, who has a key, had come over to finish some work he had begun on the previous day, I expected to see him when I pushed the door open. There was no one on the other side of the door, but the atmosphere was electric and there was a strong impression that someone had just been there. I called out but received no answer. Putting down the bags of groceries, I immediately went to the phone and dialed John's number. To my great surprise, he answered, and I asked him to come over quickly and help me search for a possible intruder. I want to make it clear that, at this point, the front door, near which I was standing the entire time, was the only way in or out of the apartment, as the back door to the patio and adjacent parking lot had been temporarily blocked. John arrived about a minute later, and together we searched the premises. Every nook, cranny, and corner, of course, but there was no sign of an intruder or anyone else to be found anywhere. And I guess that's a good thing, at least. It is most likely only a coincidence, but I learned several months later that a previous incident with a tenant and an elderly lady known for her helpful nature and numerous kindnesses towards her neighbors had passed away in the apartment about a decade before I moved in. Possible spirits? I'm not entirely sure, but I would say if this lady is behind all the kindness with opening the door and being helpful, I thank her immensely.
A friendly ghost encounter.
July 7th of this year, after coming home from work, I noticed the commode lid in my bathroom was down. This is not something I ever do, nor does my little boy, Dalton, and he wasn't even here the night before. Since we live on my parents' property, I thought maybe my dad had come down during the day and for some completely insane reason shut my commode lid. So I asked my dad about it, and he said he hadn't been down that day. And no one was home except our kitten Rex, who was only about 5 weeks old, and my hamsters. If Rex was able to climb up the commode, he had fallen into the commode and drowned before I got home that night. That night, after using the bathroom, leaving the lid up, I went to bed. Sometime during that night, while dreaming, I realized I was holding something in my hand. So I opened my eyes enough to see what I had clenched in my left hand. I couldn't tell what it was, just that there was something in my hand. When I woke up the next morning, my hand was still closed. I opened it, and there was a green Saint-Denis type ribbon in my hand. All of my Christmas and Halloween decorations are stored in my building. I'm not a scrapbooker or anything artistic like that at all, so I don't have ribbon lying around my house. And with my OCD problems, if I find it, it's either put where it belongs or thrown away. Anyway, I have no idea where that ribbon came from, nor do I know why I was woken during the night to acknowledge I was holding it. I also don't know why I continued to hold it until next morning. Upon entering my bathroom the next morning, which is connected to my bedroom, I discovered my commode lid was down again. Now this lid is one of the heavy kinds, not the plastic ones. It is very heavy and very loud when it falls. I have probably peed the bed if I'd heard it fall during the night. A week later, as Dalton was in bed, he leaned up and called for me. I was sitting at the computer and asked him what he wanted. I figured this was another one of those nights where Dalton was too awake to sleep and he would find excuses to talk all night. He said, "Mom, I heard our ghost again." When I asked him what was said, Dalton said he just said, Dalton. When Dalton says his own name, he doesn't enunciate the T. He says Dallin, no T. When he says they say his name, always emphasizes the T. It's like Dalton. So, after he told me the little boy called his name, I told him it would be okay to just lie back down. A few minutes later, Dalton came out of the bedroom and, with a pillow and a blanket, told me he was going to go to sleep on the couch. Within a matter of minutes, Dalton was sound asleep on the couch, which leads me to believe that Dalton did indeed hear a little boy, and it scared him enough that he didn't want to be in bed by himself, even with the light on and being able to see me. July 25th, I woke up with a horrendous headache. This kind of headache doesn't go away with my migraine medication. I literally have to sleep it off, and that can take hours. So I decided to try and take a bath to see if it would relax me enough to be able to go back to sleep. While running lukewarm bath water, I couldn't bear it hot because the heat on top of the headache would make me puke. I wondered if the water running from the faucet onto my forehead would help. Sometimes, pressure on my forehead eases the pain. So I lay down in the tub with my head under the faucet for a while. I'm not sure how long. All at once, the water went hot. I mean completely hot. I shot up away from the stream of water and yelled, "What the heck?" Yes, I said heck. And I also said, that wasn't funny. It wasn't nice, and it wasn't funny either. I know the first instinct would be someone somewhere ran water. Natural assumption. Except Dalton didn't come into the bathroom. He wouldn't have run water in the kitchen sink because we have cold bottled water in the refrigerator. In my bath water, it doesn't fluctuate at all. Never. You can flush the commodes, run every sink, and the washer and the water temperature in the bath doesn't fluctuate. So why did my water turn from lukewarm to hot in less than a millisecond? After I adjusted the cold water, I realized that was mere inches from the top of the tub. My tub doesn't have an overflow. If the water hadn't gone to hot, I probably would have overflowed my bathtub. A helpful ghost in our house prevented fire. Just when my mom and my brother and I moved into the house after the divorce, we immediately noticed that we were not alone in the house. I'm going to tell you about an experience Mom had when she was alone. This was about 2 months after we moved in. Me and my brother were visiting my dad, and Mom was upstairs taking a shower because she was going over to a friend later on. Downstairs, she had a candle in a little candle holder, shaped like a little house on top of the fireplace. She forgot about it, but when she stood in the bathroom putting on makeup after her shower, she heard a scratching noise. Naturally, she thought it was our 2 kittens, so she didn't pay much attention to it. The scratching kept on going and became stronger. She went outside the bathroom to see what the kittens were doing and why exactly they were scratching at this. But when she reached the bedroom, she found them sleeping on her bed. Mom went onto the stairs, thinking maybe me and my brother had returned home. She called out our names, but she got nothing but silence in return. At this point, she was freaked out, but started to walk down the stairs to check out the noise, as it seemed to come from the living room. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw the backside of a long black dress sweep into the living room. She ran after it and saw that the candle holder on the fireplace had caught on fire. She managed to put it out before anything else got damaged. The woman in the dress were nowhere to be seen or found. When me and my brother returned home, she told us all about it, and we thought about what could have caused the scratching noises. It wasn't until my mom tried to scratch her nails against the fireplace that we found out what it was. It seems like the lady in black dress saw the fire and scratched on the fireplace until she got Mom's attention. A very helpful visitor. In 2011, I was rushed to the ER suffering from a very high fever brought on by septic shock. I was quickly admitted and was put on a course of intravenous antibiotics called Levaquin. A few nights into my treatment, I was unable to sleep and found myself content with watching late-night television. My attention would frequently wander over to the open door and to the nurses and staff passing by the door. On one such occasion, a woman happened to slowly pass by me, and I muttered, somewhat out of character, "Hello." The woman was pretty pale, with a pale complexion with very, very blue eyes, and her face was framed by nearly shoulder-length brown hair. She smiled at me, then passed her index finger to her lips and let out a soft shh. She then continued down the hall and out of sight. I replayed the odd occurrence in my mind, and it then occurred to me that she wasn't wearing the scrubs of a modern nurse, but rather the white outfit of some turn-of-the-century nurse. I asked the attending nurse if there was some sort of a costume party the night before, and was told no. A few days later, after the fever had broken, I found myself being wheeled out of the hospital, and we passed by a mural of the hospital's history, including a bunch of photos of women wearing similar outfits. Whenever I relate this story to others, they tell me that I was dreaming, and me seeing the photos put the information in my head. I never saw that mural, I say. I was admitted through the emergency room, not the main entrance. To this day, I'm confused by the experience. I've never had any type of paranormal happening. One believer told me that I was being watched over by a kind spirit, but I don't know what to believe. Until then, I'd like to believe it was just a happy coincidence, and if not that, then the spirit was very nice to me and hoping that I would pull through. Thanks for reading.
I live in a 50-year-old two-bedroom bungalow war-torn home. As a child growing up in this home, I've experienced things I couldn't explain. Things like the feeling of being watched, as well as the feeling of dread every time I was in the basement. My brother and I shared a rumpus room as a bedroom. In this room, we would often hear a lady screaming and a baby crying in the basement. We would often run screaming straight to my mom, but of course, she never believed us. The home had a real bad vibe to it, and it also had an aura that we couldn't explain. It was almost like the house was suffocating the life out of us. You could certainly feel the negative energy permeating. It had such a profound effect on my parents that they began fighting so bad that their relationship ended in divorce. I blame the home. My baby sister would have nightmares. She would often see a man in her room pointing a rifle at her. Each time she would recognize this man, she would let out a blood-curdling scream, which would send my mom flying through the room. The presence would vanish pretty quickly, and after a few encounters with this entity, she never saw this ghost again. I often saw black shadows in my bedroom. There were two of them, and they would stand together, almost as if they were clutching each other's hands, and stare at me. It may have been only a few seconds, but in that moment of sheer terror, it seemed like hours to me. Whatever they were haunted me for years, and eventually stopped when I was 16. Shortly after those incidents at 16, my brother was unfortunately killed. He was a victim of a hit-and-run accident. Almost immediately after his death, my mother started to feel his presence, and even crediting him for saving her life. My mom was standing on a chair changing a light bulb. She lost her balance, and that was when she felt a small set of hands on her legs. She said that she legitimately felt a force hold her, as if those so-called imaginary hands stabilized her and prevented her from falling. On another occasion, my mom was washing the back landing floor and didn't realize that she was so close to the basement stairs. As she stood up, she lost her balance, and as she was trying to regain her balance, she felt a small set of hands on her bum push her back up to the landing. My mom would have died that day if she had fallen down the stairs. After my grandma had died, my mom was making her bed. Just as she went to fluff her pillows, there was an indentation of a head on an unused pillow on her bed. She believes it was her grandma. My mom would often come home and hear a male voice talking to her dog. The reason why we know it was speaking to her dog was because the voice said the name Honey, which is obviously the dog's name. The voice sounded so real and so clear that my mom really thought that someone had broken into her home. She quickly searched around, and no one was even there. Often the boarders who lived in the basement would often complain of having their arm grabbed in the middle of the night. They have also told my mom that she has a ghost of an old man in her basement. My mom said she had never seen this ghost or felt him. However, my sister had reported it while she was carrying a basket of laundry up the stairs. Also, her son kept looking back as if he was being chased. We have no clue who is haunting our house, but we feel that we may know who this is. The spirit of this old man. I grew up in a house in New York Mills, New York. I always thought that there was something wrong with me because of the occurrences that went on in this home. That's because, originally, I didn't attribute these supernatural hauntings to be paranormal in the slightest. I would just write them off as stress or a vivid imagination. But hey, if a bunch of other people experience some wacky experiences, then I guess there must be something wacky going on then, right? Anyways, I lived in this house the majority of my life, from the ages of 4 to 17. I always thought I heard and saw things. Mysterious shadows slowly moving around in the home, often late at night, and I gradually grew desensitized to them because I didn't think much of them. Occasionally, I still saw things that freaked me out, but again, I believe that I was either disturbed or was overly imaginative. I moved back to this home when I was 26 and lived there until I was 35, when financial issues caused the bank to take it from me. This place, I've learned, is very haunted. Even as a child, I would hear low guttural voices, almost as if were giants whispering to each other. I even saw shadows on the wall at night consistently, the day my grandmother died. My parents even saw a shape move down the stairs. The attic made crazy noises, but it was an old house, right? Wrong. Well, the house had originally been built in 1854 by an old Polish immigrant. He did indeed die there, of a heart attack. He was a good man, and a very good father. In the days when I brought my children to this house, the shadow was seen only going between the children's rooms. Sightings were always on the stairs leading downstairs, or between the upstairs bedrooms. It appears that he's an attentive father checking on his sick children. Just my theory. Well, The children did indeed become scared poopless at whatever it was checking in on them. My second oldest child was diagnosed with night terrors. I went into the area between the rooms and asked him to stop appearing, as it was scaring them, and it stopped for quite a while. A few years later, my wife's aunt came to visit. She walked over to my living room, looked over to the stairway, and ran like heck from the home. She refused to go any further than the kitchen. Well, as I said, we were kicked out of the home by the bank. This house has gone through 6, that's right, 6 owners since we left. It has only been 2 years since then. Why is that, I wonder? When I was 17, my mother, stepfather, and youngest sister moved into a house built around 1899. This is an old house in a steel mill town. It was very dirty when we moved in, with soot in the walls from a coal furnace that used to be in the basement. The first night we stayed there, I slept in the living room in a sleeping bag inside a bay window area. I felt very uneasy, as though I was being watched. Over the course of the next few days, I began to feel more and more uneasy, having heard various odd noises, which I attributed it to being such an old home, and having seen things move out of the corner of my eye. After our light renovations of the home, I took up residence in the basement, and the rest of my family took the other 2 upstairs bedrooms. The basement had several rooms, sections that led to the next, separated by doors. In the area I inhabited, we had a dividing wall built to create more of a room with less open space. One night I was laying in my bed, about to go to sleep after having read a book. I had a small light on next to my bed. Wall to wall, my basement room was about 35 feet long and 20 feet wide. Against the back wall was a small window. I settled into the blankets and looked up at the window and saw a huge black mass that looked like a mound. It started at each corner, bottom of the wall, and came to a rounded point in front of the window. I was so startled, all I could do was sink into my bed and cover my head. The next night I slept on the upstairs couch. Other occurrences. I was walking down the basement stairs, old wooden steps, very slick, about 14 of them, and slipped on the 5th step. The right side was blocked by a wall all the way down, but the left side opened to the basement, and next to the stairs was a tire jack with a metal pole sticking straight up. I just so happened to grab the rail before I slipped off the left side. I would have impaled myself on the tire jack, and when I did, my head flew back, and standing at the top of the stairs was a skinny male figure, shoulder-length dark hair, white t-shirt, jeans, and no face. He was quite solid. There was a window behind him in the hallway, hazing a white glow around him. My mother was pulling the lawnmower back into the basement by the way of the cellar door. She lost her footing and started to fall backwards. When she said she felt a hand in the small of her back, pushing her upright. A few years ago, I had LASIK surgery and moved to recover. I went to my mom's to sleep, away from my kids. I had decided to take a bath while my mom was watching TV. I got into the tub, and I started to hear the basement door slamming shut. This is a normal occurrence in the home, but this time, I thought it was Mom. I yelled out, "Are you up here, Mom?" And she said, "Yes, I'm watching TV." The doors kept slamming shut until I got out of the tub. I've seen things placed at the center of the dining room table fly off into the floor. When I had my first daughter, she was terrified to be left with my mom at the home. She was about 2 years old, playing in the dark front bedroom, when she said, "Thomas, don't." Thomas was the name of my sister's boyfriend, who wasn't home at the time. She was yelling at Thomas for taking her toys while she was trying to play. Another time we're in the basement, in my former room. She was in the doorway when she said, "Mommy, who's that man?" and pointed into the bay section with the bay window, shaped like the stairs bay section, just below it. She's gone into screaming fits upon entry of the front bedroom. I've seen the image of Joe walking behind me, reflected in the computer screen. We've all seen his head poking around the wall in the kitchen, in the area of the basement door. The basement doors between the kitchen and the second bedroom at the back of the home. My mom had the shower curtain ripped open on her. We hear heavy footsteps in the basement when no one's home. Our Joe seems harmless enough. But what of the black mass in the basement? Is there another force to the house beside Joe? Sometimes we think so. When I was in my early 20s, I had one of only a few experiences with what I would consider the supernatural that truly frightened me. We were in our home in North Carolina, which was on top of a mountain with a terrific view of the Smokies. Everything about the home was warm and comfortable, except one night. That night, there was no indication that something really evil was about to show itself. We all went to bed as normal. My dad wasn't home with us, so my little sister was upstairs with my mother in her room. My brother was in his bedroom, and I was in mine. Everything settled down to a noiseless, deep darkness. The next thing I knew, our dog, a German Shepherd Collie mix, jumped up on the bed and started to walk up onto my chest and stared down at me. It occurred to me that there was very little weight to her. Now this was a 50-pound plus dog. I knew something wasn't right. Then, as I looked at her and tried to speak, her eyes started to glow an eerie reddish glow. The whole feel was of some extreme evil. This was absolutely not my dog. It was something trying to take on her image to get to me. I somehow jumped from under the being and reached for the light switch. As the light came on, there was nothing in the room. I thought perhaps it was a dream, but I truly did get to the switch. The lights did come on, and I did feel the being walk up on me. I truly don't believe, in my heart, that it was a dream. I ran through the house to make certain that the evil was gone, and I wanted to make sure my dog was okay. Sure enough, our dog was in my brother's room and looked up sleepily when I opened the door. She was fine, and not at all the evil thing that had been in my room. The evil tried unsuccessfully a couple of additional times to get to me. I'll put these experiences in writing soon. However, the first occasion was the worst, as he used a familiar, loved creature as its disguise. This story is about a 3-year-old girl who haunts this place. The trailer my brother has rented has been rented many times, so I don't know its history, but his 3-year-old stepdaughter would be talking to herself, so he thought. And so one day, she was crying, and her mom asked her what was wrong. She said the man grabbed her by the arm, and her mom asked her what man, and she said the one that talks to me. And so when her mom looked at her arm, she had a red ring around her arm. One day she was in the living room sitting on her knees, looking up and talking, and my brother asked her who she was talking to, and she turned around, and she said the man. Her mom took pictures of her, So when they downloaded it to the computer, and on the first picture, where she was looking up, there was a bright circle on that wall where she was looking. In the picture where she turned around, the circle moved down, and in a mirror that was all the way to the top of the wall, there was a man's head looking down at her. And when she showed it, she said, "Mommy, that's the man that talks to me, and sometimes he hurts me." I really love your website, and I've been debating sending you my story for some time now. I've always been fascinated with hauntings and ghosts, but I've never had any desire to have direct contact with them myself. However, recent events have confirmed that I've been in direct contact. Whether I like it or not, we came to the conclusion that our apartment was haunted shortly before we moved out. We had already made the decision to leave based on another of other factors, but realizing it was haunted really sealed the deal. We'd lived there for 2 years and experienced stuff that can be chalked up to living in an old apartment, but we've experienced so much of it that it just doesn't make any sense. When we first looked at the place, I was not into it at all. I felt that it had a really crappy vibe, and the landlady was crazy, but my husband really loved the place, so I agreed to move in, and we both worked really hard to make it a home. The first day we moved in, some neighborhood kids scribbled "This is the scary ghost house" in permanent marker on the front steps. It may seem silly, but it certainly gave me some reservations. We rented the whole first floor in the basement. I had been petrified of the basement since we moved in. It would not go down there alone for months. In an attempt to cleanse the apartment, we lit sage smudges and clapped out the corners, and we sprinkled holy water everywhere. I'm sure it helped, but I'm too scared to think of how things would be if we hadn't done any of that. Every major appliance broke down when we moved in. We had inexplicable computer problems. We could never seem to get the house clean. We were burglarized twice. We're both people with lots of friends, and we love entertaining. Strangely, people wouldn't come to the apartment. Bands would stay over, but they always stayed over once and never came back. Whenever I put something down and looked for it later, it was never where I put it, and I would spend 10 minutes looking for it before it reappeared, right where I put it down in the first place. Our bed shook in the middle of the night, which is frightening. It always happened when I was almost asleep, and I tried to write it off as my imagination. We both had inexplicable health problems. We were constantly tired and worn out, and we became very depressed and negative. Finally, one morning, my husband confirmed all of my suspicions. I'd asked him before if he thought the house is haunted, and he always said no. Uncategorically denied any such thing, so I stopped mentioning stuff to him because I didn't want to freak either of us any more than we already were. However, all the same things had been happening to him, and he confirmed that the bed shaking thing happened when I was out of town, and he was sleeping alone too. In fact, he has seen whatever it is at the top of the basement steps at least 3 times. He describes it as a crouched old man heading back down the basement steps. He fell down the basement steps when he first moved in, and the first weekend he was home with crutches. I had to be out of town, and he was home alone. There was no way he could get around without the crutches, and when he woke up one morning, the crutches weren't in the bedroom. He found them in the living room, at the other end of the apartment. During the last summer we lived there, the upstairs apartment was unoccupied and being renovated. No one was up there. One night when we were lying in bed, we heard footsteps upstairs in the room overhead. We went up to check it out, and there was no one there. We kept our cat's water and food bowls at the top of the basement steps. The cat started waking up at 4 or 5 and would want me to stay with her while she ate. I think that whatever was in the house was harassing her when she tried to eat, and if I was there, it would leave her alone. Knowing all this confirmed and explained a lot of stuff. We felt like we were struggling to keep our heads above water. We both felt lethargic and depressed. When we would come home, we both did a full walk of the apartment and checked every room before we felt like we could settle in. My other experience, that I am sure of, is a much more positive one. I'm very close to my stepfather, and I was very close to his mother as well. I consider her my third grandmother. She died last year, and my stepfather was devastated. We planned to bury her ashes in the same cemetery her husband and mother are buried in. My stepfather was in a relationship with a woman for 9 years who died in his arms, and she is buried there as well. When we got to the cemetery, we discovered that a plot had not been dug for my grandmother's ashes, and my stepfather couldn't remember where they were buried, or whether or not they had headstones or flat stones. My whole family was wandering around the cemetery, reading all the headstones and trying to find out where the family was buried. Finally, I asked my grandmother's mother to help me find them. Where were they? I turned around and tripped over a buried flat stone. It was the marker for my stepfather's girlfriend who had died in his arms. All 3 graves were in a row, and they were so overgrown with grass, I doubt I would ever have found them without help. Hi again. I submitted a story about the apartment I used to live in a few weeks ago, but I have another story about the house my family and I are currently living in, which is my grandmother's. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I think the house my family and I currently live in may be haunted. We've been living there for almost 2 years now. First of all, my great-grandparents, my dad's grandparents, were living there, then passed away at that house before I was born. Then, when I was 7 years old, my grandfather passed away in the same house, of cancer. I remember that, because my parents and I spent the night there, the night he died. I'm not sure, but sometimes I think the house is haunted, and other times I'm not so sure. It's been months since I've heard any noises, or felt anything unusual, but that's how it's been. Another important note, my grandma doesn't live there. She lives with her boyfriend in Castroville, a small town about 30 minutes away. She's only there for a few weeks and stays for one night, then goes back to Castroville. Anyway, a couple of weeks after we moved in, my husband said he wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he sometimes heard footsteps in the kitchen late at night, after everyone was asleep, and he was the only one up. I hadn't heard anything yet, until a few weeks after he told me that. Another thing that happened was I found a cabinet door open in the laundry room, when no one had been in there. My son couldn't have reached it, because it's too high. Then early one morning, I heard noises in the kitchen and laundry room, and footsteps too. I was really scared, too scared to investigate, so I just sat up in bed and listened. Of course, everyone else was sleeping. My husband was also awake in bed one night, while everyone was asleep, and I happened to wake up too. He asked me, "Did you see that?" I didn't see anything, so I asked him what he saw, and he said that he saw something round and black, hovering about 4 feet from the ground, in the doorway. He said that he thought it was a spider, but it was too big. Then he said after a few seconds it kind of vibrated and dashed away real fast. He dismissed it as his imagination due to the fact that he was so tired, and so did I. A few months later, my 7-year-old son said he saw a foot shadow floating back and forth in front of his door. His door was closed, and we were still in bed, but he said he saw it through the crack under the door. I told him he was dreaming, but he said he was awake and insisted that's what he saw. I've never seen anything directly, but occasionally I've seen a figure walk by in another room from my peripheral vision when I know I'm the only adult in the home. The figure is too tall to be my son, but a little shorter than my husband. And of course, when I look directly where I saw it, no one is around. I told a friend at work about my grandma's house, and she said let me borrow your digital camera for the evening. I took several pictures, all at night, and several orbs came out in some of the pictures. I'll have to send those if I can find them. In one of them, there's an orb that appears to have a face resembling my grandfather's. Then late one night when my husband was away at a DJ gig, I was asleep and woke to the strong feeling that I was not alone in the room. I didn't have a dream or anything. I just suddenly awoke, startled, and my heart was pounding. It felt like there was another presence in the room with me, and I scanned the room good, but I didn't see anyone. That was really, really weird, and I've never had that happen to me before. I didn't like that feeling of it at all. I felt scared. It's been months since anything out of the ordinary has happened, but recently while I was laying in bed, my kids were asleep, and my husband was at work. I kept hearing noises in the kitchen and laundry area again. It took me a while to fall asleep, and I was a little scared. I was worried someone was trying to get in the home, but was too scared to get up and look, so I took a golf club and put it next to the bed. The weird thing is, we finally purchased a digital camera recently and took several photos in the home with no orbs appearing, but the pictures were all taken during the day. I'm going to take a few pictures at night to see if anything came out. I asked my grandma about the home, and she said it's not haunted, and nothing's ever happened there, and she's never heard nor seen anything. I even told my dad, and he says the same. Does anybody have any ideas? I've been looking at your website for the last couple of weeks, and have read some of the experiences people had with the supernatural. I've had several experiences in my life. The first one that I can really remember is when my grandmother died. I was 16 years old and lived most of my life with my grandma. The night she passed away from cancer, I was devastated since I never got to say goodbye to her. But the night she passed, she came back to say goodbye to me. I remember being in that state between awake and asleep. I remember her coming to my bed, sitting beside me, and telling me she was perfectly fine and so happy to be with my grandpa. I told her I loved her, and she left. The second thing that happened was about 2 months after I had my third child. We moved into a beautiful home in Northwest Ohio. It had been totally remodeled, except for one room upstairs, in which we made into a toy room for the kids. My daughter, who was 2 at the time, was in that room playing when she started screaming for me. I ran up the stairs to see what was wrong with her, and she was in a corner with her hands protecting her head and screaming for the bad man to go away. I did not see a man. I picked her up and headed back downstairs, and when I was on the 3rd or 4th step down, I felt as if someone was behind me and very angry with me. Needless to say, I ran the rest of the way down. Also in that home, I was in the kitchen washing my son's bottles, and directly behind the sink was our stove. I'd placed my son in the carrier by the stove. My daughters had brought in their stuffed animals that my mother had gotten them for Easter and laid them down beside the stove. Now, these stuffed animals were the kind that make noise, as in the duck quacked, the pig oinked, and the cow mooed. I know my son was just a little bit too young to be able to reach over his carrier and play with the toys, let alone make them talk. While I was washing his bottles, the duck started in. I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe it was just malfunctioning. But then the cow started in, and a few seconds after that, the pig. I turned around, and my son was just all smiles. Needless to say, I hightailed it out of the home. I always hated to go into the basement of that house. It just felt wrong for me to be down there. But one afternoon, I had no choice but to go down. I had to take a bag of old clothing down to be stored. I thought I would just leave them on the floor, right at the bottom of the steps. So I leaned down to retie the bag, and as soon as I look up, I saw two little girls standing right in front of me. They were not my little girls. They looked about 7 and 5 years old, and let me tell you, I didn't waste any time getting up these stairs. They did not make me feel very safe. I did some research on the home and found that the house was built in the mid-1800s. A man and his family lived in the home, and he had 2 daughters. The man owed some money to a loan shark, and when he couldn't repay his debt, the loan shark killed the 2 daughters and buried them in the basement. My family and I didn't stay long in that house. The longer we stayed, the more evil it seemed to be. The most recent experience has been for the last 2.5 years. My father passed away, and I've had a very hard time dealing with his passing. I was made to make all of his decisions when it came to taking him off of life support. I felt and still feel guilty for letting him go. I know that my dad comes to visit me, and I hope he never stops visiting. I don't let anyone smoke in my home, and my dad hated it. He hated to go outside in the garage. He was always on my case about it. Well, now that Dad has passed away, there are many nights and even days that you can smell cigarette smoke so plainly, like it's right next to you. I know it's my dad, and I tell him to take it to the garage, and he does. I know that he's looking out for me and my family. I just wish he would show himself to me just one more time. Thank you so much for your website. It's a comfort knowing that I'm not alone, and definitely not crazy. This story involves my aunt and uncle, and took place in the late 70s and early 80s. My aunt and uncle, and then baby cousin, lived in a nice modest house in Upland, California, a very nice little city near Panola in Ontario. The niceness of the house didn't last long, and almost immediately, my family began experiencing weird things. Every night on the way to bed, my uncle would latch close the door to the spare bedroom across the hall from he and my aunt's master bedroom. Every morning, as he passed the same door, it would discreetly unlatch and push itself open on its own. This same room once locked in my uncle's sister, with her and my uncle both frantically turning and pushing and pulling on the door as things flew out of the closet at her. All at once, everything stopped, and they both jumped back to have the door unlatch and push itself open, as it always did. Needless to say, My uncle's sister didn't stay much longer in the bedroom, let alone the home. When my aunt would leave the home to run errands in the daytime, she would return to find all the pictures from the wall on the ground, not knocked over, but propped against the wall, directly under the nail it was once hanging on. This would happen nearly every time the house was left empty, no matter how many times they would put the items back on the wall. Another nightly struggle was the pounding up and down the walls, like someone banging their fist across the center of the wall, back and forth, back and forth. My own grandma, as well as my mom and dad, witnessed this and hightailed it out of there ASAP. One day in the summer, my cousin, who was about 2 or 3, was sitting in a high chair next to a long hallway. My aunt was just outside the back door. My cousin asked, "Mommy, who's that man in the hallway?" My aunt, not quite listening, asked back somewhat distracted, "What man?" My cousin proceeded to explain that the man looked like her Uncle Mike, who lived out of state. When my family had finally decided that enough was enough, they decided to sell the home and move to Kalamazoo, just outside of Yucapeka, California. On one of their last nights in the home, it seemed as if everything was going crazy. The pounding was out of control. There were loud bangs and unusual noises everywhere, and their dog was at the front door, its hair on end, and growling out the front porch. My aunt and uncle looked outside to the wraparound driveway and saw their van rocking back and forth as if people were inside jumping around. Within seconds, everything had stopped. Once my family had moved out, they eventually learned that their house was built over an old Indian burial ground. I've tried to ask my aunt more about this story, but she'll rarely talk about it, and I think is subconsciously trying to block it out. My aunt and uncle are very straight-laced and don't make up these sort of things, and I think that if my other family members had not been there to witness a lot of them, I would not even know about these occurrences in Upland. I've had to rely on my mom retelling me what she remembers, my aunt telling her as it was happening. There are probably many more things that went on that I would love to find out. I still don't even know the address of this old home, to see if the place still exists. As for the significance of Uncle Mike, my cousin's Uncle Mike had long, black flowing hair with darkly tanned skin and often wore a leather band across his forehead. Think 70s rocker fashion, looking somewhat like an Indian perhaps. This happened quite recently. Well, a few weeks ago actually. Apart from what I think are a few cases of what I think are more likely sleep paralysis with resulting hallucinations, this is the only experience I felt that was truly, well, weird. A bit of background first. I live alone and rent an apartment in a newly built block, one of 3, of low-rise units. These were built on the grounds of an old public primary school, which is over 100+ years old. The far end of the strip of where the school used to be is preserved, and still has the school hall, a beautiful sandstone building, and is used for public functions. My particular block is built where the playgrounds etc. used to be. I know this as I grew up in the area, and remember the school when I was a teenager, though I did not go there, and remember what it used to look like beforehand. I'm personally unaware of any hauntings in the area, nor am I unaware of the history of the site, as I have not researched it. There is a fairly modern funeral based directly across the road containing offices, a small chapel, and a large garage with several hearses. Whilst I assume bodies prepared there, etc. there are no burials. The story. I had a very hard day at work, and have been under a lot of stress. It was a Friday night, fairly late, and I eventually decided to go to bed. I had a lot of trouble sleeping, as my mind was working 100 miles per hour. You know the feeling. I simply couldn't turn it off. After staring at the ceiling for an hour, I became frustrated, and finally, I thought I'd open my mind and try to meditate. It was an effort, but after almost half an hour of this, I drifted off. Shortly after, I had an odd feeling, and I woke up and opened my eyes. I immediately noticed a web of white mist floating above me. This network of yellow-white colored mist was basically sort of like a spider web about a meter above my bed, and almost stretching across the entire room. Actually, the whole room was a bit foggy in general. I blinked, and then did a I don't think so double take, and rubbed my eyes. No sleep paralysis this time. It was still there. I tried to focus my eyes on it, and it was not easy. But what I saw was what I thought were transparent faces outlined in the mist. The effect was very like the outline of an invisible person in smoke. One moved through on my right side and looked directly at me. The fear started to hit me now, but I tried to calm myself down and think rationally. Just hold on here. I might be seeing things just because I'm so tired and stressed, and I've just woken up too. I forced myself to be distracted and take my attention away. I shifted position in bed, closed my eyes, rubbed them, blinked them several times, and looked over at my clock radio. It was about 1:10, I think. Then looked back up, and it was still there. I then started to feel a slight vibration in my bed. Not a strong one, just like you'd feel the ground at a station as the train went past. I remember thinking, what the? And thought at first it was just my body shivering because I was cold or I had a muscle twitch. My attention on this now, I flexed my muscles a few times and then tried to hold still and feel it was still there. The bed was definitely vibrating, even a bit more pronounced now. I was getting quite frightened and not knowing what else to do, short of running out of the bedroom. I began to recite a prayer softly and also verbalize what I wanted any spirits to leave the place. Basically anything that came to mind, just in case I wasn't imagining things. After about a minute of this, it faded. After a while, I wanted to go back to sleep as I was super tired, but every minute or so, I was worried it was still there. So I snapped my eyes open to check. It had gone. A few minutes after that, I fell asleep again, with no more events that night. Now after the event, when I think about it, I wonder if it was just my imagination or something else. What surprised and concerned me is that I felt very lucid. I felt quite clear-headed. The only other event which is vaguely similar, which I dismissed at the time, was about a year ago when I woke up in the early hours of the morning to see a similar face above and to the left of my bed, no mist, looking at me. I rather sheepishly recall in the shock yelling and then punching it. Honestly, who punches a ghost? Seemed to work though. The action either jolted me out of my sleep hallucination or made whatever it was go away. I'm not sure what to make of the above event, to be honest. As a general comment in my apartment itself, I don't typically feel anything strange or a presence, and other than this, there have been no odd things going on. Plenty of unusual sounds, mind you, but I'm fairly sure these come mostly from the neighbors, etc. Usually from what I read about hauntings, they tend to be more or less repetitive, and don't just hit you like that and go away. So I'm still not 100% convinced it wasn't a half dream. But still, what a freak out. I now believe that I officially have a poltergeist in my home. At first, my live-in boyfriend thought I was nuts. Now, he believes it too. The first day I moved in, I was doing laundry in the basement. My cats both began acting strangely and circled me whenever I was in the basement. I thought they were just hungry and trying to get my attention. But when I waited out to go upstairs, I had this terrible feeling that someone was standing behind me, staring right through me. The 12-year-old inside me told me to run up the stairs like I did when I was a kid. And I did. Then, one day, I was looking for my favorite tank top. I couldn't find it anywhere, and could swear that I brought it to this new house. I dismissed it as having it left somewhere. The third day we lived in this house, I broke my ankle playing softball. I ended up having to sleep on the couch in the living room. Throughout my 2-month stay on the sofa, I could swear I heard someone going up and down the basement steps, cold breezes, etc. I just thought that the pain medication was kicking in, and that my mind was playing tricks on me. After I could walk again and venture into the basement to do the laundry, I still had the same feeling that someone was standing behind me and staring at me. One night, I was getting ready to fall asleep in the bedroom. My boyfriend was out of town fishing. I had both dogs in the room, one on the bed, and the cats too, and the dog on the floor next to the bed. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud thump, like a book had just fallen off a bookshelf and onto the hardwood floor. Well, I don't have any bookshelves in the bedroom, nor was anything on the floor, except for clothes, when I turned the light on. Just this last week, I came home to discover the bed neatly made, pillows stacked just so, and the blankets pulled up neatly and turned down. When I thanked my boyfriend for making the bed, he just stared at me. He said, "What are you talking about?" And I said that I didn't know what got into him to make the bed so nice, but it was a nice thing to do. He said though that I came home on my lunch hour and made the bed. He had been gone all day and didn't come home until I was already home. The basement lights continually go on and off. The light switches don't work, and the light bulbs are new. The circuits have been checked and everything is fine. I never know when they will work. The other night, the toilet handle in the bathroom jiggled for 10 minutes straight at 3 a.m., and we both heard it. The night before last, my boyfriend witnessed a light come on in the hallway outside our bedroom and had heard the light switch flip. The light faded, and later when he got up to go to the bathroom, the kitchen light was on, which had been off when we went to bed. Last night, I saw a light come into our bedroom from the hallway and then fade. I also heard a very loud thump at the foot of my bed. When I got up, only my tennis shoes were in the floor, hardwood floor, and nothing else had fallen off or was out of place. It was so loud, I physically jumped when I heard it. My boyfriend was sound asleep. I am convinced that someone or something is totally screwing with me. This is a very personal story to my family, but I think your readers might find it as fascinating as I do. My mother grew up in an infamous mental institution in Massachusetts, now closed, and I won't name the facility for privacy's sake. She was placed in state custody in 1948 at 6 years old because my grandmother, a Portuguese gypsy immigrant and closet psychotic, claimed she was mentally disturbed. In actuality, my grandmother was just not capable of raising her, so she successfully pawned her off on the state. My mother was not only a beautiful and innocent child, but was totally mentally capable and 100% sane. In those days, There was no system in place to accurately assessing a child's medical condition. They simply took the parents' word for it. After living at various orphanages and state facilities, she ended up at this institution just outside of Boston. The place is notorious for paranormal activity, even on the outer grounds where some of the buildings once stood. She was about 12 when she got there. She said that there were many physically and mentally incapacitated young people there, and the stories she told us about the school or institution were both heartbreaking and terrifying. There were mental abuses, deprivations, beatings, medical experiments on patients, and cruel punishments galore. So-called professional care was barbaric, and even the terminology was outdated. My mother's own records, which I've seen myself, showed her mental assessment as moron, even though she said she was never really tested by any mental health professional. When she was around 13, she began helping the patients whenever she could. She would bandage their injuries, break up fights, and speak to the matrons on behalf of those who could not speak. This created enemies among the staff, who knew she wasn't handicapped and who felt she was a threat to their employment. Therefore, whenever they could, they punished her severely. One such punishment led to a horrifying encounter with the supernatural. One dark, stormy afternoon, Mom had words with a matron, trying to tell her that certain handicapped children were frightened of the thunder and that they should not be forced to go outside to exercise that afternoon. The matron appeared to give in, then asked my mother to please go down into the cellar of the building to get to the rain gear for those who wanted to go outside. Mom was terrified of that cellar, and the matron knew it. There was this long, steep, narrow, and rickety stairway, ending at a long, dark hallway with no windows, and just a tiny yellowish light bulb in the ceiling. At the end of the hallway, there was a cabinet that contained raincoats, boots, etc. When my mother hesitantly stepped onto the stairway, the matron slammed a door, bolted it shut behind her, and shut off the light. My mother screamed and pounded on the door for an hour, only to be laughed at by matrons who had been instructed to let her spend the entire night down there. The stairs being steep and dangerous, she decided that she would rather creep to the bottom and at least huddle on the damp floor. As she descended, she noticed a dim light coming from the long hallway beneath her. She came to the bottom of the stairs and looked around. She said she saw a man in a dark jumpsuit about 20 feet from her, leaping against a wall and just smiling at her. She thought he must have been a custodian, so she walked towards him, asking him to please let her out. But as she approached him, he kept getting further away. She realized he was not a sullen being, and that the dim light seemed to be coming from his outline. The light began to fade, and she found herself screaming again, only in the total dark of the dingy basement. She was disoriented and stumbled forward until she bumped into the cabinet which held the rain gear. As she squinted in the dark, she began to make out shapes forming on either side of the cabinet. What appeared to be a pair of detached hands forming a clawed shape were each coming from around opposite sides of the cabinet and heading for her. She turned and ran, faint with terror, until she tripped on the bottom step. Frozen with fear, she could only sit at the bottom step and cover her face with her hands. After a minute or so, she peeked through her fingers down the hallway. The strange dim light was back. She chanced to look down, and what she saw filled her with horror. One of the smoky floating hands were reaching for her skirt, as if to pull at it. She again screamed and ran back up the stairs, tripping and falling several times in the dark, convinced she was being chased. The air was cold, and she heard a strange rustling sound behind her as she frequently climbed. When she reached the top of the stairs, she pounded furiously on the door and found that it had been unlocked. She never found out who unlocked it, but she didn't care either. She ran all the way to her room and hid on her bed. She never told the school staff what had happened, fearing reprisals, and she never set foot in that cellar again, despite the punishment of defiance. She's fine today, despite her horrific youth. There were many other strange things happening during her stay, but I'm considering a book about them, and I want to reap the benefits of the sales if it happens. I'll save the creepiest stuff for that. I've had many paranormal experiences since I was a young child. At the age of 4, my mother and grandmother would visit the graves of my father and grandfather, staying all day. I would play with the little girl there, while my grandmother and mother sat and talked. They believed I had imaginary playmates. Both are now dead themselves. I decided to check the records of the cemetery, and had little trouble since it is a small place. I found one girl that could have been the one that I played with. Her name was Mary Jane Walker, and she died in 1866, at the age of 9 years of age. My husband and I decided to see if we could find the girl's grave. I told him to check the back of the cemetery because that was where we played. He found the grave. I asked Mary Jane if I could take her picture. I took 3 of the grave, and one of my husband, sitting on a tree stump not far away. I had the pictures developed. All the pictures were normal, except for the one of my husband where there appears to be a vortex in it. I've looked for all the usual problems, but can find no rational explanation for this. I now feel that I have proof of my friend's existence. My husband and I rented a home in southwest Detroit in the 1980s that was very haunted. The first thing that happened was when I was waiting for the gas company to come turn the gas on. I felt as though there was someone watching me, and I smelled pipe tobacco. I figured, okay, I'm alone in a strange place. I also thought that maybe the people who lived in the front part of the house used pipe tobacco. I found out later that these people were from India and were visiting that country. They moved out within a week of returning to the US. All the problems in the house seemed to originate in the attic. There was a log cabin built up there for children to play in. It was complete with glass in the windows and a drawstring latch for the door. I was only in there once, but the feeling of uneasiness I felt was real. We never allowed our children to play in it. The attic door had no lock, but my 5-year-old daughter got locked in and was screaming for us to let her out. Although you could hear any noise from upstairs, we never heard her. The door opened on its own. I started to dream about an old Indian woman with a pockmarked face. Since this was a dream, I never told anyone about it. One day, a woman I had become friendly with asked me if my mother was visiting. I told her I sure hope not, since my mother was dead. She said that she saw a woman with long black hair in my bedroom window. This sort of freaked me out, since I was dreaming of that Indian woman, and she had long black hair. One day this friend was visiting me, and we were sitting in the kitchen having coffee and talking about nothing really. She seemed to go into a daze and was starting to go up to my attic. In fact, she was insisting that she was going. I got her back to the table and sitting down when something punched her head hard enough to leave a red mark. She left and refused to come visit anymore. My husband and I had cleaned out the basement, But yeah, my kids found a Ouija board down there. They showed us where it was, and we got rid of it right away. We don't mess with that thing. Things seemed to quiet down for a couple of weeks when the apartment in front of us was rented to a young couple. They started to have problems right away. The keys hanging on the wall would begin to sway. The rocker in the front room would start rocking by itself. At first, things only happened at night, but people decided to contact this thing, and things got bad from then. She would get phone calls, and when she answered, no one would be on the line, except one time. She told me a voice told her to get out. We are Christians, and decided enough was enough. We had to have help. I turned on the radio to listen to evangelical echoes, and called a prayer line for suggestions on what to do. This program wasn't on yet, but another one was, and someone on that program was praying in the spirit. Suddenly from the basement came an unearthly howl. Needless to say, this woman and I got out of the house and waited on the front porches for our husbands to get home. While all this was going on, my husband never noticed anything. One night, my nephew was spending the night, and while he was praying, this thing shot from our apartment to the other one, banging things in its haste to leave. My nephew refused to stay another night. One night, my husband was in bed sleeping, and I was on my way up when I asked the man in the next apartment to go wake him up and tell him to come sleep on the couch. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him I could see my husband in pieces. He did, and the couch was occupied that night. The only thing my husband noticed was that one night we were watching TV, and it sounded like a dresser was being dragged down the stairs. He heard that. We moved from there, and the next place was no better. Whatever was there caused arguments. My nephew and his then girlfriend were constantly fighting, and it got so bad that my husband and I started fighting as well. This was something we normally didn't do. We had the normal arguments that married people usually have, but this was getting serious. Even one of my children was being affected by this thing. It was appearing to her as a little girl talking to her. At first it was nice to her, but as time went on, it was starting to get mean. We had bought this one house, and it might sound silly, but the best thing that ever happened was that an arsonist burned us out, and we had to move. We have had no problems since. I don't believe this was a ghost, but rather a demon, and why it hasn't followed us, I have no idea, but I thank God that it hasn't. I have more stories, but I've taken up enough time as it is. I'm glad that I can finally tell this story without fear of people ridiculing me. There's a place in Smithfield, Virginia called Bacon's Castle. It's not really a castle, just a gigantic plantation home. They give tours there on a daily basis. It was in the summer of 2003 that I went with a summer creative writing group to tour this magnificent home and plantation. As we toured the home, the tour guide told us all of the kinds of stories of happenings and how the house was shifted from family to family. When we went up the stairs, we were greeted by a sudden draft. As my friends and I sauntered through the home, it didn't get warmer. In fact, it got colder. The best part was when we reached the room where the woman and her husband would have stayed. There was also a small cradle in the center of the room. The tour guide spoke of a woman during the Civil War who stayed in the room for months after her baby was born because something went wrong with the birth, and the child was terribly sick. When the child died, the woman wouldn't leave the cradle. She remained there, convinced she had to rock her to sleep. She wouldn't eat or sleep, and eventually, she too died. As I stared into the room, I didn't notice anything. My friend Crystal had asked me if I felt a breeze. When I said I didn't, she said she didn't either, and pointed at the cradle, which was swaying back and forth noticeably. I didn't really think much of it, and after everyone left, I took a picture and then followed my friends up the stairs to the attic. A few weeks later, I was looking through my pictures, and something caught my eye in the picture of the room with the cradle in it. Sitting in front of the cradle was a woman dressed in Victorian-style dress. She was transparent, and a wispy hand had gripped the cradle. I looked even closer, and it looked as though she was smiling. Hello, my name is Ray, and I would like to share with you the experiences that happened to my small family in 1996. We had been transferred to the Houston area from San Antonio and found a 2-story 4-bedroom home in the Clear Lake City area. A real fix-it-upper, and it was the worst looking home in a very nice community called Green Acres. My brother-in-law Robert and her sister helped us for 6 months in remodeling, cleaning up, and making the place a nice home. Robert had sold his own home 2 years earlier and lived in a travel trailer, but missed his home. He jumped in and was happy to do most of the work and was proud of the results. A month after the house was finished, we found out that Robert had terminal cancer and had less than 6 months to live. The trailer was small, and so my wife and I decided to bring Robert into our home for his final days. We put him downstairs in the formal living room, and with the help of hospice, we knew we could help Robert with a peaceful and quiet death. This was not the case. Robert fought hard for his life and was terrified of death because he had fought in Vietnam and had killed many. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side. The end came with Robert fighting to get out of bed. The look on his face was one of horror. As per his request, he was left in his room for 6 hours after his death, and then the funeral home was called and Robert left. Or did he? The week after the funeral, things started not being right. Odd bumps and sounds from downstairs. Late at night, our dog would not go downstairs after dark, and furniture being moved. One morning, the living room sofa was standing on end with all the cushions still in place. Dining room chairs would be taken and lined along the living room wall, and mirrors would vibrate. We called the hospice minister to the house, and he blessed every room, but Robert still didn't leave. We did. The house stood vacant for a while, and new people moved in, but their stay was short. Neighbors say 2 families came and left. It has been 8 years now, and just a while back I was in the area and went by the home. It sits vacant again with a sales sign in the front yard, standing in front of the window of the room in which Robert died. As I stood there, remembering our last few months at home, a chill ran down my back, and I quickly got into my car to drive away. I sent a story to the site about 2 months ago. Is it my imagination or something paranormal? Well, since then, some new things have happened, and I found out some interesting information that I didn't know before. When I first sent out my story, I told my sister-in-law Jenna about it. She's a Jehovah's Witness too, but a little bit more open-minded than my mother-in-law. Anyway, I told her what I had wrote, and she told me she had a girlfriend when she was a teenager, about 15 years ago, that lived next door to her. The side where I heard the whispering, in a house where the old couple had died. I believe her family bought the house after the couple died. Anyway, she told her that her friend was a little odd because she had been sleeping with her parents at night, but Jenna had found out later why. One night, she had stayed the night at her friend's house, and they slept in her friend's bed. Early in the morning, Jenna had woken up for some reason and noticed that her friend was squirming a lot and moaning, almost like she was doing the deed with someone, but no one was there. Her arms were at her side. So Jenna thought maybe she was having a dream. Then she thought that maybe she had seen imprints in her friend's body. She got startled with this and woke her friend up and told her what she had witnessed. Her friend got so upset about it that she didn't want to talk about it at all and never did. To say the least, Jenna never got asked again to stay another night. Then there is the other story that my mother-in-law told me recently about my other sister-in-law's house, Linda, which is ironically across the street from my mother-in-law's, in the other house. About a shadow that lingers in her hallway, shaped like a person. They have all seen it, including my mother-in-law. She swears that there is an explanation for this, but even she has admitted that she can't find one. When she told me about the shadow, I got real nervous, and I started to get goosebumps and got real cold. I told her sometime last year when I stayed the night at Linda's house. I was sleeping on her couch in the living room, my back to the hallway. There was a small light on where the fish tank was, so it wasn't completely dark. For some reason, I woke up and turned around, and I saw this dark shadow move from the open hallway and disappear into the instance of Linda's kitchen. I was startled at first, but then got up to investigate things to see maybe it was the shadow of the fish tank, but there was no way it could have been with the position where the tank was. So I went back to sleeping, thinking it was just my imagination, and I never told anyone of that incident. That was until my mother-in-law said something. She told me not to say anything about it to Linda because she gets freaked out about it, and she said she'll still be looking for a logical explanation for it. Good luck on finding one in all three houses, I was thinking to myself. But one last thing. Back at my mother-in-law's house, a couple of weeks ago my niece Christine was staying the night, and my niece told me that when she got to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she came out running, screaming, and petrified out of the hallway. She told my niece, crying hysterically, that when she turned the corner to go into the hallway, that she saw a shadow figure walking towards her. My niece went to look, and nothing was there, and my 2-year-old daughter will not go near that hallway at all. One time I went to carry her down there to show her nothing was down there at all, and she started crying real hard and grabbing my neck and wouldn't let go, shaking badly. So whatever is in my mother-in-law's house is probably the same thing that are in the other two homes. Makes me wonder if it goes on in the other neighbors' houses. I was doing some just for fun ghost hunting with a couple of my friends one night in a cemetery on an old gravel road. 2 of my friends were out in the cemetery looking around, and my other friend decided to stay in the car. As the 2 guys were out in the far corner of the cemetery, I looked to the center of the graveyard and seen something that made me lose my breath for a few seconds. A blurry gray figure floated above one of the gravestones, and then looked to run through the air across 3 other stones, and then drop right behind another stone. After it disappeared, I asked my friend in the car with me if he had seen it too, and he said he did, and he was just as freaked out as me. It was not light that created this, because it was pitch black out there. It was my first, and so far only time I've seen something like a ghost. Thank you for letting me share my story. I know this one was kind of short, but I appreciate it anyway. Hi, my name is Louise, and I live in Oxfordshire, England. The story I'm about to tell you happened only a few weeks ago and scared me and my friend to death. It was about 9:30 on a Sunday night, and I was bored, so I decided to call my friend Heather. We were talking about the usual when all of a sudden you could hear someone on the line breathing. Heather and I both said at the same time, "Do you hear that?" As we listened, it got louder until there was complete silence. At first we thought maybe one of our brothers or sisters were messing about and picked up the phone on the other end. We both checked our houses and no one was in there. My parents had gone out for a meal and my brother and sister were out, and Heather didn't have any siblings, and there's only one phone in her house. Anyways, we forgot about it, and after about 10 minutes of talking, we heard it again, and this time, the voice said, "Help, I'm close." We both really freaked out, and said what the voice repeated it again, and then went. I told Heather that I would phone her later, and about an hour later, I phoned back, and we didn't hear anything for a while until the shriek came from the phone, from what sounded like a girl. We got so scared, and as soon as our parents got home, I told them what happened, and they said maybe our phone lines got crossed with someone else's. We still don't know who was on the line to this day. I know this wasn't very scary, but thanks for reading. Well, I've been a ghost hunter for quite some time now. I've submitted a few areas under the California section of the haunted places. I recently moved to Arkansas and bought a home in April. 3-in-1 rock house with a huge pond on 1.6 acres in Boonville, Arkansas. I fell in love with this house as soon as I saw that it said "For Sale by Owner" sign right in front of it. I called the number, and they were selling it for $48,000. I thought, my God, this is cheap for such a beautiful home. I moved in. I have a 9-year-old son and 1 cat. About the end of July, I started hearing and seeing things. To begin with, I was laying in bed one night, and my 9-year-old and 6-year-old, who was visiting from California, were asleep in their rooms. All the lights were out. My bedroom door meets the living room. I was lying on my left side looking out into the black of the living room, and I heard what sounded like someone walking in it. Now, my sons sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and come sleep with me, so naturally I thought it was them. I called out their name. No answer. Then I thought maybe it was my cat, but then I noticed her laying at my feet on the bed. It really sounded like someone was walking from the kitchen and the living room entrance towards my room. Second, my television is hooked up to the stereo because the speaker on the TV is blown. Well, when I have to be at work at 11 p.m., I usually take a shower around 9:45 p.m., and my 9-year-old goes over to his father's house. One night, I turned my stereo on and put a disc in it, 5-disc CD changer. It was on disc 4, song number 11. There were 2 songs, and it should have switched to disc 5 after I was done with song 12. I took my shower and had the stereo loud enough to where I could hear it. All of a sudden, I didn't feel the vibration of the music anymore. I thought, well, maybe it's at a quiet part. When I got out of the shower, I still heard nothing. I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I went out and looked at the stereo, and it was not on CD anymore, but on FM radio on 100.1, and that is not a station at all. It's just fuzz. There was no one else in the house but me and my cat. That was on a Friday night. 2 days later, on a Sunday night, my son and I were watching television around the same time, between 9:45 and 10 p.m., in the middle of television. The radio goes from auxiliary to FM radio, 100.1, fuzz. My son says, "Mom, what did you do? I was watching that." I told him I didn't do anything. On a Saturday, my son was at his father's, and I was there alone with the cat, and she started going crazy. At one point, she was standing in the doorway of my room in the living room, looking at me. She meowed and took off like crazy into the back bedroom belonging to my youngest son. She came racing back into the living room. Just then I heard a loud boom coming from the room, like something fell. It shook the entire house. My stomach had butterflies in it then, and I got up to go see. My son one tall dresser with small bionicle toys on it, but they were still all on there. There wasn't anything else that could fall from any place. I've always heard pipes rattling under the house since I moved in. Out of the corner of my eye, I always see things dart quickly about. I haven't seen it fall on, but I know it moves quick. I haven't took pictures of my home yet, or of it for that matter. Also, I have a 2-car garage. Sometimes when me and my son pull up from school, both garage doors are closed. In the morning, sometimes the right one is open. I've never really been a great believer, but for the past 8 or so years, since me and my mom moved from our old flat to our new house, I've experienced numerous experiences. The first when I was about 6. My bedroom is the box room, and so it's small. My bed touches each side of the room with the door to the left. I was laying in bed waiting for my grandma, who was babysitting, to bring me water. I looked up at the wall and saw a strange shadow. It was like a side profile of someone's head. I could see the nose, mouth, and hair clearly. It could have been my own shadow, since the only light came from the ceiling, and I was lying down in bed. I watched it for a few seconds, then it seemed to fade before my eyes. I thought it was just because I was tired, and so I ignored it. I had no further experiences until 7 years later, in 2003. I was laying in bed once again, the light off about 12 o'clock at night. I was really tired and was trying to fall asleep. My bedroom had been rearranged so that the door was opposite my bed, and one side of my bed was pushed against the wall. I had my back to the wall and was staring into the darkness when I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck. Thinking it was just a drought, I rolled over the face of the wall. On the wall, probably 3 inches from my face, was another face. I could tell it was a man, and he had a black hood up. All I could see of his face was a pair of cold eyes, and what I can only describe as green paint, a face paint on his cheek. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, thinking I was just seeing things, and when I opened them again, the face was still there. I don't know how long I stared at it, but in the end, I fell asleep, and in the morning, could find no trace of what was there the night before. These sightings carried on for weeks, always appearing on the wall at night. I didn't tell my mom about the face, but asked if I could move my bed back to the original place. We moved it, and I slept peacefully that night. The following night I went to bed about 2 o'clock, since I'd been up watching a movie on television. I got in bed as usual, and rolled over to face the radiator, like I'd done for years, but the face was there again. This time, however, it was more vivid and real. It seemed to be sneering in the dark and more threatening than before. I rolled over so my back was to the wall, but I could feel the cold breeze that I had felt the last few weeks whenever the face appeared. I pulled the covers around me, refusing to look back at the face. The incidents got less frequent over the weeks, and I believed that the face was going. One night, I was sat at my computer in the corner of my living room. I have a cockatiel whose cage is right next to the computer desk, who was asleep, and my mom was in the kitchen making a drink. I didn't really notice anything until I heard my bird start to hiss and back away into the corner of the cage. Wondering what frightened him, I heard a scraping noise. I looked to the side of the computer to see my glass moving towards the edge of the desk. There was no way it could be moving because of our house being set on a rise, because it is where it should be sliding the other way. I lifted my hand to stop the glass from falling off the desk. When I touched it, the glass was cold, even though I hadn't had a cold drink in it. The strangest thing was when I went to push the glass back, I couldn't. Something was trying to push the glass. I had to shove it quite hard before I could get the glass to move. When I did, my bird came back to the front of the cage and looked as though nothing had happened. I'd gone to bed earlier than my mom that night and must have been asleep when she came up. Once again, the face was there, but this time, the presence was really strong. My bedroom was icy cold when it normally is the hottest room in the house. Almost 1 o'clock, I wake up shivering and could feel something gripping my arm, but as I come to, it released its grip. I rolled over to see the face once again, but it looked different. The smirk had gone, and it looked more angry than anything else. I didn't sleep that night, and I couldn't sleep in the room, so I spent the night sat on my sofa with the lights on downstairs. When my mom came down in the morning, she was shocked to see me up, but I just said I had woken up early and came down. I didn't want her to know. Later that afternoon, we were having dinner when she asked if I had a nightmare last night. I couldn't recall anything but the face and cold hand, so I asked why. She said she had heard me talking in my sleep, which I had never done before that. She said I was telling someone to get away and don't touch me over and over. Then after about 5 minutes, I was quieter and mumbling things like, "Why are you doing this?" and "just go away." When I asked her what time, she said it was about 12:30, just before I woke up, with a hand gripping my arm. I haven't seen the face or had any strange experiences since that night, and I'm not quite sure what happened after. I don't know if I did something to make it all go away, and that was why the man's face looked so angry, but I'm glad they're gone. I still expect to see the face every night, but so far I haven't. I finally told my mom about it all, and she asked if I wanted to have the house blessed, but I said no, although the scary face did no harm to anyone, and it's gone now anyway.
My story happened about 2 years ago over a period of 8 months, and I'm so glad I no longer live in the same house. We moved to our current house because we had to, but the happenings in our house just encouraged us even more. As I'm trying to write this, I've just remembered something else that happened when I was 14 years old. My parents split up when I was 14, and my sisters were both 11 and 9. I'd always believed that negative energy could cause occurrences, and so it was no surprise to me when things went a bit strange in our house. First thing that happened was that the TV in my chest of drawers would shake from side to side, which was just not possible. I put it down to reverberations elsewhere in the house, but this was not the case. Second, After returning home one night, I came home and went straight into my room without turning a light on. However, I could see from the light coming in from the hallway. The picture I had on my wall came flying off the wall sideways and hit the door side on, and to this day, there is still a massive dent where it made contact. My younger sister also claimed to have seen the figure of a young girl standing beside her bed one morning. However, I was quick to dismiss it, as I felt as though if I acknowledged it, it would become real. Nothing else happened until 6 years later. We were in our new flat. My mom, me and two sisters, and everything was totally normal, up until I'd say about 1 month of being there. Can't really remember the exact order of events, except that last and final one. My sister Jane had told my mom that she had been in bed the night before and had the feeling of someone pushing the covers down at either side of her, like almost trapping her in the bed, but she put it down to being really tired. My mom, being the world's biggest skeptic, said she was Havered and to get a grip on reality and to not mention it to her younger sister Gemma, as it would freak her out. She did not tell me also until after a few things happened. A couple of days later, my younger sister Gemma comes to my mom with identical story and automatically assumes they are both in on it and are trying to wind her up. But when both are confronted, denied all knowledge, and my mom began to think along the lines that they may be telling the truth. By now, I know about the whole thing, and so as you can imagine, I'm slightly apprehensive about going to sleep at night. I was in my bed one night, and I had a room of my own, so I was last up in the house, and I think I was reading a book or something. My cat Hajma was laying on the bed, next to my thigh, and leaning on it. I was the only one who allowed him to sleep in my room, because I always felt safer with him there. I heard a noise outside my room, nothing you could really put a name to, and I started to read again, and I looked at Hamish. The next part is a little weird, but I swear it happened. Hamish was lifted 6 inches straight up in the air, still in his curled up position. I freaked. The cat meowed really loudly and ran from the room. I then went into my mom's room because I was slightly petrified. Now, my mom was sure something was happening, yet nothing had happened to her. I was now beginning to think that maybe it was negative energy, again, because this house move had been a result of the breaking up of my parents, and my mom really didn't want to live in the house, and she was miserable, and we were in turn miserable because she was. So 2 months passed with nothing happening, until my sisters and I went to Ireland with my dad on holiday, and left my mom in this house on her own for a week. I phoned my mom whilst we were away, and she seemed on edge, but wouldn't say what was wrong, so that she didn't spoil our holiday, but I had a feeling it was about the house. When we got back, she told me that one night she had went to sleep, and she always kept the bedroom door shut, and the way the doors are, you can't just push them to get in. You have to physically turn the handle, which was good, because it meant my mom could keep the cat out. She said she was just drifting off to sleep, and she felt the bottom corner of the bed being depressed, as if someone had just sat on it. She thought at first it was the cat, and had gotten to the room, but when she put the light on the door, it was still completely closed. She then put it down to her imagination, and tried to fall back asleep. Then she felt the same feeling of the covers being pushed down at either side of her, and she also felt a pressure on her chest, like someone was sitting on it. She tried to sit up but couldn't, and she also couldn't reach the bedside lamp, and the next thing she knew, something hit her really hard in the face, full force, and the chest pressure released instantly. She couldn't sleep again, and that night, she spent the night in my grand's house. We came back from holiday, and I then had to spend the last 9 months sleeping in the same room as my mom, as she was too scared. She was so convinced of something bad in the house that she went as far as to go to the library to check what was on the land previously, as these flats had been up for about 3 years. The library couldn't help, as they had no files. My mom gave up, until my sister met a lady at the bottom of her street who spoke to her unexpectedly
and said that she had lived in the area all her life and knew we were new. My sister took the opportunity to ask if she knew what was there before the flats had been. She claimed that the car park to the flats had been once completely sealed with a wrought iron fence over 6 feet high that you could not see through, and the home beyond the fence was that of a scandalized counselor, and there was a lot of mystery surrounding his death. We have since found out that this was true, but there's virtually no information on the counselor or the land on which he lived. Now, needless to say, my mom is not a skeptic, and nothing has happened in her new house.
The year was 1991 when I attended my high school junior prom with my girlfriend at the time. There was nothing unusual about the prom. Hundreds of teenagers in garish dress dancing and partying, crowning their king and queen. Neither I nor my girlfriend were in the popular or cool kids crowd, and we planned on nothing more than a late night stop at a restaurant after the prom ended. As it turned out, we were invited to go along in someone's limo to visit the White Lady's Castle, the ruins of a small villa overlooking the Lake Ontario shore. Local legend held that years ago, a teenage girl ran off on a date with a local boy despite the objections of her overprotective mother. The girl had supposedly stormed out of the house, saying that she was going up to the lake with the boy and would be back that evening. According to the legend, she never returned, and her mother is said to have gone out looking for her missing girl every night for the rest of her days. It's said that her spirit haunts the site to this day, and that illicit teenage lovers parked along the shore would be attacked by her ghost. All that remains of the White Lady's Castle is a single stone wall set into the hillside. Flagstone steps take you from the road below up to a flat grassy area where the structure once stood. Someone in the limo handed out flashlights as we pulled alongside the lake shore and got out. Now, although I've had a few of what I believe to be true paranormal experiences in my life, I didn't think this particular legend could really be true. It all sounded a little too stereotypical of a made-up ghost story for me. We made our way to the hillside and began to climb the steps along the ruined wall. As we reached the top, the moon, which had provided a soft illumination to the lakeshore, suddenly vanished behind the clouds. We found ourselves in a pitch-black clearing. Several of the kids in the group were laughing and trying to scare each other. It was dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, if not for the bobbing lights from the flashlights casting shadows across everyone in the group. I began to get an eerie feeling as I scanned my flashlight around the perimeter of the clearing, the light beam ending abruptly at the trees surrounding us. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly, but it almost felt like we were being watched. I turned back to look into the darkness one last time and shined my flashlight across the tree line, and as my light moved, a face suddenly flashed into view as my light moved by. It was only for a second, but I could clearly make out a stark white face with an oversized mouth full of sharp teeth and deep hollow black eyes. Startled, I quickly shined my light back to the spot where I'd seen the face, but there was nothing there. For a moment, I decided that it must have been my imagination and turned back to leave. When I reached the top of the stairs, however, I heard a wheezing groan from the darkness behind me. I quickly turned back and pointed my flashlight into the darkness. Right in the exact spot where I had seen the ghoulish white face was the outline of a person. A flowing white form was slowly moving towards me, and I could just about make out the oversized mouth and teeth I had seen before. Terrified, I turned and literally ran down the stairs and back out into the light of the moon. My girlfriend and the other kids from the group hadn't even noticed that I'd fallen behind and were beginning to load into the limo across the street. I couldn't bring myself to look back over my shoulder as I climbed in, quietly stunned by what I experienced. Of course, none of them believed my story and assumed I was just goofing around and trying to scare them. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. I've been back to the site once or twice over the last 25 years, but only in the daytime. I've come back here today to share my story with you and to ponder the memory of that night at the White Lady's Castle. I've always heard odd things and seen the supernatural, though usually it's just a general feel or whisper in a house with a haunting that's human, that is. But recently, something's changed, and it's really freaking me out. It all started when I started university in Devon, England. I'd been very sick for a couple of days with a nasty cold and was just starting to feel better. So my flatmate and I decided to go out to the town for a lunch out. All went as planned, and we managed to catch one of the sparse buses in the nick of time. This is where it gets a little odd. I always gaze out the window whenever I'm traveling, so I don't miss much. Usually, it's just a fox running across a field, or a nice view, but this time, it was a guy. He was sticking his arm out for the bus. This obviously wasn't the odd thing. What was odd was he didn't even have a face. He was dressed in a pair of jeans and a black hoodie, with the hood up, and looked as if he was wearing one of those joke black morph suits over his face. I laughed a little to myself, expecting a general prank. The bus stopped, letting people off, but no one got on. This made me frown a little, as I'd seen the guy waving, so I asked my friend if she'd seen him. She didn't, and when I pressed her further, simply said the illness must have made me sleep deprived. I thought about this for a while, and decided she was probably right. After all, the mind can play tricks on you when you're tired, and I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. However, after that event, I started to see odd things all the time. Shadows of people where there were no people, odd faces in windows, and strange noises. It also wasn't the only no faces I'd see. When I was still at university, there was this truly horrifying apparition outside my flat, always there whenever I opened my curtains, night or day. It was extremely tall. No, this is not Slenderman, and this figure had long, greasy hair over its face. But I knew that it was smiling, and not a very nice smile either. It scared me to the point where I started to stay over at my current partner's, using the excuse of poor sleep thanks to my cheap mattress. Mind you, not that I could get much sleep knowing that thing was outside. I'm not sure what to do or what it means, and it's scaring me. I see the no-face people everywhere, in corners, at train stations. I try not to get too close. I even tried to talk to one once, but it didn't result in much. They just stared at me. Obviously, seeing these odd things have become a bit of a problem socially. It's not exactly acceptable to flinch for no reason or look alarmed at the slightest thing. I just can't help it. They make me nervous and scared. I don't know what they are, after all, but they just don't seem human. I mean, some of them do human things, like the waving down of the bus, but the majority of the time, they just seem to be watching and following people. Some of them have quite a solid shape, just like another person, aside from the obvious face thing, but others seem to just be odd shadows. Can anyone help me with this? If you've seen the same, what does it mean that I've started to see things? And am I in any danger? A few years ago, I posted my story about seeing the people with no faces. Things had stayed the same for all these years, and I'd gotten used to seeing them, even if it unnerved me more than a little. But now, things have changed. Not so long ago, I was taken into hospital after having a 4-hour seizure, and it was touch and go for the month that I was there. I was diagnosed with a central nervous disorder, one where I have a 30% chance of survival. But I'm determined. They didn't think I would walk again, but I proved them all wrong, and am currently able to get around on crutches. After all that, I'd been so focused on getting better, I'd more or less forgotten about the no-faced people. For those who aren't quite sure what I mean by that, I'll give a description. You know when people wear those morph suits that cover your face? They kind of look like that, but the skin is always black, and they don't have very clear facial features, more like a suggestion of them being there. Anyway, I soon remembered the day I left hospital. I was in high spirits, happy I was leaving, more or less on my own 2 feet. It was then that I noticed one of the no-faced people standing at the entrance, and it was different. It looked straight at me, a lot more intensely than the usual glance. Yes, I was disturbed at the time, but just assumed it was a one-off. That soon changed. They started to move closer and closer to me. Then, it really kicked off. Doors started to rattle behind me, as if someone were trying to get in, but when I opened them, no one would be there. Even that only scared me a little. But now, I'm really scared. The other night, I was relaxing, preparing to settle for sleep. I suddenly felt something grab and twist my foot. At first, I laughed, thinking it was my cat playing, until I realized that my cat was lying asleep next to me, nowhere near my feet. I've read many theories of shadow people, and I've often wondered if the no-faced people are something alike. So perhaps a reflection of a dimension close to ours, or something more sinister. I'm scared because I'm aware that I still have a 70% chance of becoming sicker and dying. Are they attempting to increase this chance as they've suddenly become more aggressive? Or does it mean my body is failing without me realizing? I don't know, but I really hope that someone on here can help me and shed some light on this. Please. This is my first time talking about any of this outside of my close childhood friends and my doctor. I guess my story begins when I was about 15 years old. At the time, a few friends and I were interested in ghosts and magic, So when rumors spread around that there was a Ouija board for sale at the thrift store, we pounced on the opportunity. It took us a few weeks to get the courage to use it, but we finally decided to try it out in our tree house we had built in my front yard. We waited until it got dark, lit some candles I stole from dining table, and started our little seance. At first, all we could do was stare at each other, but finally, my brother asked if there was any spirits with us, and that little eyepiece slowly moved over to the yes section. We were all shaking at that point. Being a scaredy cat back then, well, I said I was getting out of there, but as I backed up, I fell out of the treehouse. The next thing I know, I'm awake in a hospital bed with both my parents crying about how they love me, and soon the doctor came in and explained that I had a cracked skull and had suffered a major concussion. As the nurse wheeled me around the hospital, I noticed a slight blurriness around the edges of my vision. The doctor said that it was normal for people who have suffered from concussions. As I started to recover, I noticed that the blurriness had subsided and life was beginning to return to normal, but there was still something wrong. I felt like I was being followed because, even though the blurriness was still gone, there was still something in the corner of my vision. Every time I turned to look at whatever was following me, it was gone, around a corner or fading into the darkness. I could never get a good look at it. The first night since the accident, I had a hard time falling asleep, and I kept waking up with chills. After hours of tossing and turning, lightly falling asleep and waking, I finally fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, something didn't seem right with my room, like something was going to happen. As I got up, I noticed a tall, gangly shape in the corner of my eye, next to the dresser, and turned quickly to see a horrifying creature without a face, just a pale, featureless face, apart from two impossibly deep black holes where the eyes should be. At first, all I could do is stare into those two black holes and silently scream, but I finally slammed my eyes shut and started screaming. When my parents burst in my room and asked what was wrong, I told them what I had seen, but they insisted I had been dreaming. I did not see the faceless thing for about 10 years later. The no face, as I had named it, did not appear again until the accident that ended my fiance's life. After that, I began seeing him everywhere, and there were more than one, following other people. I began to see a therapist for my hallucinations, and she recommended an MRI and a CAT scan, both of which were inconclusive, and she determined that these hallucinations are coping mechanisms that I subconsciously created to cope with the stress of my fiancée. The trouble is, these things haven't gone away, even though I've come to terms with her death. The other no-faces seem unaware of my presence, other than the one that keeps following me. It stays about 1 to 2 yards away from me at all times and never gets too close or too far away. Can anyone here help me? I've become very stressed over this lately. I haven't had much to eat and haven't slept very well. A quick background on this story. This takes place in the house I currently reside in. At this point in my life, I was in my earlier teens, and there was much pent-up negative energy in the household from constant fights with my family. This was the hardest point in time for my family to date, and I attribute our negativity to drawing in the activity, which has led me to share my experiences. At this point, I'd witnessed many shadow people and dark figures walking around my upstairs, but for some reason, I was the only one able to see them. However, my little brother was able to hear them, which gave me some peace of mind, knowing I wasn't losing my marbles. So, besides seeing these shadow people walking around and hearing their footsteps in the hallway at night, things were considerably normal. One more note before I begin that is a key element to this story. My closet has a panel in the ceiling which leads to the attic. This is the only entrance to the attic in our house. The activity stayed at that level until I began researching the paranormal. I had watched a few ghost hunter themed television shows, and it led me to draw conclusions about the activity I was experiencing on a day-to-day basis. I figured they were just restless spirits and decided to let them be and try not to interact. As conditions in my household worsened, the activity grew. The spirits began interacting with me at night, and I could hear noises outside my window and even on the roof. The sounds were like scratches and small taps, like an animal. Squirrels get on the roof all the time, and I figured it was something of that. After a while, the sound moved from on top of the roof to inside of the attic. Although mildly discomforting, I still led myself to believe it was an animal of sorts. The other experiences with the sounds led me to believe otherwise. One night, I awoke at around 2 a.m. to my bed shaking. I thought it was my mom or brother trying to wake me up, but when I looked around my room, nobody was there. My bed then jerked once, as if someone had pushed it with a quick, large force, which scared the living daylights out of me, and I quickly laid back down and pretended to be asleep. At another point in time, I heard footsteps come down the hallway from my parents' room, and a tapping on my door followed by the sound of the doorknob shaking gently. This made me uncomfortable because of seeing the shadow people. It made me think they were trying to get into my room to get me or something. On this particular night that the story takes place, I'd fallen asleep on my back. I've heard this can lead to nightmares and the likes, and since then have refused to fall asleep in that position. At around 2:40 a.m., I abruptly awoke. I checked my phone to note the time and was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard a scratching sound above me in the attic. By above me, I mean right above my bed where I was sleeping. Out of curiosity, I rapped on the wall 3 times with my knuckles. The scratching became instantly louder, and whatever was in there began pacing around. I got a shiver down my spine, and the mood of the room instantly changed. It was as if my room had grown darker, and I felt a very ominous feeling. My playful thoughts of messing with an animal were shattered by the worrying feeling growing in my gut. At this point, I heard thumping sounds over the panel in my closet. I tried to sit up in my bed to look, but it literally felt like a heavy person had laid on top of me. Feeling trapped, I tried to ignore the growing feeling of panic as I heard the ceiling panel in my closet slide out of place and drop, and wooden beams creaking in my attic. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told myself it wasn't real, and I heard my clothes moving around in my closet, hangers clicking together, as if someone was climbing down out of the attic into my walk-in closet. To my horror, The doorknob began violently jerking left to right, and scratching sounds emanated from behind the door. I thought whatever it was would get through, and I couldn't move still. And to make things worse, I tried to yell for my parents, but no words would come out. When I was convinced I was about to be face to face with some sort of monster, I began praying in my head that it would leave me alone and go away, and not to let it hurt me. At the instant I closed my prayer, the sound stopped for about 20 seconds or so. I heard again whatever it was moving close around, but this time it sounded like it was climbing back up into the attic. I heard the ceiling panel yet again slide on the roof and fall back into place, and the scratching went to the far corner of the attic away from my room and faded into silence. As the noise stopped, the room seemed to grow lighter, and the blanket of bad energy was lifted. Since then, I've had several more experiences in that house, none of which were as frightening as that night. The experience was questionable, as it seemed like sleep paralysis, but from what I know, that usually happens from the instance of being awoken, and I was not paralyzed until a feeling of oppressive energy had engulfed the room, which was several minutes after I had awoken. Regardless of it was a case of sleep paralysis or an actual entity, the experience was frightening, and I remember it clearly as it happened to this day. I will likely post the other strange experiences I have encountered over the years, and hope you enjoyed reading this. P.S. Since this event, I have cleansed my room, as well as inside my closet, right up to the attic, with sage, and have had no further experience in this particular area of the house. My parents do not like incense or the smell of a lit smudge stick, so I was only able to cleanse my room, leaving the rest of the house open to activity. And believe me, it lingers there still, especially in my parents' room. Here is my first story. Hope you all enjoy. This is not my first encounter with the paranormal. However, it is my first sighting of an apparition. This story is true, and there are several witnesses that can attest to this happening who were present during what took place. Gold Camp Road is notorious in the Colorado Springs for two main reasons. Partying. It is an isolated and mostly unsupervised area, and as such is frequently used as a location for teenagers to drink, smoke pot, and blare music. Paranormal activity. There are many stories regarding the area, ranging from an infamous bus crash, which never actually happened, and apparitions, as well as mildly demonic or malevolent activity. There is a history of car crashes and murders, as well as people dropping off murdered bodies over the cliff into the Cheyenne Canyon area below. Taking this into consideration, many people come out of skeptical interest and curiosity of the unknown to see if the tales are true. It was a normal Friday night, and I was with my friend Jay. I'll call him that for the story, as I don't want to release his personal info on the web out of respect. We were bored out of our minds, and after the hookah we set up had died, we needed something to do. We wanted to go to a party, but realized we both lacked the hookups to get an address. So we thought of places we could come across to get together. Gold Camp was brought up, and soon after, I drove us up there. We came to a pull-off before one of the tunnels that overlooked the city and parked next to some cars that were loudly blasting music. Some college-age kids were drinking beers, smoking, and generally chilling, and we were quickly invited to join them. At a little after midnight, the music was turned down, and everyone was either in the cars or outside in a huddled group, talking about life and joking around. I was in the middle of a conversation when I heard what sounded like the faint clicking of metal chains and a sort of dragging sound. As it got louder, I decided to investigate the source. The sound grew louder near a sign by the edge of the road. As I peered over the edge, I took note that it was a cliff and would be impossible to get down without serious injury, so the fact that a sound was rising up was astonishing to me. My thoughts jumped to, who would be down there and how did they get there? And even more worryingly, did someone fall down there? Before I could say anything, a large and dark figure arose from the edge, a mere 10 feet away from me. It appeared to be a tall man, like 6'5", shrouded in a white tattered cloak or sheet and wrapped in chains. At first I thought it was a guy trying to scare us and prank us because I knew of the tales of the area. But one thing struck me as odd that made me keep a serious complexion. The man had no face. In addition to not having a face, I thought he was black at first, but soon realized his body was composed of what appeared to be a shadowy mist. He looked like someone had wrapped his body in a sheet and wrapped chains around it before throwing it down the hill and downwind. From this figure was a terrible stench like sweat and mild decay. I couldn't even believe my eyes. The figure began slowly trudging towards the road, dragging chains behind him, and each footstep making a loud thud, as if he was wearing boots. The group outside I had left to investigate went silent, and we all watched the apparition in fascination and bewilderment as it slowly walked along the road, not looking back. I made sure everyone else was seeing what I saw, and summoned the courage to follow the apparition with the intent to see if it was really what it appeared to be, and not some guy dressed up being dramatic. He walked up slowly, but his strides were huge, so I had to walk quickly to keep up with his pace. I followed him for about 30 feet. When he finally stopped, he slowly turned towards the edge of the road with the cliff, but there were bushes and trees at this stretch of the road for about 10 feet before the edge. I loudly said, "Hello," trying to communicate with this strange man, and he took 2 steps into the bushes and disappeared into thin air in a cloud of mist. Just like that, gone. I walked back and told the others what I had seen, and they could hardly believe it. We all talked for another half hour about what we had seen before parting our ways. All in all, it was an interesting night, and despite the others' sobriety rendering them less credible, I was completely sober since I was driving and saw it as clear as day. I've yet to witness another apparition as clear and real as the one I saw that night, but it definitely got me further interested in the paranormal, and I will always remember the man with the chains. My only wish was that I could have learned more about the apparition and its story, but perhaps I'll see it again when I decide to go back up there.
Stood around 7 feet tall. The eyes were nothing but black holes, but they had a kind of glow behind the darkness. It was last week, and I sat upon the cliffs overlooking Shark Bay. The sun had just set, and I saw someone walking upon the short sand beach below. There isn't much of a beach due to the relenting waves. It isn't a beach for swimming, and the fishermen overtake the area. It is approximately 20 feet down, and I watched a wavering figure growing closer. I knew it was an evil entity,
and I wondered why he was showing himself to me. In an instant, I know what they were in life. It's a feeling that overtakes me. I don't have to see them to know. They don't need to be nearby. I just know. I think he was trying to scare me, but after all I have seen, not much phases me these days. So I sat back, just watching him, waiting for him to do his thing, whatever that may be. The last of the sun was gone, and the purple blue of the clouds was now a solid black. No moon, no trade winds, stillness. Perfect elements for a ghost to try to make a move. Good or bad, I was his target. As I'm used to being sought out, all I can do is ready myself for the experience. It's not an afterthought to go into a prayer of protection. I close my eyes and ask God to surround me in a shield of strength. I can do nothing on my own. Of this, I learned long ago. When I opened my eyes, the entity was standing in front of me. His black eyes were piercing through mine, and I noticed his face was covered in tattoos. For a moment, it scared me, but then I stood face him. He backed away from me, and I knew then he was a very evil spirit. He tried to take on the appearance of a warrior, but his facade began to break down. I watched as his face became distorted. The skin became taut and skull-like, and I saw his true face behind the pretense he projected. I saw what he looked like in life, and he had been an ugly man. So sad the ugliness had permeated his soul as well. The entity was filled with evil. He had been a man at one time, but in his latter days, became obsessed with power and greed. He had hurt a lot of people in his journey, and he had a few people killed. I could smell the deaths layered upon him, like chains seen to the naked eye. You want to know how I know this? I can see it on their faces and bodies. It's like the words in a book. Each face, body projects life lived in shame, sorrow, greed, happy, sad, evil, and good. Anyway, this is how I am able to read them. It's as clear to me as a page filled with descriptive explanation. Every soul is read, heard, and helped, or avoided. I wanted to rid myself of this entity. He made my skin crawl and his being well. Best way to describe it, he made me feel like I was covered in feces. I almost wretched, and I started to walk away. Turning my back on him would be a bad idea, so I was careful to move slowly. I try not to speak to this kind of entity. If I can feel him, he knows what I am. Last thing you would want to do is anger an evil entity. Too late. He called me a few expletives, which I will leave out here, and tried to push at me with his energy. Of course, since I had my power of prayer working in my favor, it did no more than lift a few hairs from my shoulders. Kind of like someone blowing their breath on your face or neck. Creepy, but I kept moving towards my truck. I took a quick glance to see how much further I needed to go, and that was my mistake. The entity was next to me again, and he started to threaten me with death. Of course, he screamed it at me, and with detail. I'm too much of a lady to repeat what he said, as it was nasty and very vile. I didn't flinch. It wasn't the first time an entity had threatened harm, and wouldn't be the last. Having the beliefs I hold dear, I know these types of entities cannot harm me, and certainly cannot take my life. They can try, and this one did, when he saw I was not reacting to his threats. He mustered enough energy to knock me to the ground, but it's like being pushed over by a child. The key is not to be afraid. If you allow fear to enter the equation, he gathers this from you, and fear gives an entity power, which can be used against you. Never give in to fear, no matter how scary the situation. The entity hovered above me, and he did his best to look frightening. He did manage a few looks I had never seen before, but I didn't waver in my stare. He knew he couldn't hurt me, and he started to wail in frustration. My ears were burning from the high-pitched sound he made. It sounded like tin cans going through a grinder. Add to that, strange sounds, akin to sitting front row at a rock concert. It was painful and annoying, and loud as crap. Some entities are great at throwing temper tantrums, and this big guy, he was throwing a dilly of a fit. I sat up and rubbed my knees, brushing away the rock that stuck to them. I was getting mad now, and I told him so. "Get away from me, you evil one. You have no power over me. Go away." I yelled. My knees throbbed from where I landed, and I was ticked off. The entity looked shocked, and he seemed to shrink before my eyes. I found myself staring eye to eye with him. His black eyes smoked anger, but he was shirking away from me, moving back to the cliff's edge. "God will take care of your kind one day, no matter what rock you hide under," I called out as he moved away. Sometimes just using the word God will cause them to retreat. Retreat? This one zipped away. I saw him dart across the sand below, and in a blink of an eye, he was gone. Thank goodness. He took his nasty smells with him. I went home and took another long shower. My shower stall is filled with scented shower gels. It takes me a while before the odors filling my nose goes away. This is part of my gift I really hate. Any comments?
I work on merchant ships as an officer. My last job was on a big ferry. Some of the overnight engineers were saying that they felt uneasy in one of the engine rooms. A couple of the guys knew I could hear things, so they asked me to stay one night after we were done with our runs for the day. 15 minutes went by when I finally felt some activity. The spirit was not bold. In fact, he was darting around the room, whispering softly. I couldn't make out what he was saying, just that it was definitely a male voice. My skin started to get goosebumps and feel electric, which was my usual indication of a spirit presence. He finally stopped moving and got quiet, and that's when I started to get worried. He very clearly told me his name in a very angry voice. My two buddies were scared at this time because they had an uneasy feeling right before I started talking to him. He told me this was his ship and that we were trespassing. This alarmed me, as I've never really dealt with a ghost as territorial as he was. Not being as scared as my two buddies, thanks to paranormal investigating on the side, I told him this ship was in fact not his, but he may stay if it feels like it'll make him feel any better, pending he doesn't hurt anyone. He mumbled angrily and took off. To this day, I believe his presence is still there, and upon further research, I found out that the man died from gunshot wounds in the shed that the ship was being built in during a fight while the ship was being built in the shipyard. That man's name was the same as the name the ghost told me. As I've mentioned before, I was born and raised in Decatur, Illinois. This town has many unrested spirits, largely due to the fact that it's built on top of old cemeteries and Indian burial grounds. Growing up in my old house, it was scary in many ways, fascinating in others. From the time we moved in, I had an imaginary friend. I can still see her fresh in my mind, a little girl about my age, 6 years old, with dark curly hair. I remember wondering why she was dressed like my Holly hubby doll. I don't really remember specific conversations, just that she was always there. She had a very unusual name, Darina, and that struck my mother as odd. Most children give their imaginary friends simple names, and this was a name no one had ever heard before. Through the years, most of the strange things that happened were either to me or my mother. She was alone in the house doing dishes one morning when she felt someone pull her hair. Another time, she was alone doing laundry in the basement, and she heard the front door open and close, and footsteps that stopped just above where she was standing. Thinking it was my dad, she went upstairs to greet him, only to discover that there was no one in the house. She was so scared that she abandoned the laundry project and went on the front porch to wait for my dad. The only time I felt any real danger was when I was standing on the stairwell right above the landing, and I was pushed off the steps. I didn't just fall through. I shot straight for the window that was directly across from where I was standing. My mother was at the foot of the stairs and ran to me. My backside had gone through the window, shattering the glass. Aside from a large and very inconveniently placed cut, I was okay, but what I remember very clearly was the sensation of an arm pulling me back so I wouldn't fall out the window. It wasn't Mom because she hadn't reached me yet. I lived in other creepy houses since that time, as this town is chock full of them. None of them affected me personally as deeply as this one did, though. Anyway, that's my story, and I thank you all for letting me share it. I look forward to comparing ghost stories with you. My first ghost stories that I can recall, I was about 9 or 10, and I was into Dungeons and Dragons, and was all about coloring in the pictures and the different manuals and compendiums. So I would spend hours up in my room, reading about monsters and demons and just using my imagination. But frequently, I would hear my mother calling me from downstairs. I would go running down there as fast as I could, because she was prone to having chest pains, and I would have to pour her a glass of wine or something if she was having trouble breathing. So there I would be in my room, and I would hear my name called, and I would yell, "Coming!" and run downstairs and say, "What?" And she would say that she hadn't called me. This would happen a lot of the time, sometimes 9 times a day or more, until I would be more selective about when I would go down there. Once my brother, who is 5 years younger than me, said that he was going to watch TV in the living room. I'd left him alone to go play down the street, which obviously was a bad idea. And he said he came down the stairs, turned the corner, and in the rocking chair sat an old woman in an old black dress with a large W painted in white across her chest. He stopped and stared at her in shock. He noticed that her eyes were entirely blue, no whites at all, and then she opened her mouth and a hissing sound came out. But it wasn't like it was just her. He said the whole room and all the air was making this sound until he couldn't think. He did what he was supposed to do. He screamed and ran to the neighbor's house. Sometimes in the house, we would experience things like hearing loud bangs coming from the downstairs, sounding like pots and pans being thrown together. We had cats, and they would come racing all the time. The cats were always looking at things I couldn't see. Another notable experience I had was when I lived in an apartment when I was about 19 that I shared with some friends from high school. One night, I was watching TV in one of my roommate's room when there was a knock at his door. We both said come in at the same time. No one came in, so we got up and opened the door, and no one was there. I went and checked on the others in the apartment. One was asleep and the other was in the living room, playing GTA with headphones on, and seemed confused when I asked if he had knocked. In the end, I'm not even sure what to attribute these experiences to, but I really thank you for reading my story. I'll have more in the future for you guys to enjoy. I lived in a boarding school, if that's what you would call it, compared to others in Europe. This was just a hallway with beds. It was an old school, but I heard many things at night that shouldn't have been going on, and I saw something that scared the crap out of me one night. One night, when all the girls were upstairs getting ready for bed, I passed by the door that goes to the rest of the school. The doors to the classrooms are huge doors. They get locked with a chain and padlock. Why? I don't know. But I heard someone push the door from the inside, as if trying to get out. I forgot to mention this was a Catholic school. I also heard the desks being moved, and there was a room where they kept instruments. I heard drumsticks, as if someone had dropped them. One night, I had to use the bathroom, and I never went to the bathroom alone. One time I did, and I never went alone again. So I went with one of my friends, and I went first because I was the one who woke up to go. We took turns because we had to have a lookout because we were so scared. There was a makeshift bench made with a plank of wood and some logs at the other end, and the moonlight was hitting it at an angle. And on the side of the bench, I saw a shadow of a nun just sitting there. And I stared at it, and I told my friend to hurry up and pee. I didn't want to scare her, so I didn't tell her that I saw anything, but I told her to hurry. The last experience I had over there was probably my scariest. I was sleeping in my bed in the middle of the night, and footsteps woke me up. Big, heavy, clunky footsteps, as if someone was wearing boots. Just for the record, none of the girls owned boots, and the footsteps came from the other side of the hall, coming closer and closer to my bed. I wanted to turn around and see what it was, but I didn't want it to know that I was awake. I didn't want it to come near me, but it kept coming closer, and I was so scared, so terrified. Then, right when it was about 2, maybe 3 feet away from my bed, it stopped, turned around, and went back to where it had come from. And as I heard it walk away, I was finally able to move, and I slowly turned over, as if I was still sleeping, so it wouldn't come back, and I tried to peer into the darkness to see who it was, and I saw nothing. I scared myself typing this, and I hope this story wasn't too long. Thanks for reading. My first encounter was when I was 12 years old. Where I lived, the previous owners passed away at home. Their last names was Parsons. I had a vent outside my bedroom door on the floor that I could see downstairs in the living room. Within the first few nights, I would hear sounds down there. When I told my parents, they said it was a new home and I would get used to the noises. One night, I heard humming. I got up and looked down the vent. It was coming from downstairs. Of course, I went running into my parents' room. Dad went downstairs, looked around, and said maybe I was dreaming, but if I heard anything again, to wake him. This went on for a while. One night I heard talking. I had the courage and walked down the stairs slowly. When I came out of the stairway and went into the living room, I could see 2 figures sitting on the sofa. I went running to my dad. He got up and went downstairs with me. He saw nothing. A few weeks later, it happened again. Dad and I again went downstairs. Like the other times, he saw and heard nothing. We went to go back upstairs, and I heard talking. This time, I looked at my dad, and I knew he heard something by the look on his face. We went into the living room, and again, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons were sitting on the sofa. Dad didn't see anything, but he said he thought he could have heard someone talking. Just then, it got a little louder, and we both heard them say, "It is so nice to hear children playing in this big old house again." I jumped, and so did Dad. We went back upstairs. Dad came into my room and told me now there isn't anything to be scared of. He heard the same words I did. I explained to me that I might be hearing and seeing Mr. and Mrs. Parsons off and on. When I do, I shouldn't be scared. To think of them as my angel friends or something like that. While growing up there, I would hear them a lot, and from time to time see their figures. I quickly learned that not all people believe in spirits, which was hard growing up, not being able to talk about what I experienced. But at least I had my dad to talk about it with. I lost my dad 3 years ago. Now I am back to keeping my experiences to myself, which is hard at times. But I enjoy it when he appears and visits me now. So I am not all alone. Dad is always here with me. Mother's fiance and I were very close. He was more like a father to me in my adulthood than my own. So when he scheduled to meet me for lunch and didn't show, I was a bit dismayed. I got back on the train from downtown Chicago, rode back to where I had parked my car, got in, and drove to his house. Upon my arrival, I noticed his car was still parked outside, so I picked up my cell phone to call, but got no answer, so I called my mom, who in turn called a friend of his to come over. As I stood outside the house, I had a sinking feeling something told me he was dead. I climbed over the fence. This was not the best area of Chicago, which was locked, grabbed a ladder from under the back porch, climbed up and broke the window. I discovered his body lying nude in the hallway,
partially in the kitchen. I started to cry and phoned my mom, who said she was on her way. After the police came and went, the friend left, and I was left sitting alone in the house with his body. I started hearing creaking on the stairs, and I called out, "Mom, Mom, is that you?" But no one was there. Again creaking, and no one. Finally, my mom shows up, and the coroner comes. They take his body, and we're alone looking through paperwork. All the while there is a creaking all around us. We find a $50,000 tax bill for him from a failed business he helped his son launch on the kitchen table next to where his body was lying on the floor. We dig further through his things and find 2 of his 3 firearms. His son flew up from Florida the next day with his 2 sisters. He dug through more of his dad's things and found the 3rd gun and laid it on the dresser. He walked out of the room and back in with his 2 sisters on either side. But the gun mysteriously goes off and shoots him in the leg. After that, the creaking we all had experienced stops. The next day, the autopsy reports came back, and we learned that he died of a heart attack, probably from the tax bill. So I asked his son at the funeral how it feels to be shot by a dead man. He didn't laugh, but I'm sure his father got his last laugh. I wanted to share an incident that happened to me last year in Las Vegas. I'd just been reunited with my best friend after about 17 years, and we decided to meet up in Vegas for our reunion. We stayed at the Luxor Hotel because we were going to see Chris Angel's new show, Believe. We stayed in the pyramid on the 24th floor. It was on the 2nd day that something weird happened. Even though we had stayed up really late the night before, we got up early, went to eat breakfast, and headed out to explore the Strip. We came back around 4 p.m. and decided to take a nap before going back out. My friend had the bed closest to the bathroom, and mine was in the back of the room near the windows. We dozed off for a while, and I was awakened by the sound of someone in the bathroom. It sounded like someone kept dropping a coin into the sink over and over. At first, I thought it was maybe a housekeeper had come in, but then wondered how I hadn't heard her come in, since I am a light sleeper, and why the bathroom light wasn't on if she was in there. So naturally, I went to investigate. As I got closer, it stopped. Odd. I turned on the lights and everything was in its place. So I went back to the bed and immediately started again. To prove to myself that I was really hearing this, I called out to my friend, "Hey, did you hear that? It's coming from the bathroom." She said, "Yeah, I heard it earlier, but didn't want to say anything." We both got back up and just walked in front of the bathroom to see if we could see anything, but didn't turn the light on. No sound, nothing. So my friend turns on the light and says out loud, "You can do whatever you want, just don't do it while we're here and stay in the bathroom." Then she turned off the light, closed the door, and we left the room. Nothing else happened for the duration of the trip, which lasted a week. I thought about asking the hotel staff, but thought they might think I'm crazy. I did do some research though, and found out that a couple of workers died while building the hotel, but they are said to haunt the 10th floor. Thanks for reading. We had moved into our new house in August of 1972, and I'd just turned 12. I was the oldest of 4 kids, and although my sisters and brothers took to the move easily, I did not. I don't know if it was moving from the area where I was comfortable, or if it was the uneasy feeling that I had in this new house. The house was a 7-year-old, 4-bedroom colonial which was in a cul-de-sac with 4 other houses. The house that sat at the top of the hill outside of the cul-de-sac was much more older and was the original farmhouse built 200 years earlier. Wayne was named after General Anthony Wayne, who fought during the Revolutionary War. The area itself is rich in history from this time period. The first indications of a presence was our dog. His hair stood on end, and he barked at the walls constantly. We thought he was bred too close and he was crazy, only to find out later it wasn't him at all. My mother was in the kitchen baking one day, and a decorative plate on the wall went flying across the room and broke into pieces. It seemed to be my room that had the most activity. It was the center room of the front of the house, and one night when friends of mine were waiting out on our front porch, they heard someone walking around upstairs, and the light in my bedroom went on and off. No one was in the house since we all just returned home. My friends thought we had a maid or a house guest. At times, we would hear music playing, but not music from that time. It sounded like a harpsichord. All of us heard it, and I even had friends who slept over and heard this music coming from above us. My father slept with a bat next to his bed, thinking that someone was playing an awful joke. Many nights in my room, my light did go on and off, and I thought it was me not turning the knob all of the way. I would always feel a presence with me. In fact, it would sit next to me on my bed. I used to actually feel it get up and see the imprint it made. At times, my bed would actually breathe. This went on for a while, and in August of 1976, my air conditioner broke and I went downstairs to sleep on the couch in the living room. I had my Cocker Spaniel Muffin with me, and something woke me up around 3 a.m. Muffin was shaking and I tried to calm him down, but he just buried his whole body next to me. The next thing I hear is a loud bang, like a door slamming, and then another door slamming. But I don't know where these sounds were coming from, because there weren't any doors. Then I could hear heavy footsteps walking towards me, and then it stopped. I heard them going through papers on my father's desk, and then continue again towards me. I can't tell you the feeling of fear I was feeling. There was a lamp behind my head, and I couldn't lift my arm up to turn it on. The footsteps continued towards me, and a man turned a corner into the living room and saw me. I thought it was an intruder at first, but what I saw, I will always believe, was this spirit from another time. The moonlight was pretty bright that night, and I could make out his features. He was tall and thin, about 6'4". I know this because my dad was that tall. He had reddish-brown hair with a beard and mustache. He had a white shirt under his high-waisted pants with suspenders. He just looked at me as if to say, "I've been here all along and it's okay." I thought Muffin was going to have a heart attack, but as soon as I saw this man, incredibly, he calmed down. The man stood there for a couple of minutes and then turned and walked back with heavy footsteps again and back through the 2 doors that weren't there. I waited until the sun started rising and ran to my parents' bedroom totally freaked out. I told them someone was in the house last night, and my mom immediately agreed and said she heard it too. I gave my parents a description of the man and they called the police. Now mind you, the police had been there on several occasions because of these disturbances. After this last incident, they themselves did some research and found that there were 2 men who lived on the property the house was built on who were murdered. This was during the 1700s, and the cops showed us a picture of the 2 men. One of them was the man that I saw, which confirmed my belief of a spirit encounter. We moved from this house within a few months. I've always been very aware of forces around me. I was 7 when my grandfather was taken to the hospital. A blow of sadness came over me, and I knew he was never going to return. I blurted out to my aunt that Papa had died and would never come back. Just after saying this, my parents came home and told us sadly that Papa had passed away. I knew right away that Papa had come to say goodbye to me. As my life progressed, a lot of little things started happening. In the early 80s, my grandmother passed. At that time, my husband and I were renting a duplex from her. Since a lot of people had come from out of town, they wanted to expedite her estate as soon as possible. Immediately after the funeral, her house was cleaned out and put on the market. My husband and I stayed on until they could sell it. About 2 weeks later, I was home alone. My husband worked nights and only me and my dog were there. At about 2 a.m., I started hearing sounds in our apartment. At first my dog started to growl, but then he fell silent. Since I was the only one home, I originally thought that there might be burglars looking for something to steal, so I called the police. They told me to wait in my apartment until they could get there. Meanwhile, in my grandmother's apartment, it sounded like bedlam. Drawers were being opened and closed, and doors were being slammed. When the police came and we entered her apartment, nothing was amiss, and all became quiet. The officer told me that there was no forced entry. The door was double bolted, and unless someone else had a key, they could have not gotten in. They left, and about a half hour later, the noise starts in again. I called the cops. They come out, but no one there. By this time, I'm hysterical and call my husband home from work. While I was waiting for his return, the front door slammed and opened shut so hard that the plates of glass in my living room window shattered. I definitely felt that it was my grandmother's doing. I wonder what she may have been searching for. Maybe she became mad because everything was gone. I've had some other things happen, and I feel as if the undead are drawn to me. I will write again soon and tell you about the haunted apartment. Until then, thank you for reading my story. This just happened during the night. My daughter Courtney was lying in bed, and suddenly, she saw my deceased brother sitting on the side of her bed. My brother had lived in England and dropped dead of a heart attack almost 2 years ago. She was shocked to see him there and a little afraid as she knew he was dead. His name was Bill. Bill leaned forward, looking intently into her eyes, and then leaned back. Courtney, being frightened, closed her eyes. She suddenly felt like she could not move. It was like a wet blanket was on top of her. This really made Courtney freak out. She also could not speak. She was frozen. But then Bill was gone. I think Bill was coming to tell her something, especially when he was leaning forward towards her. The other part, I cannot figure out. Bill would never hurt Courtney, and he would never bring anything evil with him. Her husband and Jack Russell Terrier were out in another room and knew nothing until it was all over, which she then went out of the bedroom to desperately find them. My daughter doesn't know what to think. We need an explanation. I believe my brother was trying to give my daughter some information. The leaning forward then back. I myself had a ghost visit me as a child. 15 years later, I was married and working on family genealogy when a family cousin gave me a photo to borrow that contained my great-grandfather who came from Ireland. This man in the photo looked just like the ghost who came to me as a child. Also, I had funny things happen after my dad died. For one, I took pictures of my dad's car before trading it in, some years after his passing, as it was the last thing of his to go. The pictures were foggy like a ghost stood in front of the camera. It was film pictures then, and the rest of the roll had wonderful photographs. I had also seen my previous husky who passed away in 2005 in the house 3 times. I've gone as far as almost 2 hours away to a doctor's appointment and was in an exam room on the table when something touched my foot. Things never happened to other people in my house, just me. But my daughter, after graduating college, had one dream while still living here in 2008, where both grandparents and our previous husky were in this dream. This was the first time she met her grandmother, as I became pregnant with her right before my mom died. I know it was real and true by what she said to Courtney. My mother liked to put on airs, like she was better than others. That told me it was her by the haughty words Mom used. Around my daughter's birthday in March, my brother Bill was in a dream of hers. My daughter didn't believe before in spirits. She certainly does now. I lost a child, a miscarriage, 2 months before I became pregnant with Courtney. I wondered whether this spirit, whatever, that was preventing Courtney from moving, could have been a child trying to get close to its sister and Bill brought it to meet Courtney, just trying to figure this out. I've been concerned that this also could be a sign that someone in the family will pass soon. Help. I've owned the largest New Age shop in northeastern Pennsylvania, the Emporium of Curious Goods, for the past 19 years. For 16 of those years, I lived in an upstairs apartment until I bought a 22-room Victorian mansion in the next town. Quite frequently during the apartment living, and still to this day downstairs in the shop, I see a large gray cat, usually out of the corner of your eye, but then it vanishes when you look directly at it. I'm not the only one to see it. Many customers over the years have said things like, "You know you're not alone in here," or they'll just outright tell me they saw a big, gray cat which vanished before their eyes. One lady recently told me she saw it lying on a counter and went over to pet it, thinking it was real, and it vanished before she reached it. Just a few months ago, I was behind the counter and 4 teenage boys were looking at books in front of the shop. I heard the familiar cat call, "Puss, puss, puss," come from one of them. I looked up to see what was going on, and they called back to me, "Hey, do you know you have a cat out here?" I asked them what it looked like and where it was. They told me it was a big, gray cat, and it walked around the corner of the counter. Now, the counter in question is against the wall, so if it walked around the corner, it had to vanish into the wall. When they looked for it again, they couldn't find it. My partner once saw a curtain hanging at a door in a passageway, flip up at the bottom and then lower again, just as if an invisible animal had walked under it. Both one of my clerks and I have actually felt a cat rub up against our leg as we sit behind the counter. We don't know where it came from, but we nicknamed it Spooky, and when we came in the morning and found an item thrown off of a shelf and broken on the floor, we always say, well, Spooky was on the prowl overnight again. One odd thing is the fact that the mansion I bought was the site of a suicide years ago. It belonged to a doctor and his wife committed suicide in his carriage house, still on the property. She closed the door, turned the car on, and was found many hours later. There are many rumors I've heard as to why, but I do not know if any of them are true. But the ending of the story is that it is the most quiet house I've ever lived in. No activity at all, no feelings, no vibes. I have 5 cats, and at times they seem to follow with their eyes something moving across a room or up a wall, but at the same time, I experience nothing. The only odd thing concerning the cats is the fact that my oldest cat, which incidentally was gray, died of old age problems a few years ago in the house. I buried him under the kitchen window area outside in a large patch of ivy. This has now overgrown the gravesite, but all the cats at various times sit on the kitchen windowsill and just stare down at the spot where Salazar is buried. Sometimes their tails twitch and their heads move back and forth, as if they are following something outside. I've even gone out to look when this happens, and there is never anything there. At least I can't see it, but they definitely see and watch something. It seems strange to me that a house from 1895, which probably had many deaths there over 100 years, plus a suicide, only manifests a recently deceased cat. But I guess it is what it is. Thank you for reading. My very special father got sick around Christmas, 2002. The doctors told us that it was probably lung cancer, which originated from his colon, which he had partially removed a few years before. He was 82 years old, but even with all of the cancer treatments, he was not the least bit confused or fuzzy-brained. As he grew sicker, one day he looked at me and said, "Look at the little boy at the end of the bed eating an ice cream cone." I looked, and there was nothing there that I could see. He said, "Why can't you see him? He's sitting there smiling and having a great time." I thought at the time that Daddy may be losing it. 2 days later, he looked at me again and said, "Now the little boy wants me to play ball with him. Don't you see him on the other end of my bed?" Once again, I told him I was sorry, but I didn't. The little boy obviously cheered my dad up because it put a big smile on his thin, worn face. That next morning, the nurse called me and told me that my sweet dad had passed away quietly in his sleep that night. I'm telling this story because I believe with all my heart that the little boy at the end of the bed was an angel that came to take my dad to heaven. My mom had a miscarriage before I was born, and it was a boy. It could have even been my brother. What I'm trying to say is that now, more than ever, I believe that there is a life after death, and before you die, an angel is sent to carry you to heaven. I love and miss my dad more than I can say, but because of the little angel, I know that my dad is in a wonderful place where you eat ice cream cones and play ball together.
The Kaimaki House is a true story about a haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii. The ghost that is said to haunt the house is called Acacia, a man-eating demon from Japanese folklore with an insatiable hunger for blood and corpses. There is an infamous haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii that locals call Kaimaki House. In the summer of 1942, the house was occupied by a single mother and her 3 children. One night, the police were called to her house. They found the hysterical woman in the front yard screaming, "She's trying to kill my children." When they entered the house, the police officers stumbled onto a scene that they would never forget. The 3 children were being thrown around the room by an invisible force. The officers watched for over an hour, unable to do anything, as the children were beaten and strangled by the unseen entity. The incident was on the front page of the local newspaper headlines for several days. Years later, 3 girls were sharing the house. One night, they started to hear strange noises. It sounded like someone was moving around and talking. One of the girls felt an invisible hand on her arm. They called the police. When the officer arrived, he found the 3 girls standing outside the house with a look of sheer terror on their faces. The girls decided to go and stay with one of their mothers, and the policemen decided to follow them to make sure nothing happened. However, on the way, the police officer saw the girl's car pull over into a parking lot. The girl in the front seat was struggling with something invisible that was trying to strangle her. When the police jumped out of his car and tried to rescue the girls, he felt a strange, calloused hand grab his arm and twist it. Suddenly, the door of the vehicle flew open and the girl was thrown out onto the road. She was clawing at her throat as if someone was choking her. They were unable to do anything to stop the attack and were forced to watch as the woman was strangled to death. In 1977, a Japanese couple moved into the haunted house in Kaimaki. They didn't know anything about its history. On their first night in the place, the wife woke up at midnight because the bedroom was very cold. When she looked around, she was horrified to see a ghostly white figure floating in midair. It was a woman with no arms or legs. When the wife tried to wake her husband, the figure disappeared. The next day, the couple were so disturbed by the apparition that they contacted a priest. He advised them to make offerings of bread and water to the spirit every night. He said it was Acacia, a Japanese demon caused by some horrible murders that occurred in the house years before. After repeating the ceremony every night for a week, the couple never saw the horrific spirit in the house again. These stories are just the tip of the iceberg. They say the cause of the haunting was a series of terrible murders. Many years before, a Japanese immigrant lived in the house with his wife and 2 children. Apparently, the husband killed his wife, his son, and his daughter. He chopped up the bodies and hid them on the property. The police discovered the corpses of the wife and son buried in the garden, but the daughter's body was never found. They say her corpse is still hidden somewhere in the house. After that, the house was abandoned for many years. Later, there were 2 women who lived in the house. One of the women fell in love with a man. There was some type of love triangle, and they say the man was driven mad by jealousy. He murdered both of the women and then committed suicide in the house. The bodies of the 3 people were found inside the home after a few days. It is believed that these horrible murders were created by Acacia, a Japanese demon created by a grudge or extreme anger after a shocking murder. Today, villagers still tell stories of the terrifying occurrences, and many books and newspaper articles have been written detailing the haunting in Kaimaki House. In another story, an hour ago, dispatch received a call from the neighbors. There were shrieks coming from this house, and then a woman was hysterical in the yard. Something was in the house, they say, that was smashing furniture and attacking anyone who tried to come in. It seemed to be after her son, who, according to the officers, was floating smack dab in the middle of the room while all the fracas was going on. The officers say that the attack lasted for nearly an hour. The blood-soaked interior of the room and all the furniture had been smashed to a million bits, as if a tornado had torn into Kamiki, had been methodically pulled apart by the arms, legs, and head before his torso was ripped in half like a gutted fish. The family that lived there before the vacancy had 2 children and a single mother. Both children were killed by this entity, ripped apart by an invisible force right before the mother's eyes, as well as the eyes of several police officers that were called to the scene due to screams and major commotion. These events are actually documented in a police report, therefore deeming this event credible. The land remembers. One night, I was camping near where an old river dam had been. I pulled the canoe late, so I just draped the tarp over the canoe and crawled in underneath it and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of roaring water. I crawled out from under the tarp, and the sound stopped. I thought I must have been imagining it, or it was the wind through the trees or something. I crawled back under the tarp, and the sound started again. This time, when I crawled out, it didn't stop. The sound got louder and louder. I realized that it sounded like water ripping through the woods. Even the dogs had their hair on end. I quick pulled the tarp off the canoe and dragged it up to the top of a ridge and waited to see what was making that noise. Then I heard the voices, men yelling and a dull thumping noise. I huddled down next to the boat, pulled the dogs close, and waited for the sun to come up to find out what was happening. Morning came, and there was nothing to see. To this day, I don't know what it was, but I have my ideas. I will not camp there ever again. I was told that the land remembers, and that's fine. I just don't need to be there when it's remembering. The Thing. When I was younger, I used to visit my family with my grandfather in Knoxville, Tennessee. He had 9 brothers and sisters that lived up there, and they all had children, my cousins. Everyone lived in one really large house. The house had a huge backyard, about 3 football fields long, but past the yard on all sides was nothing but mountains and woods. One night, I was out in the woods, although wasn't supposed to be. Adults would always yell. When I saw what I guess to be a half-body apparition. I never found an explanation for it. I can only describe it as half a person. The torso was missing. It was just black, but almost see-through black, if that makes sense. It wasn't in a straight form. It was almost like moving gas. But it was definitely the lower portion of a very tall person. It just materialized suddenly, although the moment before I saw it, I heard a noise that I can't describe. It sounded like a really heavy person, around 300 to 400 pounds to make that noise, stepped on a really heavy or thick branch and cracked it. I booked it up to the house as fast as I could. My oldest cousin stopped me, and I explained as much as I could at the time. He had also seen something familiar a few summers before that. The Scream. Some friends and I were doing some night fishing on the James River. We were sitting along the shoreline with a nice fire going, accompanied by the usual idle talk and a few beers, when suddenly everyone just stopped talking, like a switch was flipped off. We were all staring across the river and felt as if something or someone was staring back. It was a very uneasy feeling, to which some of the group tried to shake off with the typical macho humor.
when a blood-curdling sound erupted from the other shore that froze everyone in their tracks. This sound was unlike any other that I had heard, and it made every hair on my body vibrate and tickle. The only way I can describe it is it sounded like a wild person with no language skills being gutted alive. No words, just this high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. Nobody moved or said a word. We all just sat there, fixed in our stare, when just as suddenly, a second scream was let loose, with even more force than the first. By this time, several of us were sprinting to our tracks that were parked within 20 or 30 feet and retrieving various firearms. We all sat there quietly with our eyes fixed, staring towards the opposite shore, watching the light from our fire reflecting off the rocks. Hours later, we packed it up and left, feeling very unsettled. We never did figure out that one out, or even hazard a guess as to what was on the opposite bank. The invisible assailant. It was very early in the morning, around 2 to 3 a.m., and I was in a very open area, waiting for my boss to return with some equipment. As I was waiting, I got that feeling like I was being watched by something that didn't want me there and had some intent on harming me. I stood up and looked around. The moon was very bright that night, and I could clearly see all the way to the tree lines, probably 50 yards on both sides of me. Nothing around. I calmed down a bit and took my pack off my back to get my drink out. As I opened my drink, I hear this whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound flying through the air from behind me. It was like that sound that a stick makes if you throw it overhand. I literally drove out of the way with my bag falling to the ground and my drink flying through the air, spilling as I jumped away. I recover from my diving experience and take my radio out of my bag to radio my boss. I go, "I'm not trying to freak you out or anything, but I'm on my way back to the shop. I just had something thrown at me." As I'm talking to him, I'm looking around on the snowy ground for anything that could have been hurled at me. There was nothing on the ground but snow. I had no idea what the hell was going on at this point. His reply of, "I've already got a head start on you. I'll see you there," sounded out of breath like he was running. I gather my stuff and start hauling ass back to the shop. I get back and meet up with my boss. He's pacing back and forth in our shop, freaking out. I get him to calm down, and he tells me he was on his way back up to me when he got the same feeling I got before something got thrown at me. He said after he got the feeling, he stopped to look around and heard something clearly two-legged start walking towards him, barely crunching in the snow. Then he said it started running at him, but there was nothing in sight. All of the sounds of movement stopped, and he froze to listen for more sounds. Then he said a hot breath was hitting the back of the neck, and he proceeded to freak the fuck out. He said he ran the whole way back to the shop, and about halfway back is when he heard me on the radio. The crazy part about this whole thing is the area we were working has several burial mounds in the woods from Native Americans. Apparently, there also used to be an altar of some kind, made out of stone, that was buried during a construction project a few decades ago. The Thing in the Swamp. As I sat in the dark,
In my tree stand, I kept having that feeling of being watched. Now I have hunted, camped, and grew up in the woods and am completely at home, day or night, in the darkest, deepest swamps, and I had never had this feeling. I just couldn't put my finger on it. When I was slithering down later that morning, I saw something out of the corner of my eye about the same time that I heard it. I heard the crash and just barely caught the sight of something running through the palmettos parallel to me. Now I say barely because it looked like a huge brown dog. Honestly, at first I thought it was a buffalo. It crashed through the thicket and I heard it hit water. It sounded like a herd of hogs plowing the trees. Around 2 or so that afternoon, I had been sitting in the stand, maybe an hour or so, when I heard the faint splash of hogs across the thicket in the swamp. As it got louder, I began getting nervous. It was so weird because I had never felt that way before. Well, what I thought was a bunch of hogs turned out to be one single critter. When it was within a few hundred yards, I could hear it plain and clear. Whatever it was in no hurry and stayed out of sight. I had scouted the area and I knew the water the creature was in was waist deep on me. I could hear the splash, drip, 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 splash, as it put one foot in front of the other, real slow, like it was trying to be quiet. I thought it might be another person, till I thought about how deep that water was. I would never point a gun at a noise or anything I wasn't planning to kill dead, but as that noise got louder, I was looking down the barrel. I was actually shaking. The creature eventually got to the edge of the water with about 40 yards of thicket before the open ground between us. It crashed about 10 or 15 yards and then went quiet. Deathly quiet. No frogs, no crickets, no birds, nothing. I might have imagined it, but I thought I could hear something every now and then, like it was slipping in on me. It was getting dark by then, and to say I was shaken would be an understatement of the century. I never saw or heard anything else that evening, but I was so put off by the sounds that I left my bag hanging on a nail in the stand. It was 2 days before I got the nerve up to go back after my bag. But when I returned, the bag was gone and the bark of the tree had been scratched and clawed to hell. I have never been back to that swamp. I've told a few people about the creature, but no one believes me. The Thing in the Woods. When I was young, we lived in this tiny town. It had 3 streets, 2 streetlights, and about 50 homes. All of the town kids would get together and play pickup games of baseball and such during the summer months. This particular evening, after the sun went down, we decided to play laser tag. There were about 10 of us, and all of us had our own set of tag vests and laser guns. We basically took over one section of the town and would run through the yards and hide behind garages. Anything we wanted to do. We split into 5 teams of 2. I was with my stepbrother at the time, Ryan. As I mentioned earlier, there were 3 main streets in this town and lots of alleyways. One of the streets was the easternmost, and it was bordered by a marsh and woods on one side and homes on the other. Ryan and I were running down the street, thinking we had seen one of the other teams running through a yard. We were going to block them in and shoot them, so Ryan and I split up. He went west, and I stayed on the eastern road, bordering the woods. This is a scary road at night. The houses are a little dilapidated on the left, and the woods on the right have some ruins of old farmhouses scattered throughout. The marsh attracted a lot of frogs and other animals, so it was always loud. I continued walking along and soon became distracted with cracking twigs and leaves in the woods. My heart started to race, but I was frozen in fear. I just couldn't move. I looked to my right, and there was an old dead tree, and I swore that I saw a movement behind the trunk. I stared, waiting for it to move again. I saw the tall, dark figure lean its head around the trunk of the tree. I could not see any features in detail because it was nighttime, but I could make out the dark, solid figure. It was standing upright. This told me it was time to leave. I ran home and stayed inside the rest of the night. I didn't even bother to tell my stepbrother. He later came in mad because I had abandoned him. Today, I wonder if this was the same thing that chased my dad. I have posted that story as well. Wake up call, Texas style. A little background before the story. It was the summer that I turned 10 years old. I was spending the summer working with my grandfather. He was retired. In his life, he had been a soldier from World War I, farmer, mechanic, carpenter, salesman, general handyman, and anything else that needed to be done to make a living for his family. A true burly man. He and my grandmother lived in a house in Mineral Wells, Texas, that he, my dad, and uncles had built on a small farm at the edge of town. His farm was about 10 acres and covered in fruit trees and garden plots. There was a man-made pond, or tank as they are called in Texas, right outside the kitchen window. The house was small and utilitarian. It had a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, Granny and Granddad's, and off-limits to the grandkids, and a small guest bedroom that I was staying in that summer. Someone had given my grandfather an old house for the materials in it if he would tear it down and haul it off. So my dad and uncles tore the house and hauled all of the material to Granddad's backlot. Granddad was going to use the lumber to build a workshop, guest house for all of his kids and grandkids to make use of, and my job was to pull and straighten nails and sort the lumber that was stacked out back. Summers in Texas are brutal. Granddad would get up early, before it was light outside, then wake me up. Granny always had a breakfast ready for us. We would eat and then get to work. We would work until around 10, or until Granddad thought it was warm enough. Then we would go inside, cool off, have lunch, maybe take a nap or play dominoes or cards, then go back out and work some more in the evening when it had cooled off outside. To make a short story long, one morning I woke up before Granddad had called me to get up. I had the feeling that he was in the room just staring at me. I was lying there wondering why he hadn't teased me about being a lazybones or slug-aped as he usually did. Finally, I opened my eyes to see what he was up to. When I opened my eyes, I noticed that the room was completely lit up, like the sun was coming through the windows. Then I heard a loud voice yell, "You peeked! You're dead!" Then an explosion of light. Then the whole room went dark. I was lying there with my eyes squeezed shut, scared out of my wits. I was thinking, "Holy crap, I'm dead," or something along those lines. I don't know how long I lay there thinking that I was really dead and that this was indeed a very strange experience. Finally, Granddad came into the room, flipped on the light, yelled at me to quit burning daylight, and I realized that I was still alive. After a couple of days, I asked Granddad if anything weird had ever happened to him or Granny in the house. He said, "Don't worry about it," and would change the subject whenever I tried to bring it up. When I would ask Granny, she would say that she didn't understand and change the subject. Could have been a dream, but if it was the most intense, terrifying dream that I have ever had. With Granny and Grandkids' responses, I think that there was something going on, but they didn't want to scare me or any of the others. Granny and Granddad lived in the house for about another 10 years before moving into a trailer on my uncle's ranch in West Texas. Until they moved, I never slept in that room again, and if I had to go into it for any reason, would get in and get out as quickly as possible. The Shadow Man is back. It's been a while since I posted anything on here, since I only had one experience whilst I was a child. So the spirit demon creature that I have dreamed and deemed the Shadow Man has come back into my life. Now, before I say what has started happening, I will explain a bit about what happened when I was a kid. Basically, when I was younger, I had a spirit stalk me wherever I went. I always felt like I was being followed whenever I went outside when it was getting dark. I would always see it out the window, but whenever I saw it, it would run away. I believe that it increased my anger issue when I was a kid. To put it simply, when I was younger, I had anger issues that were never really tied to anything. I had a short temper, but I don't remember doing as much as people said I did. Throwing things at people's head, trying to hit people with metal bats, etc. Since I can remember I had anger issues, and since I can remember I saw the Shadow Man following me, and after a certain point, I stopped seeing him, and my anger issues subsided sometime around the end of elementary school. Now, I believe it is back. About a month or so ago, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I was at work around 8 and it was dark outside. I work at a fast food joint and don't usually have the later shifts, and I felt like something was watching me from outside the dining room windows. The dining room walls are pretty much all windows, by the way, and I kept feeling the need to look out the windows and look into the darkness of night. And for the second time in my life, I was extremely uncomfortable in going out into the dark because I knew it was out there. Although I knew, in the end, I had to suck it up and throw out the garbage. At the time, I just ignored it and thought I was just paranoid for no reason, but 2 weeks ago, whilst I was in the morning shift before the store even opened, I saw a black figure walking around in the dining room, and by the time I went to check it out, the Shadow Man was gone. The reason I knew it was him is because I got a better look at him than I usually did. After that, I started getting scared. Now I thought, hey, maybe it's just a mistake and maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe it was something that, I was just making up in my head, as I just mentioned. But now I just learned that last night my mom woke up to a black figure. The way she described it matches the exact same thing I saw. Standing near her bed and looking down at her, and when she woke up, it disappeared. Now, back when I was a kid, it caused me anger issues, from what I believe, and now, as of late, I have been feeling more annoyed, angry, bitter, hateful. At the moment, I am trying to tell myself that it is all in my head, but I was wondering what you guys thought, and is there a way for me to get it out of my life? I am honestly so scared to lose what's left of who I am. I already hate most people. I didn't when I was younger. There are times I don't feel emotions, and to be honest, I don't value human life at all. I'm not a psychopath. I just don't care about people at all, and don't feel anything when people die around me. I still try to be nice, and I still try and care for people, but I've always felt like there was a part of me missing. A part of my soul. I'm agnostic. So what do you guys think? Anything will help. Real experience with Bloody Mary. I was only 7 at the time. A few friends and I went to a bowling alley. Now our parents belonged to a bowling group, so we just chilled at the arcade part. One of the other kids told us a story about Bloody Mary. My friends and I didn't believe them. So me and 2 of my friends went to the men's room. All we had was a flashlight. We turned off all the lights and chanted, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." My one friend then flashed a flashlight on and quickly off. I looked at the mirror and there was a girl. She looked like she was in her early 20s. She was looking the other way, yet started to turn towards us. My friend and I bolted out of there before she attacked us like the legend says. After this experience, I feel like someone's always watching me. I haven't tried contacting any other spirits after this. A few months after my friend did this, my dad died. Could she have driven him crazy enough to kill himself? Could the spirit be so full of rage, it drives people to shoot themselves? Now, ever since this happened, my moods are different. I'm 15 and sometimes I'll just suddenly go into depression. Some days I just want to curl up and die. Could this be revenge for summoning her all these years ago? My friends who did this with me all stopped talking to me. I met one recently and she seems okay. Could I have been the only one who's seen Bloody Mary? Could she only be after me? If she is, then why? This may have happened 7 or 8 years ago, but I still feel the effects. The fireplace. This is the first paranormal experience that I ever had. It took place at my grandma's house, and I was 7 years old. My grandma lived in a suburb of Melbourne called St. Kilda and lived on Crema Street. Many of the houses in St. Kilda were built in the late 1800s to the early 1900s, and many were mansions. My grandma's house was a single-story, red-bricked, 2-bedroom home that was very modest in comparison to some of the mansions that were built on Crema Street. It was built on a large block of land, and I remember the front and back being overgrown with trees. Sadly, many of these houses have now been torn down to make room for newly built houses and apartment buildings. My grandma's home had 2 bedrooms at the front of the house, and then a long dark hallway which led to the lounge and kitchen area. The laundry and bathroom facilities were located outside, which was not unusual for houses built in this era. The main bedroom, which was my grandma's, had a huge fireplace in it. No central heating back in the day when the houses were built. The house was always cold, mainly due to the fact that it was surrounded by trees. It was a great cool house to be in during the hot summer, but it would get extremely cold in the wintertime. There was a gas heater at the front of the house, which would warm up the lounge and kitchen area, but bedrooms would always stay cold. As my grandma was getting old and suffered from bad asthma, my dad used to worry a lot in the winter that she would get too cold in the wintertime at night in her bedroom. My grandma absolutely refused to use the fireplace as she was scared of having an accident and being burnt or setting the house on fire. Many times when we visit her, I can remember my dad constantly offering to light a small fire in the fireplace, telling my grandma that he would extinguish it before we left, just so she could have a bit of warmth in her room at night. But she flatly refused, and would be very adamant that she did not want to ever use the fireplace. I remember it was a Saturday night, and my dad and I had stayed for dinner. I was sitting on the floor in front of the TV, and I was watching The Muppet Show. I must have fallen asleep, and my dad took me to my grandma's room and put me in her bed. He left the door open and switched on a lamp next to the bed. I remember walking up and realizing that I was in my grandma's room, and I was all alone. I hated being alone in her house, and I was really afraid of the long, dark hallway and would never venture to the front of the house without someone being with me. I threw back the bed covers and contemplated whether I should call out for my dad to come and get me, or if I should make the bolt down the dark hallway to the safety of my dad and grandma. I put my feet on the floor, deciding I would run down the hallway, and something flickering caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Standing by the fireplace was a transparent figure of a lady. She was standing side on and seemed to be gazing sadly into the fireplace. She was wearing a nightgown that was long at the back, but the front of the gown seemed much shorter and ragged looking. I screamed like a banshee and tore out of the room down the hallway where my dad met me halfway. Through terrified tears, I told him that there was a lady in a funny nightie in my grandma's room. He went to have a look while my grandma hugged me. She told me not to be afraid and the lady would never hurt me. My dad assumed that I must have had a bad dream, although I insisted it was real. Every time we visited my grandma after this, I would never look into her bedroom, for fear I would see this lady once again. A few years later, my grandma moved as the house was getting too much for her to maintain on her own, and she moved into a smaller flat. While packing and cleaning up, my dad made a joke that at least we would not have to clean out the fireplace, as it had never been used, and it brought back the memory of the night I saw the lady in the strange nightie. I asked my grandma if she remembered, and she said of course she did. She then went on to tell me that she had seen this lady on many occasions over the years, and had grown used to seeing her. She believed that she was a past resident of the house that had probably fallen into the fireplace and had burnt herself to death. Hence why her nightgown was shorter and ragged at the front, as it was burnt. My grandma had not mentioned this to me before, as she did not want me to be any more scared than I was when I visited her. This is why she never used the fireplace, as she felt this lady answered and appeared as a warning that accidents can happen, and obviously my grandma took her warning very seriously. My grandma has since passed away, but I will never forget that night I saw this apparition of the lady with the funny nightie. A head in the fireplace. I've lived in the same house all my life. I'm 16 in a few weeks. I'm not an expert on these sorts of things, like you guys seem to be after reading some of your stories, so bear with me, as I'm not very knowledgeable on the subjects of ghosts and demons and those things of that nature. My house is pretty old, about 80 years old, my mom says. My Gramps believes in this sort of thing, but the rest of my family is pretty skeptical, so we will rarely discuss it. The first thing I remember happening to me is when I was about 6. I had chickenpox, and I couldn't sleep because they were so itchy, and my mom let me stay up late. It was about midnight, and I was watching Jurassic Park. I was alone, but my mom was in the next room, if I needed her. We have this big old-fashioned fireplace, but we rarely light it, and it wasn't lit on this night. There was a funny bit in the movie, and I giggled, and I heard a laugh, really quietly, but pretty gruff like a man's. I turned around and saw a man's head in the fireplace. It disappeared quickly, but I was convinced of it. I wasn't frightened at all and just carried on watching the film. See, I have no idea how that head even materialized. I know there was an old lady who previously lived there. She was a librarian. She knew my mom, and my mom had lived on this street all her life. The lady moved out and went to live with her relatives. That was about 25 years ago, so I'm assuming she's not alive, and she was very old when she left. So I'm thinking she might have had a husband, and I guess if I were to explain the fireplace incident, it might have been her husband in the fireplace. I know this is a short story, but there were other events that occurred that I will explain in a different post. So, does anybody know what happened or can explain anything about the man in the fireplace? I'm still at a loss for words. I don't know what to say about that. As I said, I'm new to this whole experience and I don't know much about paranormal activity. Thank you, though. About 15 years ago, the guy living in my current house died. After about 12 years, we moved in. People say he died from a heart attack, but others say his wife killed him. But I ended up getting the room he died in. Every night, I could hear beating in the chimney in the room, and it would slowly move its way up right above my bed. A week later, I had my friend Megan spend the night to see if we could hear it too. Well, she did. Then I had my sister stay in there to see if she could hear it. About a week later, it was my birthday, and we slept out in the tent. We could hear someone screaming, so we went out to check it out. We didn't see anything outside, so we went inside. We could hear footsteps up the stairs, but we didn't see anybody. But then the door to my room opened. We went in there, and we saw a shadow going into the chimney. We were wondering why he would go into the chimney, and people say that his wife killed him and stuffed him in the chimney itself. Every other night, I can hear the doorbell ring, but no one is there. So I'd go up to my bed. Then I could hear the door shut and hear the footsteps go up the stairs and into my room, but this time I didn't see anybody. I've heard rumors that there's a chimney ghost, but also that the body may still be there. Then again, I've never seen a body in the chimney, so I really doubt there would be a body stuffed in the chimney still after all this time. This is pretty creepy, and all the occurrences in the chimney just leave me unsettled. Thanks for reading.
About 1 week ago, my daughter called me from work asking me if I would take in a dog that had been hit by a car and that they thought both its legs were broke. I said yes, and while her friend was bringing her to me, I was getting a cage with bedding, blankets, paper, food, and water ready for her arrival. The friend got to my home, and we walked out together as it took the two of us to carry the dog. We got her in my home, and I saw that she was hurt worse than they had thought, so I'd put my dog in another room, and we put her here in the living room in the toddler bed so I could stay with her. The friend left, and I called my girlfriend to come over because I had no money to take the dog to the vet and thought she may help. By the time the dog got to my house, I covered her in blankets and tried putting water in her mouth with my fingers and moistened her lips and tongue. Her gums and tongue were pale, like she was in shock. She started having trouble breathing, so I rolled her over. Nothing changed and only got worse in a few minutes. By the time my girlfriend had gotten there, I had already once thought that the dog had died. She stopped breathing, then suddenly, she took a breath, and my girlfriend came in, and the dog was having a really hard time, only breathing periodically. Within 5 minutes of my girlfriend getting there, the dog died. I made sure for about 10 minutes, and then covered her head with the blankets I had tried to warm her with. My girlfriend and I then sat. I bawled my eyes out, and she tried to comfort me. I then got myself together and started trying to figure out what to do with the poor dog's remains. I kept checking her to assure she was gone and closed her mouth. I got a shower curtain and a stuffed toy to put under her chin to lay with her to rest in peace. Then I took my family blanket we used to watch TV and throw over us to wrap the little girl in love. Then I found an old cargo net out of my old SUV to tie it shut, as I didn't know as of yet where to put her as the ground was frozen, so I couldn't even bury her. About 30 minutes later, My girlfriend and I decided to put the little one, all tied up and warm, in my girlfriend's garage until we could bury her. We drove to her house and I carried her in and placed her on an old lounge napping couch. Me and my girlfriend had broken up over this and stayed that way until the day of the encounter. Now this dog was a black lab with white down the center of its chest and a faded red nylon collar. Then the 16th rolled around and I was just bothered and wanted to see my girlfriend. So I texted her asking if she wanted to come by that evening and hang out. Of course she said yes. So she came over straight from work that evening and we had a few beers and were driving around. While driving around, she told me that she had gotten someone to bury the dog a couple of days prior about 30 minutes away. We got a little over halfway between her house and mine, and we passed a dog on the road coming towards us in the other lane of a 2-lane road. I slowed down and gasped for air and said, "Oh my God, did you see that?" She asked, "What are you talking about?" And I replied with, "No, I'm not saying a word. I'm turning around and see what you think." She replied, "I think I know what you are going to say." So I found a place to turn around, and we drove back to see this dog. We found it on the other lane of the road, walking up another road that went up the hill. I said, "No, Kathy, wait, just look." So I drove up beside the dog, and it stopped and stared at us without making a move or sound. So I ended up rolling down my window and said, "Hey there, baby." Still no wag of a tail or anything. It looked just like that dog that we had that died previously, and had the very same color. Kathy told me to get the hell out of there and just not speak about it anymore. But what does this mean? Did we see the dead ghost of the dog that we just took care of? Because I swear it seemed like the same one. It looked exactly like it. I just don't know what to think at this point. But thank you for reading. My experience happened in late October to early November of 1985 or 1986, and for years, I've searched the web and reading materials of World War II for information regarding the USS Alabama. I gave up for a while, but recently my interest was aroused again, and there's more information available now on the ship. I toured the ship with my first husband and 2 other couples. No one else was on the ship except the 6 of us, and each chose a different route. I believe there were 3 painted lines, red, yellow, and blue, at the beginning of the tour, and each route ran through the entire ship, but just not together. Each couple chose a different route, and we did not run into each other again because the ship was so large. A few minutes into the tour, I had the feeling of not being alone, that other people were watching us, and I kept turning around, looking for someone, but no one was ever there. This continued throughout the entire tour, until my husband started questioning me on why I kept turning around. When I told him, he just scoffed at me. I never heard any voices or saw anyone or anything, but I just had the uncanny feeling of unseen presence and some sadness. The only noises I remember was something being banged on metal, which I attributed to the settling of the ship. At the very end of the tour, just before we were to get off the ship, we saw a sleeping compartment for some sort of lieutenant. I entered the compartment and sat on the bunk for just a second or two. As I was coming out of this compartment, something snatched a diamond earring out of my ear. Not much pain, but definitely a force, and not just the earring falling out on its own. I was upset because I thought even if I was able to find the earring, I would have to go to a jewelry store to get another back for it because I knew I would never be able to find the little tiny back to it. When we found the earring, it was in the corner 10 to 12 feet from where I had been standing and the back was still on it. I took this to mean that there definitely had been someone or something else on that tour with us, and because my husband kept scoffing at me, this was the other person's way of letting me know I had not been wrong. This next part may be just my imagination, or maybe there could have been pictures of some of the officers on the ship at the time I was there. I don't remember, but for years, I've carried the image of a tall, thin-faced, blonde officer in my mind. No name, just his face. A few weeks ago when I began my search again for information on the ship, one website had pictures and biographies of some of the commanders. One is the face I had seen in my mind for years. Unless there were pictures on that ship back in 85 or 86, there's no other place I could have seen that face. None of the books on World War II I've searched through have this man in them. This is the only strange thing that has ever happened to me. I've been to the Winchester Mystery House in California, the Oak Alley Plantation in Louisiana,
Civil War battlefield parks, etc. And never, ever has anything even remotely different happened to me. In my opinion, California is one of the most haunted places in the world. Its history is no doubt one of greed and sadness. Whole tribes of people like the Tungava, ravaged by disease, slavery, genocide, and deculturalization at the hands of the white man and his moral cloak. Both my mother and I have had a heightened sense of spirits, both good and bad, and have had many interesting encounters, of which many may be skeptical. Regardless, when one experiences things firsthand, they tend to be more understanding, and so I hope you find my encounters with spirits interesting. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was around 12 at the time. My mother and I lived in the Vanderlip estate of Portuguese Bend, a place of urban legend and mysterious happenings. Frank A. Vanderlip bought the Palos Verdes Peninsula back in 1913 and began construction of the Vanderlip estate within the year. There is a large mansion in which he and his family lived, and several other surrounding buildings. It is said that his daughter, Narissa, fell in love with an African American and bore his child, which was at the time an abomination. Outraged, her father locked her away in the asylum he had built across the road, now called Narissa Drive, and murdered her lover and child. It is also said that not long after, he murdered his entire family and their 2 dogs and buried them in the walls of the mansion, then hanged himself from a beam in the living room. Some say they have seen the ghosts of the family members in the windows of the mansion and have heard the cries of the children and barking of the dogs. Whether or not this is true is debatable, as there are no known historical accounts of this happening, but I will leave that to your judgment. What I can confirm is that this place is cursed by something dark. Experienced psychics will tell you to stay away from this area. It is not something to be tampered with, and I don't disagree. My mother and I lived in the farthest building up the hill, Casa Azul, which is, as the name describes, a blue house. All the homes in the estate are Spanish-styled houses of a somewhat lavish design, each with a unique name, indeed very beautiful and not seemingly sinister, not during the day anyway. Whenever my mother and I would explore the grounds, we could feel the presence of spirits around us, usually content and peaceful. But as soon as the sun would begin to set, we could feel the change come over the land, as if the air was constricted and something was lurking in the shadows that did not mean well. In our home, we would experience things all the time, and it didn't really frighten us. Events like screen doors opening and shutting when there was no wind, footsteps running on the tiled floors, objects taken and left in peculiar places. One time my mother's white gold hoop earrings went missing from her jewelry box. On my way back from the Greek pillar ruins, I felt something behind me and ran as quickly as I could down the hill. I stopped and turned to confront it, and there was nothing there. But when I turned around, there were the earrings in the middle of the path, just in front of my feet. The hair stood up on my whole body, and I picked them up and ran back to the house. On another occasion, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, reading quietly, when I heard something walk behind me and tenderly grabbing my hair, which was hanging over the back of the couch as it walked past. I thought it was my mother, but when I turned, no one was there. I remembered then that she had been sleeping for over an hour on the bed across the room, and I realized that I had been touched by a friendly spirit. Other things occurred in that house, like tipped over drinks, spirits like offerings, and broken dishes. The bathroom sink would randomly turn on, and beds would be unmade when we got back from hiking or days out. We heard laughter and cries, people whispering in other languages, and sometimes we would hear someone calling our names, but no one was there. We could also feel someone watching us while we were sleeping, hovering over us. There was also a ghost cat that lingered there who I called Daisy. Sometime later, we were forced to move back into the house I had lived in since I was 5 with my grandmother. She's a skeptical woman, an Episcopalian who doesn't believe in the supernatural. But many things have happened to me in that house. I've seen my deceased grandfather, a man who I've never met or saw a picture of, since he died in front of my mother when she was 8. The first time I saw him, I heard a high-pitched ringing in my ears, and when I looked through the back window of the study, I saw the cloudy gray figure of a man in his 50s-style clothing, thick-rimmed glasses, and hair combed back. He looked at me for a few seconds, and then he was gone. I saw him again 2 years later, only he made himself more present. He was less transparent, standing in the hall of the living room wearing a blue sweater, tan shorts, and the same thick rimmed glasses with combed back hair. When I described him to my mom, her face went slightly pale, and she showed me the picture of him, telling me who he was and what happened to him. We were both amazed. Other spirits dwelled in the house, and still do. Spirits of Tungva, spirits of things that were never human, and deceased relatives. My mother and I often smelled floral perfume and clove cigarettes at random times, and she was certain it was her grandmother's sister, Dorothy. My own grandmother, a Sakalam woman named Gloria, who was my father's mother, would watch over me, on and off, and still does. I know this because when she's present, everything gets quieter, and I get a static ringing in my ears, accompanied by the strong smell of cedar. There were good and evil spirits in the house. The bad were tall, wispy, shadow-like figures who would hover over you when you were sleeping, looking at you menacingly. They were energy stealers, much like the Dementors of Harry Potter, who hated good things and sage smoke. The good spirits were ghosts of Tungva, who my mother and I could feel constantly. Some felt lost, others scared and sad, and some angry. I think we intrigued them in some way. They would give us signs to make themselves known. We would ask to find beads, bowls, or shells, and they would appear. Sometimes, I would have to make a bed on the floor so my mother could sleep in my bed when she would visit, and on 2 separate occasions, I was moved. It was always the same position. I would be sleeping next to the closet, with my feet pointing toward the direction of the ocean, which was a 10-minute walk away. When I woke up, I would be at my mother's left side, laying horizontal to the ocean. The blankets were folded neatly underneath me, and I would wake up on my back. I sleep on my side, with the blanket laid neatly on top of me. After reading about the spirits of Hawaiian soldiers, the marchers, I have come to the conclusion that where I was lying must have been a sacred path, and the spirits continue to walk that way. To give you a visual idea, we lived right next to the Lunda Bay Canyon, which stretches from the top of the hill in Rancho Palos Verdes all the way down to the ocean's edge, though the portion between our house and PV Drive West was filled in and made into a storm drain. Still, as Jim Morrison said, the streets are fields that never die. I am a firm believer in ghosts and spirits, and I can tell you that everything I've said is true. Whether or not you believe me is your own choice, but if you keep an open mind, you might have a few stories of your own to tell. In 1967, we moved into a home in Lancaster, California. This was in the desert, and when it got really hot in the summer, me and my older brother liked to sleep outside. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps pacing up and down the hall. I just covered my head. Then one night, I heard the back doorknob moving like someone was trying to get in. I screamed for my dad, and we both walked down the hall towards the kitchen where the back door was located. As soon as we got within sight of the door, it stopped. The footsteps in the hall continued, though. Then one night, my brother and I were sleeping outside. We had just finished listening to the Dodgers game on the radio. I recall that game was very, very long, going into multiple extra innings. We fell asleep under the stars when the game was over. We suddenly woke up to our dog, who had been leashed to the tree we were under, running around the yard barking. We gathered up the dog and noticed that the metal clasp of the leash was bent backwards. This was a heavy cast clasp, and it would not be possible to bend it back unless we put it in a vise and used a hammer. So we tied the leash on. The dog could not have done it because this dog was just a little poodle terrier mix, and the bend was in the wrong direction for it to have been made if the leash was pulled on. Then I noticed it. The back door, which was half glass and inside of our glassed-in porch, was shaking and doorknob was rattling all by itself. I told my brother, "See, that's what I've been hearing." Now I had a witness. We watched it for a bit before it stopped. I heard the rattling doorknob several more times, once when I was sleeping outside by myself, and it was almost light out. This is where the story takes a freaky turn. The lady who sold the house to us was selling it because her husband had just died. All their children were gone, and she no longer needed a large 4-bedroom house. Also, the day we moved in, I was sick with a sore throat. The doorbell rang and my mom went to answer it. I followed her. At the door was a little girl, my age, named Kim, who I later became friends with. I was 7 when we moved in. She said that she had come to our house to inform us that we were moving into a house that was known in the neighborhood to be haunted. Then she left. I later did some research and read that poltergeists can't get through locked doors. When we slept outside, this back door was locked. If we needed to get in, there was another back door that led to my parents' bedroom. At about 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, I was leaving my apartment on North Penn near Qual Springs Mall in northwest Oklahoma City, and right as I got to the intersection of my complex and Penn Avenue, I ran out of gas. I whipped around the driveway and pulled to a stop at the entrance gate to avoid stalling out in the street. I popped the trunk of my Chevy, retrieved a gas can, and hooved it the half mile towards the Congo station at 122nd Street. I crossed Penn to the underdeveloped land to the east of Penn. Having lived in my apartment for 2 years, I was aware that there's a shanty for the local homeless people tucked a couple of hundred yards off the road next to the creek. In the summer, when the trees are green, it is virtually impossible to see the camp from the road. Walking in the desert at night, I kept glancing towards the shanty, just being curious. Stepping out of the grass across the creek, I spied a girl in her teens, or possibly early 20s, much younger than the panhandlers I see on the street corner every day. She had on jeans and a white shirt under a black hoodie that was almost all of the way unzipped. Her head was bowed down, and her raven hair concealed her face. As if she noticed me, she raised her head, parted her hair, and before her eyes met mine, she dissipated like smoke. Well, being no stranger to the paranormal, it was still a little creepy, so after I filled my gas can, I walked back on the other side of the street, and there was my story. Thanks for reading. All kinds of weird things used to happen around my house, day and night. I inherited the Disney Haunted House record album from my brother when he moved out of the house. I played it for the first time in my bedroom that I shared with my sister. I had asked my friend if she wanted to listen to it with me. I turned it on. Then she suggested we pull the drapes down and get on the bed with the sheet over our heads so we would be in semi-darkness to enjoy the album more. I figured why not, and then we proceeded to do just that. Not much time later, about the second section of the album, she noticed something and asked if it was me doing it. I had my eyes closed, so I asked her what she meant. She asked me if that was my hand. Huh? I opened my eyes, and there was a perfect image of a hand on the sheet. Just a hand, no arm attached or shadow of a person on the sheet. I told her to cut it out, that it wasn't a funny joke. She said it wasn't her. I looked over at her, and she had her hand right above her head, holding onto the sheet, and then I felt her arm and hand against my right arm. It scared us half to death. We threw back the sheet, and there was no one there. I've always been nervous about going into the basement. One day, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, I was down there with some friends. We were listening to the Disney Haunted House album, which was not a bright move on our part. One of my friends said she saw a shadow of a man near the stairs that led into the house. I went over to her because from where I was standing, my view of the stairs was blocked by a 10 by 10 foot cement foundation block, which acts as a base for the fireplace. When I got to her, I looked and saw the shadow of a man in rain slicker and hat. It was like the kind that fishermen wear. He was standing on what would be the third step of the stairs. There was a window to the left side of the stairs about 10 feet away. There was nothing there to cast a shadow. The only rain gear down there was 12 feet away to the left of the window. It was impossible for it to cast that shadow, and even if it did, the angle of the light coming through the window would have cut off the lower part of the figure. We freaked and ran from the cellar up the outside steps. My mother came outside and asked what was wrong. I told her, and she insisted I show her. Needless to say, I was none too happy about that. We went down to the cellar so I could show her. It was gone, which freaked me out even more. She gave me a weird look and said that was all right and that she believed me. I still have the Haunted House album, but I never played it again. In the 1990s, I was doing property preservation, securing foreclosed houses throughout New England. I would be on the road for 3 days straight, sometimes in rural Maine. I would stay in the house I was at the end of a 14-hour day to save money on a hotel. This one house in Hampton, Maine. Keep in mind these homes have no utilities. All have been disconnected. This one house is a former large turn-of-the-century farmhouse, remarkably clean with fresh paint. I would seek out the higher rooms, usually the second floor, because the day's warmth would stay in those rooms longer.
Even in the summer, the nights can get brisk. Anyway, this night I fell asleep about 9 p.m., and suddenly, I was awakened by the sound of banging on the front door downstairs. I was not in a good mood, being very tired from the day's labor, and I hurried down expecting to see the sheriff, and I would show the work order and explain my reason for being there, and he'd be on his way. Only, there was no one there. I went back upstairs. This time I was thinking I was more tired than I thought, and wasn't happy being awoken from a sound sleep, by my imagination, so I thought. A few minutes later, just as I was falling asleep again, there was the banging again. I sat up, and surely someone was banging on the front door. I yelled out hello, and the banging stopped, and again, I head to the front door and no one? I walked around the rural property, no one. Now I'm fully awake and not happy, but still not thinking of anything supernatural, so up to bed. I was sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag, but now I had one eye open and both ears. Then the banging started again. I listened, then shouted out, "What do you want?" The banging stopped at the downstairs front door, and then started right at my wall in my room without missing a beat. Needless to say, the hair stood up on my neck. I grabbed my stuff and beat it out of there. My name is Amber, and I'm almost 22 years old. I've always been a firm believer in ghosts, but was never a believer in evil entities. So the first time I saw a shadow being, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. It was the spring of 2007 when the first encounter occurred. I was working on a short story for my high school science fiction class when I suddenly felt like something in the room had changed. Something wasn't right. I couldn't detect anything, so I just shrugged it off as having an overactive imagination and went back to writing. Again, the feeling came back, and I was overwhelmed with dread. So I turned around, looking all around the room, and that's when I noticed it. Huddling in the corner, it was black, short, no distinct features really. I saw it reach out its hands, and I screamed at it to go away, and it sank into the other shadows in the room. Shadows that were obviously made by the light shining on objects. That was my first encounter with the shadow beings. The second encounter occurred about 2 years later. It was a bright sunny day in summer. I was in bed with the fan on, trying to beat the heat. I decided to call my friend Katie because I was bored and wanted someone to talk to. Our conversation didn't last long because she had to get ready for work, so there I was again, with nothing to do. I was about to reach for a book when I noticed something near my window. I thought it might be a kid blocking the window, but this thing, it seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. It was like a giant blob with no form. At the blink of an eye, it was just gone. It had me running out of my room in fear, and I definitely didn't want to sleep in there for quite a while. My last encounter occurred months before I moved into my own place. I was watching TV in the dark upstairs, a horror movie of course. I had to pause the movie because it suddenly became chilling in the living room, and I went to grab a pillow and blanket, wanting to keep warm and also deciding that I would sleep upstairs that evening. Some comfort thing that I've had since I was a kid after I've watched a horror movie. It makes me feel safe knowing that my parents are in the next room. Well, when I came back upstairs, I noticed that there was something huddled in the corner. I thought it was my sister Santana because she always made her way upstairs to the living room because she thought her room was too cold to sleep in. As I approached the corner, I realized it wasn't her, but one of the shadow beings that I'd seen before. As quickly as I noticed it wasn't my sister, it had disappeared, as if evaporating. These shadow beings are not just a figment of my imagination. They're not my eyes playing tricks on me because of the way the room is lit. The shadows are pure black and look as if they could be solid. Sometimes they take the shape of a human, sometimes they are shapeless, or at least in my experience with them, that's what has happened. I don't know why it targeted me to be able to see it, or where it even came from, and if it's still in that house. My whole family moved away, and I'm in an apartment on the opposite side of town, with no shadow being encounters for at least 9 months. I do know that my mind was telling me that this thing was evil, and something bad would happen if I stayed there with my family any longer. So I immediately began searching for an apartment after the last encounter, finally freeing me once moving into my own place. I was, and still am, glad to be free of whatever it was that was haunting me. This story has never been heard by anyone. I chose not to say anything because I know what happens when you tell someone you have seen a demon. 7 years ago, when I was just 12 years old, something happened to me that I will never forget. My life was altered that cold, windy night. A few friends and I were playing hide and seek, like little most boys do. The neighbors did not care if we played in their yard, and there was a church next to that. We had plenty of room to play a good game of hide and seek, flashlight edition. It just so happened that it was my turn to be the seeker. I had given everyone approximately 4 minutes to hide. We counted in the garage with the door securely shut. My 4 minutes were about up, so I began my quest to find my friends, but that was not what I found at all. I started going towards the church in search of them, but then doubled back. I was hoping I would catch them quick. I started walking down the tree line in my friend's backyard. This was approximately 50 yards from the garage where I started. I heard some rustling in the woods, so I knew I had found someone. Slowly creeping up on the sound, all I could see was the branches and tree trunks. Going deeper and deeper into the woods, I began to feel like someone was watching me, but I knew it was not my friends. I just sensed like it was something else, so I started to get out of there, fast. I finally was out of the woods, and then I started to walk even further down the tree line. I heard that same noise again, so of course, I went back in to see what it was. I probably walked 15 feet into the woods again, and that's when I saw it. My flashlight was aimed at the ground so I could see where I was going. The noise was about 15 feet in front of me. I slowly lifted my light upwards. I began to see strange gray feet, legs, and a back. I dropped my light instantly. With only the moon as my light, I saw the shadow turn around. Standing motionless in front of me was a creature that I only seen in horror films. It was about 6'6". I can only describe this thing as being a demon. It had wings that were tucked behind itself because I saw them before I dropped my flashlight. His arms were at his side. I could not make out any facial features very well. I hate to sound cliche, but it did have glowing red eyes. It was a very faint glow, but a glow nonetheless. At this point, I was frozen with fear. All I knew was I had to get out of there. I slowly began to step backwards, trying not to make a sound, but I knew my cover was blown. It still remained motionless as I was doing this. I was almost out now, and I could hear sticks breaking, so I knew it was moving. When I heard that, I started running out of there. I was standing in the backyard now when I heard this loud swooping noise, like a giant bird taking off. I turned around and saw the most incredible thing I had ever seen in my life. This great creature was flying towards the moon, and I could see its very large wingspan. It disappeared very quickly. I was standing in the middle of the lawn, speechless, looking at the sky. I forgot we were even playing hide and seek at this point. I just walked back to the house and sat on the steps. Maybe 10 minutes later, my friends came walking up asking me what I was doing. I guess they saw me sitting there from their hiding spot. They thought I had given up or something. I told them I was not feeling very well, not letting them in on what I had seen. So we all went back inside. The rest of the night, all I could think about was that creature. What was it? What did it want? Where did it come from? These were the things I was thinking of. The next day, I decided to draw, as best I could, what I saw. A few years ago, I was reading a story that I saw and stumbled upon. It was about people who had seen some pretty weird things, and this thing sounded like what I saw that night 7 years ago. What really gave me goosebumps, and I'm getting them now for just thinking about it, is there was a drawing that the witness had drawn. It looked exactly what I drew. There were a few more stories about this creature with even more drawings that looked like mine. They called this thing Mothman. Now, I do not know if what I saw was the same thing all these other people saw, but I do know I saw something that I cannot fully explain. I do not plan on telling my friends or family about this because they would laugh at me. I know what I saw, and that is all that matters to me. It was the summer of '09. It started on a bright sunny Friday afternoon. It was nice out and my day off, so I decided to take a walk downtown and go to the bookstore. I spent a good few minutes just browsing until I got to the paranormal section. On the top shelf in the left corner, I found it. It was an old, thin, dusty book that had the word witchcraft printed on it. No author's name or date of being published. It was priced $9, so I thought, why not, and I bought it. I went to a convenience store, got a few snacks, and then plopped myself down in my favorite seat in town. It was right by the old movie theater. At a view of Main Street, the bridge, and you could still see the sky. I made myself comfortable and opened the book. The first page was blank. The second page had the title of the book, but the third page was, well, strange. It said introduction and had a weird boarding around the page, and then a short paragraph. It was in Latin or something, and I struggled to pronounce it, but I made it to the next page. I can't really remember what it said, but the second after I turned the page, I will never forget. The sky went from bright blue and sunny to dark gray and gloomy. A huge gust of wind swooped down and blew the book straight out of my hand. Lightning flashed and several big bangs of thunder boomed. I was so focused on the strange sky activity that I didn't notice the book had completely disappeared. The dark clouds seemed to almost spin in a vortex. I was thinking a tornado, but then it started to pour rain, and then the rain turned to hail, and it did that for quite some time. I was stuck on the bench for about an hour waiting for it to let up. I had no phone, and I was wearing a tank top and capris and flip-flops, and it had turned so cold. The hail was about a quarter size, and I couldn't get anywhere. I was lucky that part of the roof hung over my head, so I didn't get hit. When it finally let up, I looked for the book, but could never find it, so I headed home kind of bummed because the sky was still so dark, and it looked as if it was going to storm for a while. I'd planned on going camping that weekend. I took my usual route home, but was kind of wanting to turn around and take a different route. The usual route was a road I would take home coming from my friend's house. I had a bad experience there with shadow people the year before this. I took that way anyways, but walked cautiously. The wind was still howling, but I didn't mind. I love the wind when it blows through my hair. It almost seemed as if the wind was speaking to me at this point. It was whispering in my ear. It sounded like the words that were on the page of the book, too. I could hear the wind so clearly, and then it hit me. Why is it so quiet? There was no one anywhere. The street was empty. No cars, no kids. Even if it was raining, kids in the neighborhood would have puddle jumping contests. It was abandoned, completely deserted. When I got home, the lights wouldn't work and no one was there. I got to my room and got my cell phone and was going to call my mother, but it was dead and I had no way to charge it. It didn't seem strange to me that the power would be out after the freak storm, but it was weird that no one was home. Eventually I drifted off, and the next day when I woke up, my alarm went off. It was really weird because my alarm clock is electric, and there was a power outage and it shouldn't be working. I could hear people in the kitchen, so I ventured in there to question their whereabouts last night. They say they didn't know what I was talking about. They were home the whole time. I was really confused, so then I proceeded to talk about the freak storm, and they looked at me with a puzzled look on their faces. They said that it was sunny all day yesterday. I walked away laid back down thinking, this must be a dream. I closed my eyes, pinched myself, and I felt it, then reopened my eyes and sat up. I was really confused. Maybe yesterday was a dream, and today is actually Friday. I grabbed my phone, and it turned on this time. I could have sworn it was dead earlier. I looked at the date, and it said Saturday. I then put my phone on my dresser, really confused now. I turned around ready to go back to bed, but then I stopped, turned around again, and there it was. That book was on my dresser. I opened it, but every page was blank. Right then, my mom walked in and asked what was wrong. She said I came home yesterday with that book in my hand 20 minutes or so after leaving and went straight to bed and slept the whole day and had just woken up now. I left the house at 1 p.m. the day before, came back around 1:30 p.m., and slept until 10 a.m. the next day. That's 20 and a half hours straight. What the hell happened that day? I was never really sure of, but I burned that book a few days later. I took it to my friend's house and burned it in a bonfire. It burned pretty quickly, and the smoke from it was black as the night sky. I'm not really sure if I want to know what happened that day. To this day, it still seems as if the wind speaks to me. As a young boy of 13, I lived on a farm in southern England next to the River Arun. Being the oldest with 2 brothers and sisters, I naturally became the babysitter of them when my parents would go out on a Friday night. It was on one of those Friday nights that I experienced a paranormal experience. I had just put my brothers and sisters to bed, made myself a cup of tea, put another log on the fire, and just sat down to read a book. We had no TV or video games back then. When I heard a faint laughing and whispering sound coming from the upstairs,
I got up from the chair and yelled, "If you kids don't knock it off, I'm coming up there with the paddle." Then there was a silence, and a smile came on my face, and I sat down to read my book. Half an hour later, I could hear it again. This time, I grabbed the paddle, and as soon as I started to go up the staircase, I suddenly froze. At the top of the landing was a transparent figure of a man, dressed as an 18th century pirate, including sword and dagger in his belt. In his right hand, he was holding a goblet and was drinking from it. He then turned and looked straight at me, lifting his goblet in a salute, and started that laugh again, and slowly disappeared through the wall behind him. I ran straight upstairs and into my brothers and sisters' room, where they were all sound asleep. I told my mom and dad about this when they got home, and they just laughed and told me the story of how the farm was an inn back in the late 1700s, and that pirates would come up the River Arun from the English Channel to hide from the British Navy. This one pirate was caught and hanged on an oak tree just outside the inn, and every now and again would show himself to have a little fun. This was a ghost story that my late father-in-law told me nearly 20 years ago. His story goes back some 20 years before that he mentioned his ghostly tale to me. Around 1975, he was working as a bus driver in and around Durham area. But this story is not about him, rather a good friend of his, who too was a bus driver for the same bus company. On a late summer's evening, around about 10 p.m., my father-in-law's friend, who was called Peter, was making his way back to the depot down the country lanes of Durham. He was driving a single-decker bus. The bus had a door for entry and a door further along the bus for passengers to exit the bus. The bus was empty of passengers, as it was his last run back towards the bus office depot. As he was driving along, he noticed a young lady at a bus stop with her hand out as though she was attempting to flag the bus. Peter dully obliged and opened the bus door for the young lady to step into the bus. The young girl was approximately 20 to 24, looking from how Peter described her. She was, however, in a state of dishevelment and was crying. Peter apparently asked the girl if she was heading back towards Durham City Center. The young woman replied yes. As she was crying and upset, Peter allowed her on the bus for free as he was heading back to the depot anyway. He told the woman that he would drop her off at a particular road in the city center as he was heading off to the office. The rest of the journey was uneventful for Peter. He occasionally looked in the mirror to see if the lady was okay and had stopped crying. Peter was nearing the road where he told the young girl he would have to drop her off. As Peter opened the doors for her to leave, there was no sign of her movement, so Peter, believing her to be asleep, walked down the whole bus to see if he could awaken her. To his utter horror, there was no one else on the bus. In a state of complete shock, Peter drove back to the depot and called for assistance as he could not believe what happened, and he was absolutely shell-shocked. Over the next few days, Peter's story started to spread, and it became apparent that years earlier, a young woman of the mysterious passenger's description had been knocked over by a car in the same area that Peter had picked her up. The story went that she had just seen her boyfriend, and they had an argument. She ended up going home heading for a bus rather than letting her boyfriend drive her home. As she walked to the bus stop crying, she is alleged to have walked into the road in oncoming traffic. She was sadly killed outright by a car. The actual time of Peter picking up the young lady was said to be the anniversary of her death. What I do know is that Peter never worked again whatsoever, and as for the young woman, she is said to walk the county lanes of Durham, searching for a lift towards Durham City Center. Kelsey and I had been friends since kindergarten. We're not very close anymore, but we were all through elementary school. Whenever we were together, strange things would always happen, sometimes scary, sometimes just abnormal. Usually, when we would tell people, they'd think we were bluffing. I admit, on some occasions we would, but there was one particular time that didn't require any bluffing. It was her birthday party that day. We must have been in about 3rd, maybe 4th grade. I was the one friend that she had spent the night, so after everyone had left, we began to color this huge poster that I got for her. It was raining outside, and as it got later, the rain got heavier and it eventually began to storm. It must have been well after midnight because we were both exhausted but refused to go upstairs. We were enjoying ourselves. We didn't feel like going to sleep yet. The lightning was starting to get pretty severe, and it would light up the entire house. She had windows everywhere, behind us, in front of us, to either side. On my left side was the front door. Next to the front door were, surprise, windows. They had curtains over them, but they were laced so we could easily see through them. During a fairly violent flash of lightning, both of us must have looked to the windows at the same time, and we saw the shadow of a man walk in front of them. We were pretty sure the front door was locked, but this still didn't prevent us from panicking. We looked at each other, both of us with wide eyes, and we knew we'd both see the same thing. At first, we thought it was a person. But what kind of person would just walk right onto someone's porch? Then we realized he was dressed odd. He had what seemed to be a top hat and a cape, or that's what it looked like. We didn't get a particular look at him. He appeared to be only a shadow. Could it have been a ghost? Both in hysterics. We tried to convince ourselves everything was okay, and to just run upstairs as fast as we could to tell her parents. Our first stop, though, was to her bedroom, also on the front side of the house, so we could look out our windows to see if we saw anyone. Nobody. We were sure this couldn't be true. We'd both seen the guy. He couldn't have gone too far, if it was a man even. Since he was gone, we just sat on our bed and replayed it over and over again to each other. Had it really happened? Of course, we both saw the same exact thing. We talk about how oddly he was dressed, and even though it made more sense for it to be some crazy guy walking on our porch, hey, maybe he was just trying to get out of the rain. We were sure it was a ghost. If it was a man, wouldn't we have been able to make him out more clearly? He was more like a shadow than anything. Fear still running through us, the storm still active. The light suddenly went out. Both of us screamed, ran into the hallway crying, and down to her parents' room. We barged in, and the lights came back. It was just the storm we knew, but at no worst possible time could the lights have gone out. We told them what we'd seen, and they just rolled their eyes and told us we were just tired and to go back to sleep. Her dad told us to even go downstairs and make sure nobody was there. He did, and we went back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, he came upstairs and said he saw no one. We continued to talk about it all night, but we eventually fell asleep. Neither of us had ever seen anything like it again, but we still talk about it whenever we do talk. It was one of the most craziest experiences either of us has ever endured, and that marked the beginning of my speculation that maybe there is more than this physical earth we live on. Ever since, I've believed in ghosts. Hey, I guess seeing really is believing. This is a paranormal story about my bedroom door. Everything started about 6 years ago, when I had just reached 7 years of age. The incidents began about the time when I had my lock removed from my door due to the few times when I locked it and it wouldn't reopen. Now, since my house is old, so are most of the built-in appliances. For instance, I've pull-chain toilets in an old-fashioned fireplace, so when I had my lock removed, I had to remove all of it. Now my door wouldn't even close. 2 nights after the lock close system was removed, there was an atrocious storm. I woke to a flash of forked lightning in the field across my house and felt the sudden urge to turn my light on. The minute my light flickered, my door began to violently slam open and close. Turning to the door, I noticed my window was opened. After noticing this, I was quickly calmed. As my hands reached for the window, the door stopped abruptly. As you can imagine, being so little, I was extremely frightened. Little noises started around me like the sound of someone writing with a quill or a soft buzzing. Nothing abnormal happened for the next 2 years until a storm came rolling in off the coast. Once again, I woke up and turned on my light to find the door opening and closing. This time it wasn't with much force at all. But still, I being 9, was still thinking it'd be nothing less than the wind. Not until I turned 11 did I decide to do some thorough research on the matter. I made this decision because I now started to get this cold sensation on my cheek during the summer night storm incidents. My grandmother seemed the only one who would understand. She told me that she knew something was up. She said that about 3 owners ago, a young woman had a child about 6 or 7. Every summer, the child would keep his window open during the night because of the heat. The young woman wasn't very rich, so they only rented out that one room. When the young woman would return from work, she would find the boy's window open and be so mad that she would slam the door open and close to wake the child. In the words of my grandmother, if she had a good night, she would tuck him back in and give him a kiss. But if she had a bad night, she would sit at her desk and write a letter to her sister. I still haven't figured out how my grandmother knew this, or why I had the urge to turn the light on. I still didn't even know why there was a buzzing noise, or why the incidents only happened during thunderstorms. I still have much to unravel, but this is one thing I know. I have a young woman that will always be watching over me. Thanks for reading. I was 16 or 17 years old and worked as a shrimper out of Beaufort, North Carolina. I was trained as my mate by the owner, Captain F, of the boat, who was 72 years old and lacked the strength and stamina of his younger years. Finally, I was given command of this 25-foot channel net boat. The boat was moored at an old fish house on Taylor's Creek that was literally built in one day by the boat owner's father, Captain P, in the 30s. I had strange feelings while working in the old fish house quite often, but never felt quite anything malevolent. Other sounds were heard, but I always attributed the sounds to nets and other equipment settling in the loft and other places. This place was stuffed. Captain P, when alive, had a reputation for being a hard and even abusive individual. He supposedly tolerated few people and was particularly hard on his boys. I knew 2 of them well. One night, I was shrimping in the river when a huge storm started approaching from the west. Quickly, I retrieved the net into the towed skiff and headed for the fish house just as the storm hit. The storm was as bad as I assumed it would be, and I could only move at a slow pace. The seas in the river rose up about 4 feet, and the rain came down in torrents, but I eventually reached the relative safety of Taylor's Creek. The rain and wind subsided before I reached the fish house, but the lightning was still illuminating the skies as the storm passed to the east. During a few of the lightning flashes, I saw a face looking out of the window, wearing a pair of glasses. The face was definitely a male face and had a thoughtful look on his face. As I approached the dock, I saw Captain F standing on the dock frantically pacing back and forth. He helped me tie the boat, inquired to my safety, and then went on board to make sure that the boat was okay. As I walked through the door to the fish house, I saw Captain F's wife sitting on the old couch that was inside. She was very calm and smiling cheerfully. I asked her what she found amusing, and she said she was laughing at her husband being such a tizzy over my safety. She then stated that she knew I was okay because Captain P told her so. I asked if Captain P wore glasses, and she went on to describe the wire-rimmed glasses I had seen during my approach. She added that Captain P has been standing by the window, amused, at his son's antics on the dock. Captain F's wife did not get along with Captain P when he was alive, but she told me that since his death, they got along quite well. He had been drawn to her, as she was very sensitive and no one else in the immediate family could see him. She had many spiritual experiences in her life. She later told me that she only saw him in the fish house, usually when Captain F was worrying about something. There was one other time Captain F's wife had a psychic experience that I witnessed, but I will save this for another time. Thank you for reading. My story, I guess, is fairly tame compared to some I've read on your site, but nevertheless, it creeped me right the hell out, and none of the few people I've told really seem to believe, so here it goes. First of all, this happened about 5 years ago. I travel a lot, like a whole lot, and at this time this happened, I was traveling from home, which is northwest Ohio, to Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. It's pretty much a straight shot down I-75, It takes about 10 hours, give or take. I only mention I travel a lot because I want it understood. I've crisscrossed the country I don't care to think how many times, and nothing remotely close to anything I'd consider paranormal or ghostly has ever happened to me, and I've been on a lot of shady roads that are the prime candidates for bad horror movies. As a slap to the collective face of those movies, this happened on I-75, probably one of the most traveled roads in the country. Being the major north-south highway of the Midwest, it usually has quite a lot of traffic. Sometimes it doesn't though. So I was traveling south on 75 heading for Atlanta, and as I mentioned, I travel a lot, so I have my habits. On a longest drive like this, I prefer to leave in the evening just as rush hour is ending and make the bulk of the drive overnight. Pro tip to any others, 75 is almost completely deserted after about 10 p.m. unless you are very close to a city, and that is why I do it. I was making pretty decent time, and just starting into the hilly, not quite mountainous part of the trip in the Kentucky-Tennessee area when it starts raining, and I mean really coming down and hard, the kind of rain where you can barely see where you're going. This forced me to slow down a good clip, as the road gets pretty twisty in some areas through there, and God knows, I didn't want a horrible plunge off the side of the road in the middle of a rainstorm in the middle of the night, as I'm sure you understand. So I'm probably plugging along about 45-ish, much less in a curve, in the low 20s, give or take, when the incident begins. At first, this won't sound too weird, but I will explain. What I saw, coming up on a curve, was a hitcher on the side of the road. Just that. Pretty common, right? Well, maybe. Except it's 1:30 in the morning on a weekday. It's raining, an absolute torrent, and it's I-75 up in the hills. Nowhere really near what I consider walking distance to a town or village. To be fair, I'm a little lazy fatty, so it doesn't have to be that far before I consider it out of walking distance. I'm sorry now that I wasn't paying closer attention to mile markers or whatnot to really know where exactly I was, but it was definitely north of Knoxville, and definitely in Tennessee. Anyway, I digress. A hitcher, in the middle of the horrible rainy night, nowhere near a town. I should mention, he appeared to be going my way, and I hadn't seen a breakdown or anything. Traffic was also very, very light. Not surprising considering the conditions and time. The entire story spans about 30 to 45 minutes, perhaps an hour. I can't imagine I saw more than 1 or 2 cars at that time, all northbound. I was slowed down considerably due to the curve, so I got a decent look at him. Pretty ragged looking, not surprising considering. Stood out most was the extra wide brimmed hat. I'm not a hat expert, so the closest I can compare it to is a sombrero, but that's not quite right, as it was just plain brown. I don't know, it stood out. Framed there in the light of my high beams, he was a sorry sight indeed. Nothing really remarkable about his appearance, except how out of place the fellow was. Now normally, I'm a pretty charitable guy, and always welcome some company. Bad movies aside, hitchers are pretty normal, decent folks, and provide some break up to the monotony of long highway drives. But I'm also not a stupid guy. Wee hours in the morning, middle of nowhere for all intents and purposes, and generally unsavory looking fellow? No thanks. With only the slightest pang of guilt, I pass him by. Maybe next time, pal. But next time wasn't as far off as I thought, and here's where the weirdness comes in. Less than 5 minutes later, approaching another curve in the road, is the same exact man by the side of the road. I smoked some pot back in the day, I'll admit, but my memory isn't so shot that I forget such an out-of-place figure inside of 5 minutes. I've already admitted I wasn't going that fast, but I was going a damn sight faster than a man goes on foot in a rainstorm, I know that much. The road is curvy there, but at no point does it curve back on itself in such a way as to allow a pedestrian to go cross-country and come out ahead either. It simply is not possible, but there he was. It still gives me a tiny chill, just like it did at the time. I actually started to slow down a bit, just in disbelief, and to confirm what I was seeing. I couldn't make out his features in the poor light of my high beams, not through the awful rain, but I can't mistake that hat. And I didn't see eyes, but I know we were making eye contact. It was a very surreal moment. With nothing else to do, I gave myself a mental shake and sped up as much as I dared and put it behind me. So I thought. I had almost convinced myself I had merely been road dazed or something. It happens, usually not to me, but occasionally. You just get so strung out from a long drive that your brain sort of goes into autopilot. Unsettling. But I hadn't been driving that long. I was maybe 5 or 6 hours in, but I'd almost convinced myself when after about another 20 minutes or so, you guessed it, Mr. Hat is back at the side of the road. The rain's lit up a bit by now, and there's no mistaking at all that it's the same figure. I won't do the math because frankly I suck at it. But this guy has gone the same distance on foot in roughly 30 minutes that I have in a car traveling between 30 and 60 miles per hour, went on a straight bit. Just give the guy gold if he shows up at the summer games. That little joke just came to me now as I write this, and it's quite clever I thought by the way. But at the time what I felt, I will describe as my previous little chill's big brother. I was literally shaking all over at the sheer impossibility of it. I did not slow down to confirm this time. I gunned it as much as I deemed safe, and then some, and didn't let up until I got deep into Knoxville and found a service station to pull over, gas up, and calm down. I was sitting at the pump for probably a good 20 to 30 minutes. I was that shook up. I have no idea what exactly I saw that night, and I don't overly want to know to be entirely honest. I won't utterly dismiss the possibility of 3 separate hitchhikers with very similar hats, as I like to think of myself as open-minded, and the simplest explanation is usually the truth, and all that. But frankly, I don't find that explanation all that simple. I'll let the readers decide, I guess. The rest of my trip, as well as the return trip, continued without incident. I've desperately crossed the country coast to coast a time or two since that night, but I've never had another experience I would call ghostish. Is that a word? Although there have been a few other weird incidents over the years, this is the only one I feel merits a place in your archives. Thanks for reading, and hopefully believing. My mother had a hideaway closet in her room that she used for storage. I never really paid any attention to this closet until I started to hear this faint cry of a small child. I was confused because my brother and I were grown, and the only person who lived downstairs was a 90-year-old lady that never had any children or grandchildren. After nights of hearing this cry, I noticed the closer you got to my mom's room, the louder the cries got. Nothing was in my mom's room, and then I opened the closet. I noticed that you could see the bottom half of the house, so I ran and got my brother. When we came back, we noticed that there used to be a staircase that led upstairs where we lived, but later they made it into a duplex and boarded it off. Anyway, here's the scary part. When we looked down, we both saw a small boy, no older than 5 or 6. He had a shaggy brown haircut, white socks with blue stripes pulled all the way up to his knees, a pair of navy blue shorts with a white stripe on the side, and a white shirt with blue stripes going across, very late 70s to early 80s attire. After investigation from the landlord, we found out that years ago, there lived a mother, father, and a small boy, and the parents would stick the boy on the staircase as punishment and shut the door. Well, one day, they forgot about him, and apparently went on vacation. He died in the staircase. When me and Nick looked down, I asked the boy if he was okay. He looked up at us and literally disappeared. We never heard another cry. I guess he needed someone to know what happened to him before he could move on.
In the 90s, I worked as a security guard, and one of the businesses that contracted us was the local hospital. On top of the usual drunks, addicts, etc., we were also responsible for checking the guest list in the morgue. Every 2 hours, we were to go through the drawers and the meat locker and check each toe tag against the inventory sheet to make sure everyone was always accounted for. I worked night shift there for almost 2 months, and nothing weird happened, except for a call button that liked to go off in an empty room. On what ended up being my last night there, I had a college interview in the morning, so had to get off work a half hour early. I always made my morgue check at straight up the hour, but because I was leaving early, I did my last check of the night a half hour earlier as well. Like most hospitals, the morgue was in the basement, and the acoustics down there were such that every sound echoed slightly. I got off the elevator and started down the long hall to the morgue, my footsteps echoing as I walked. I started hearing what sounded like people talking, which was nothing unusual in itself. Late night arrivals and attendants working late was commonplace, but this sounded different. The voices, especially a couple of laughs I heard, I still can hear the laughs, had a hollow, kind of distant quality to them, and there was more than a few of them. I was officially creeped out. As I got 25, 30 feet from the morgue, I hear a man say, "He's coming!" And an old man will respond, "He's early." I quicken my pace, and as I hear a hurried commotion of mumbled voices, and gave a shout on my walkie for backup in the morgue. I burst out into the morgue not knowing what to expect, and there's no one there. I look in all the rooms, under and behind all the furniture, nothing. Then I see it. Laying on the floor by the drawers is a toe tag. I start opening the drawers, expecting to catch someone hiding in some of them, and find no one but the guests. The third one I opened up ended up being the owner of the orphan toe tag. 3 other guards came down, and we did a full search of the whole floor. Found no one. What freaked me out, though, was I'd been checking the bodies all night. Some had been here a couple days, and so I kind of knew what body was where. When I did my search of the drawers, almost half of them were in the wrong ones. Needless to say, I quit that day. My favorite morgue. I got this great job working at a hospital. I really get to do something I enjoy. Taking care of others has always been a passion. I work on one of the hardest floors, the cancer floor. We always have the same patients, and not a whole lot of them make it. This makes my job hard in a lot of ways. Anyways, I have seen my fair share of deaths since I started here. I worked a night shift. Well, at night, it can be a little creepy when you have to go to the morgue. One night, myself and a coworker were taking someone down to the morgue. Now let me explain. Our morgue is a little freezer box that is in the basement and smells horrible. Plus it has a ramp to get into it. So she and I wheel the body down there and we push it up the ramp, and then we argue over who is going to push the body in. Of course, I lose, so I swing the freezer door open, push in the body, and slam the door shut. We start to fill out paperwork when we both look up at each other. She says to me, "Did you hear that?" And I respond saying, "I think so." We both turn and look at the door. We both got cold chills, and the hair on our arms were standing straight up. It sounded like someone was crying out for help. We froze, turned, looked at each other, and ran out. Halfway down the hall, she asked if I really heard what she did. "Yeah, I did," I tell her. So I was telling one of my friends who is a nurse on our floor, and also the story. She tells me that she has had similar things happen in the morgue as well. To this day, I will not go alone, and I know this sounds weird, but I always try to get out of that situation. We also have a tradition on our floor that when someone passes away, we open the window so the soul of that person is not trapped in the hospital to roam. I'm not making this up. It truly happened. If you don't believe me, I don't care. I know who does, and so does everyone else who works there with me. Thanks for reading. It all started off early one morning when I was lying in bed watching my TV. My mother walked in and said that we were going to the Everglades to canoe, with my cousin and aunt coming alongside us. I quickly got out of bed and we all got ready to go. The drive was about an hour long, and when we got there was hardly anyone there and it was very breezy and cold. We waited for about 15 minutes before my cousin and aunt arrived. Once we had gone to the office to arrange our canoeing plans, we headed outside to where the canoes were and started to get in. Me, my aunt, and my cousin got in one canoe and were pushed off the shore first, leaving my mom, dad, and sister behind, and us having to wait for them in the water. Once they were in the water, we started paddling. We had been paddling for about 15 minutes, enjoying the scenery and the time we were spending with each other as families do, when I spotted something move in the water. I looked down into the water and I saw a human figure swimming beneath us. The water was extremely shallow. The figure moved like it had all the room in the world, stretching its arms out wide, legs extended, and it was doing that even though there were walls of sand and mangrove trees everywhere, including the water. He seemed to be going through everything. I looked closely to see that it was a young boy. About 13 or 14 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair. I gasped for air very loudly too, so that my family would hear and show concern. The boy looked at me with dark red eyes and rings of black as well. I sensed evil and sadness and very much cruelty. On seeing me, the boy turned his head and swam away, deeper into the water, fading away. Once I had realized what had just happened, I noticed that my family was around me, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mother yelled out to me. I nodded my head. Yeah, I'm just fine. I thought I just saw something in the water, and it scared me. It was nothing, though, I replied, unfortunately lying. My mom said, okay, and then we all headed on with our sightseeing. Not even 5 minutes had passed. Another thing happened. I was looking all around, enjoying the scenery, when I saw the boy again. I focused my eyes through the layers of thick mangrove trees to see the boy staring back at me with a very angry face, and this time with completely full bright red eyes. I thought I had passed through his territory and that me and my family needed to get out of there, and quickly. Our canoes went into an open area of the river, and I was still focused, looking at the boy. The wind started to pick up real fast, and it got real cold. My cousin was standing up at that moment, taking a video of the area with her video camera. My aunt was holding her legs from behind, but barely. As I continued staring at the boy, the wind got worse. The boat tipped a bit, and my cousin lost her balance and fell overboard into the water. I quickly looked away from the boy to look at my cousin just falling into the water. I stood and then reached out my arm to her. Then I remembered the boy and his evil look. I looked back at the place where I was just staring at him before, and to my amazement, he was gone. I panicked to reach for my cousin and pull her back on the boat. The boy was gone, and I feared he would do so, and maybe cause harm to my cousin, who was still in the water trying to reach me and my aunt's hands to get back on the boat. "Take my hand, take my hand, take my hand, get back on the boat," I yelled out to my cousin very loudly and quickly. She did as I said and swam to me quickly, reaching for my hand with both arms. I quickly pulled her back onto the boat, and she was fine. No damage done. Phew. I was worried the rest of the time in the water, and when we got back to the shore, I just happened to spot the boy again. He gave me an evil wink and rolled his eyes back, fading away. "Ouch! My back hurts," my cousin yelled out, And just after I finished looking at the boy, I lifted her shirt up, and to everyone's surprise, her whole back was a big black and blue bruise. Everywhere you looked on her back, she had a bruise. She basically looked like a ripened plum from her back. "I don't even remember getting hurt," she said to me. "Who knows?" I said back, fakingly, knowing that the boy had something to do with it. We left after that. I came back a few years later and asked one of the workers there of the history of the place after telling them of what I had experienced there. They told me that many years ago, a boy in his teens was playing around with his friends in the water where my family and me were canoeing. One of his friends placed a bet with him to see who could hold their breath the longest. The boy who had died was from a poor family and wanted to win the money desperately. After they completed, the friend who was competing against this boy noticed that his partner was floating when he touched him to tell him that he had won. He quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the water, then went to go get help. The kid had wanted the money so bad that he drowned and did not even mean to. He lost his life that day, and no one could bring him back to life. When his parents found out, they both committed suicide for losing their only son. I understood the story. When I was walking out of the Everglades Center building, I looked down at the area at where the canoes were, and there was the boy, standing there, looking at me with a sorrowful face, and this time light blue eyes. I smiled at him and then waved goodbye to him. I looked back, and he had sort of a smile on his face. At that moment, I felt like he knew I understood, and was just glad.
I've had strange things happen to me for most of my life. Unexplainable things. But the strangest things happened at my last home. We built our home on a property that had a suicide committed on it. We often heard loud bangs and crashes that had no explanation. The doorbell would ring, and no one would be there. We had 40 acres, and it would have been impossible for anyone to be playing jokes on us. Water faucets would turn off and on, off and on. Strong cologne smells that would wake me in the middle of the night. My husband would still be at work, and no, I wasn't having an affair. People talking and laughing in our bedroom, only we couldn't see them. Light switches turning off by themselves. Loud heavy footsteps coming into my room, stopping and then leaving. Plants and lamps being turned upside down. My mother and her dog would come for a visit. Mom would feel a real presence in her room, and the dog would stand at the foot of the stairs, barking madly. I left the home 5 years ago, and it doesn't seem like whatever was there followed. I think my house is haunted. I was really terrified at one point, but after a year, I got so used to it. But for example, me and my boyfriend have heard footsteps up and down the hall outside our bedroom. Sometimes it sounds like someone is checking the doors and windows. And one night, me and my boyfriend had a fight, and I went to go stay at a friend's house. When my boyfriend came home, he sat on the sofa and started dozing off. When all of a sudden, there was a series of loud banging up and down the hall like someone was angry. He jumped up and came out the door and came to my boyfriend's to ask me to come home. Another strange time, my boyfriend came home for a few hours to take a nap. He called me at work. I was about 45 minutes away. We talked for a few minutes. After we hung up, he went into the bedroom to lay down when all of a sudden, again, it sounded like someone was putting dishes away and moving around. So my boyfriend says he thought to himself, oh, Ivy's home. After about a minute, he realized that it could have not been me because he just got off the phone with me and I was 45 minutes away. A lot of unexplained things have happened. Sometimes, when we've been in the house alone and sworn that we're not alone, even when we are alone, it feels like someone is watching us. We've been together in the house and feel like we are being watched. I don't feel afraid anymore,
But now, we are moving out of this apartment, and it may sound even stranger, but you can almost feel a sad feeling, like whatever it is with us knows we're going and is sad. But I find myself feeling sad too. I don't think I need any help now, but I sure wish the help would have been there in 1974. We didn't know where to turn at the time. I thought you might be interested in what happened to us. The couple who rented the apartment to my daughter were 80 years old plus. We told them about the lights going out at different times, and they couldn't figure it out, so we never told them anything else. One time, my 2 daughters and my 2-year-old grandson were sitting on the floor, and way back in the kitchen, they suddenly started to hear a strange sound, and my grandson said, "Tiger, mommy, tiger." It was a growling sound. My grandson was scared and jumped up and made a beeline for the stairs. Then my daughters also jumped up, and they left the house for the night. Every other day or so, they would hear pots and pans filling out the cupboards, but when they would go look, nothing was out of order. It was a very nice apartment, very clean and pleasant looking. It was getting close to Christmas, and she decided to move. She couldn't take it anymore. It was just too scary. So I would go over in the daytime, and thinking nothing scary would happen in daylight, I went over to pack some things up while she was at class. I started to grab some things off the shelf, but I had a funny feeling that I didn't want to reach in the closet. All of a sudden, it sounded like 100 footsteps in there walking. So I ran out of there in a quick second as I could and refused to go back there by myself. From then on, we could go over at least 2 of us at a time. Then one of the last times I went over, I was standing, waiting for my grandson to finish in the bathroom, and as I was afraid to stand with my back to the hall for some reason, I kept thinking someone was going to touch me. Sure enough, I turned to ask my grandson if he had finished yet, and it felt like someone's hand had touched me on my left arm. I grabbed my grandson and ran to the front room with my family and told them what happened. So after that, we pretty much stayed together and worked together to move out of there. A friend of my daughter's knew the couple who had lived in that apartment before her, and they got in touch with the woman and told her what happened there. She wanted to meet with my daughter because she had some scary things happen to her. Her husband had drowned in the Maumee River in Toledo, Ohio, under suspicious circumstances. The police were never able to prove it, but he thought he might have been murdered. So his wife had a seance in the apartment where they lived, and she said she brought him there, and he told her he was murdered. She had a big insurance on him that he had taken out on himself, and when she went home from work at night, her house would be all messed up with things tossed all around. She had to move away but couldn't take it. Over these past 24 years, we've had some strange things happen, spiritual things and such. Seems to have settled down now, but I thought you would be interested to hear our story, and all that I've told you is true. There are no lies here. Let me know what you think. It's comforting to have someone tell this stuff to. A lot of people think you're nuts when you mention these things, so we pretty much keep it to ourselves. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about these things. Hi, I would like to tell you of some strange things that have happened to me. It started with a dream that would not leave me alone. It was about a house that was important to me for some reason. I dreamt of it over and over, seeing all of its different owners as they moved in and changed the house's layout, parties they had every day, things that were done there, etc. One early owner was an older female that did not like being there. I wondered about this house for years until I moved to my recent address and ran across the house on a drive. I was angry because they had moved my garden and replaced it with a pool. I was surprised by this feeling. Why did I feel angry about that? I decided to talk with the recent owners and tell them of the remodeling I'd seen and about the baby that was lost in the home early on. The owner was astonished that everything I said was true and explained to me the house was haunted. I was surprised at this and wondered who was haunting this place. Could it have been me? Was I haunting them while I was dreaming? Can this even happen? Why was I drawn to this house? I assure you, I never visited this house in real time and am in awe as to what this secret house holds for me. Could I be the woman who died in childbirth in this house over 100 years ago? Also, the woman who I spoke of earlier who did not want me in the house, she turned out to be the original owner's second wife. The first died in childbirth. Please write back with any insight you may have on this subject. I've not dreamt of the house since finding it. Thank you. I've experienced hauntings in almost every place I've ever lived in. That's probably because my mother never sees ghosts, but loves old-fashioned houses. The first house I grew up in was a single-level 2-bedroom with a basement. When you passed inside the front door, you came upon a hallway with 4 doors. First my parents' bedroom door, then the bathroom door, then the basement door, then the door to the bedroom that I shared with my brother. When I was little, I was always the first one awake. I would walk into the hallway to go to the bathroom. Once, I saw a carved wooden chair with big wheels, one on each side, sitting right outside my parents' bedroom. Normally, I would have lost no time in climbing all over this new piece of furniture, but this one, for no apparent reason, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I ran back into my room and slammed the door. Later that day, I asked my father to please get rid of the big wooden chair in the hallway. Thinking I was playing a game, he said there weren't any chairs in the hallway, but if he ever saw one, he'd be sure to move it. I didn't see the chair again for almost 6 years. When I saw it the next time, I was sitting in the exact same place as before. I was older now, but wasn't quite so afraid, so I came closer. The chair was battered and scarred this time. Part of the back corner had been broken off, and the seat was yellowed. It smelled like very old, musty leather. I still couldn't bring myself to actually touch the chair, but I managed to go to the bathroom anyway. While I was brushing my teeth, I heard a metallic crush in the basement. I figured my dad was downstairs trying to fix the furnace again. It was October after all, but that was odd, since I hadn't heard him go down there, but maybe he was up there before me. When I came back out, the chair was gone. I went to the fridge and poured myself some juice. My mother came into the kitchen in her nightrobe, and I asked her if Dad had gotten the furnace fixed yet. She said no, but he'd probably try once again. He got out of bed. I said he's already up. I heard him in the basement. She told me, "You mean that loud noise? I heard it too. It woke me up. Your dad's still in bed. Go downstairs. Maybe a stray got into the basement last night." And so, I went. The basement was very cold, colder than usual, even for an October morning. I searched the entire area. Not too difficult since it was just a big, concrete floor. Not much on it except for shelves of canned goods. But I didn't find any signs of an animal being there. No droppings, claw marks, paw prints, or jars of food broken. There was no animal smell either. I thought for a moment. The crash I heard was too loud to be just any animal, unless something had been knocked over, and everything appeared to be in its usual place. That wasn't the first time we had heard strange noises coming from the basement either. They normally happened around winter or late fall, and the noises always sound like metal clanking, like someone banging a shovel against a wall. The sounds would come at night or early morning, and one week, they got so bad that we had to move into the living room just to get some sleep. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until many years later, when I was a teenager. Mother finally told me a story of how they bought the house. It had been cheap to buy because a man had fallen to his death down the basement stairs a few years prior to Dad buying the place. The man was fairly wealthy and had the house built, 1 story high, to accommodate his special needs because he was in a wheelchair. I told my mother about the chair I'd seen in the hallway twice before. Chair with wheels. I was too little to have seen a wheelchair, and she told me what our next door neighbor had told her, that when the man had died, he was sitting in the hallway while the nurse ran a bathroom and the basement door opened, or had been left opened, who knows. The man was a miser, according to neighbors, and probably didn't want a draft coming into the house, so he wheeled himself over to shut the door. One of the wheels accidentally went over the edge, somehow, and the poor guy fell down the stairs and split his head open. There were still bloodstains at the bottom of the stairway, My brother and I always just assumed it was just red old paint. The nurse called out for him to come and take his bath, and heard him flailing around downstairs, trying to get back into his chair. Mom and Dad never told me or my brother. I guess they didn't want us to grow up nervous or jittery. The ghost, if that's what it was never really mean. I guess he just wanted his wheelchair back. I live in Spartansburg, South Carolina. I live fairly close to the Cowpens battlefield area. I'm going to tell you about one of the times I went there. A couple of weeks ago, I visited the battlefield for a picnic. It was weird from the start because, I swear, I could no longer find the visitor center. The asphalt roads had been replaced with dirt roads. In the clearing, where concerts are held, was all covered with trees and bushes. When I finally found my way to the area where the big cavalry battle was fought, I began to feel an eerie presence like I was being watched. I turned around to find a bush shaking furiously. From the bush, a big flash quickly followed by the sound of a loud bang erupted. I quickly turned to see who or what was shooting at. In the clearing, a good 50 yards away, a blue cavalry rider, surely American, stood with a traditional 17th century revolutionary uniform on, and before my eyes, he vanished into thin air. I've not been back since. The story I'm about to relay was told to me by a very reliable friend during my years in college. I had no reason to question the authenticity of his story, since I knew him to be a very level-headed man and was not given to ghost and goblin stories. It appears that his grandfather lived in an old home out in the lonely countryside of North Carolina during the 30s and 40s. He was a farmer by trade and a very religious man. He lived there some years alone, his wife having died of an unusual sickness. I had occasion to visit the area myself, and if you go to this area of North Carolina today, you will still find many cousins and aunts and uncles living very near one another. It was the same way during his grandfather's time where he lived there, very near to his son, my friend's father. In fact, the homes were only 2 miles apart and connected via a dark path that wound through a gloomy forest through which the relative often traveled on visits back and forth. It was always the goal to leave well before sunset. Lamp oil was a precious commodity before and during the war years, and one could not waste it on long trips in the dark. On this particular occasion, my friend's grandfather went to visit the relatives on the other side of the forest. It was Thanksgiving time, and the trees had shed most of their leaves going into winter, and there was a cold chill in the air. The family had a joyous time together, feasting on turkey and all the trimmings. Grandfather was deeply engrossed in all the family time, and no one noticed the sun starting to dip low in the horizon. In fact, too low for the safe journey back through the forest. Even though the members of the family pleaded with him to stay the night, Grandfather shrugged them off. "I have to start out early tomorrow morning for town. My house is closer. I'll be all right." He departed just as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and everything was bathed in the misty light of twilight. As I said before, Grandfather was a very religious man and wasn't in the least bit intimidated by ghosts and ghouls, so the trek back through the forest, although very dark without a lamp, didn't even cross his mind as being risky. It was a waning moon that evening and cloudy, so there was very little light, and under the eaves of the forest it was even darker. He told his grandson later that even though he knew the trail well, he found himself thrashing around in the underbush on several occasions. He even miscalculated the stream that crossed the path around halfway through the forest and got his feet soaking wet. It had rained through the night before, so the trail itself was muddy and his feet started getting heavy from the mud. It was at about this point in the trail that he felt something, as if something were following him. Never having been on the trail after dark, he explained it away as his imagination. Perhaps another 50 yards down the dark trail, as he recalled, he heard something behind him splash through the creek he had just crossed only moments before. I didn't know what to think of that. Maybe a deer or something that was just spooked down the trail by his passing. He later told his grandson. It sounded like he was in a big hurry, whatever it was. Perhaps it was the uncertainty derived from the extreme darkness. Maybe it was his imagination.
But when he heard a twig snap no more than 20 yards behind him, only seconds later, he knew it was time to make tracks. His grandfather was in his early 40s at the time and was in excellent physical condition, like many farmers from the years of working with their hands. From his estimation, he was only a half-mile from home when he started running, more of a jog than anything, as he recalled. The mud made it tricky work, and his feet were pretty heavy with the thickness of mud clinging to them. But when he broke from the trees and saw the shadow of the house around 100 yards away, he heard whatever it was behind him give out a guttural growl, as if it were exerting itself by pouring on the stream for the final stretch. That was his cue to let loose with full-out run for his life, mud or no mud. He didn't look back, but he heard the beastly thing behind him chugging for air and crashing through the underbush as it too broke into the open. He then thought it might be a cougar or panther because of the snarl. He didn't turn around to find out. He made for the back door that was unlocked, and at full speed, dove through the door. The door crashed open at the force of his huge frame. He probably slammed it shut with his foot and quickly locked it. No sooner he had gotten to his feet and backed away from the door, perhaps 3-second time lapse, when something hit the door, the force of which shook the house. The center of the door bowed in, and he heard the hinges creak under the stress, but thankfully, as he was to recall later, it held solid. He quickly reached for his gun, and like many hardy folk of his era, leapt at the window just next to the door and aimed his shotgun out at nothing. There was nothing there. Immediately, he went around the house to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Of course, they were all wide open, but nothing got in that he could find. It didn't rain that night, so the next morning, before he went to town, he went to check out the tracks of the great beast that chased him. To his surprise and dismay, he found none. Nothing to verify his story, that he didn't imagine it, only his word, which was significant since he grew up in an era where a man's word was totally his bond. He rarely told the story because he just figured it was a panther or maybe a bear. He did find it strange that between the time it took him to grab the shotgun and get to the window was less than a second and there was nothing there. He couldn't see anything racing off towards the forest in the decreasing light. What about footprints? Certainly, something that knocks down trees and crashes into doors with such force should leave tracks. To this day, it remains unexplained. From the time I was 4 until I was about 16, my grandparents lived in a house on Cloverdale Road that had a poltergeist in it. I lived with them for the first 4 years, then moved out with my mother, but even after we moved, I would spend weekends or holidays at my grandparents' house. The happenings were noticed by everyone in the family. My grandfather was the only one who never said anything was out of the ordinary. He's a staunch man of God and kept pictures of Jesus around, and he prayed daily to bless our house and everyone in it. The house had a sunroom that was added on the second floor. Over the front porch, this became my room. This wall between my bedroom and the master bedroom, where my mother slept, was brick and had 2 small windows on either side of the door. I had to walk through a room to get to the upstairs hall, where there was a door leading to the middle room. Always dark, because the only window was 2 feet from the house next door. In the back of the upstairs had a small kitchen over the top of the one on the first floor, and a bathroom at the very back over the top of my grandparents' room on the first floor. The downstairs had a living and dining room combination that was curtained off. The front room was a bedroom, the middle the dining room, and the stairs to the basement went down at the doorway to the kitchen. Beyond was my grandparents' room, as I mentioned. My grandparents, my mother, my aunts, and myself all lived there all at once. My aunts were teenagers and experimenting with the occult and spirit invocations. I really think this had to do a lot with everything. At their age, they could have understood the consequences of what they were asking. You could clearly hear the footsteps in the middle room, even during the day, and then find out later that my aunt wasn't home. So many things got moved around in Susan's middle room that she put a lock on her door, but it wasn't any of us. We heard walking, someone laying down heavily on the bed, drawers opening and closing, the closet opening and closing. Not loud or frightening, just the normal noises Susan would make if she was there. Many times, when I was very young, I'd scamper up the stairs, convinced she was there, and wanting to play with her. When I got there, the door would be locked, and no one would answer me when I knocked. Once I even saw the light was on in her room. It was shining around the door. I called to her and tried to open it, but it went out and the noises stopped. My scalp would tingle with fear, and I'd run crying to my grandmother and tell what happened. Once, when I was about 5 or 6, I got up to the bathroom in the middle of the night. My room was awash with streetlight lamp, but my mother's, with no other windows, was very dark. I had to go slowly, even though I was dying to go into the bathroom, because I didn't want to crash into something and wake her up. When I got there, I was just flushing and was suddenly possessed, no pun intended, with the most abject horror for no apparent reason. I screamed and screamed and screamed. I ran all the way to the bathroom past my mother, who was struggling to get up, into my room and under my blankets. I was trembling and pale and shaking. It woke up the whole house, and it took me hours to calm down and sleep with the light on. I never knew what had set me off, just blind panic. Our pots and pans could be heard falling out of the cupboards, and when you go check, everything would be in place, except maybe one thing, and that would turn up days or weeks later. My mother saw a black shadow, about 2 to 3 feet high, at the foot of her bed when she'd wake up in the middle of the night. One day, it waited until she was awake, then slowly, deliberately came around the side of the bed and advanced towards her head. She prayed fervently while it just stayed there, then mysteriously it faded away. But it will always come back another night. She was the only one who saw anything. The rest of us just heard disturbances. I was playing with my toys one sunny day, in my room. I was about 7 at the time. I picked up a bunting bag, sort of like a baby sleeper, but like a gown sewed closed at the bottom instead of 2 legs, and also the ends of the sleeves are sewn closed, and it had a hood. It was made of flannel and had flowers on it. I loved putting my baby dolls in it. It fit like the ones that were about 12 inches high. I had a doll prepared to put in it and reached for the flannel bag on the floor next to me. Then I shrieked and jumped up, flinging it away from me. I could feel like there was something, felt like a gardener snake or two, writhing inside of it and making a buzzing noise like the world's biggest housefly bee. I stared at it in horror as it laid on the floor, and the writhing could be seen. Then, the noise died down, and as it did so, the shapes quit swirling and went flat. I was screaming for help. My mother and aunt came upstairs, and I told them what happened. I was sobbing so hard they could barely understand me. They picked it up, even though I screamed and begged them not to, and looked inside. There was nothing. The only way out, if something was in there, was through the neck hole, and it was lying face up a couple of feet from me, and I had not taken my eyes off it for anything. They searched the room and found nothing. They said I imagined it, and took me downstairs to have juice to drink. I swear I never played with it ever again. I put that thing in the bottom of a box and left a pile of heavy toys on top of it. The house still stands, and when we all left, none of those things ever followed us. I wonder what else happened there over the last 20 years. My father died in Las Vegas in 1993, the youngest of his 5 children. I was the first one to make it out to Vegas for his funeral. He was cremated. I got there on a Wednesday. Thursday morning, one of my mother's friends came over to our house with some soda and other things for us. I ran out of the house to help her unload her car. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my father standing beside the house. He had his right hand on his hip and held his left hand in midair, as if he were going to take a pull off a cigarette. Ironic, because he died of lung cancer, or as if he wanted to wave at or beckon to me. It was only a few seconds, but a whole jumble of thoughts ran through my mind. He's going to say something to me. I don't want to hear it. So I looked away, and when I looked back, he was gone. I regret not stopping to hear what he wanted to say to me. My brother said he chose to say goodbye to me. This was the first time I've ever seen a ghost. I'm waiting to see my mother, who died in May 1998. A footnote: when I saw him, I noticed that my father was wearing his favorite khaki pants and gold and white striped shirt. That afternoon, I went to my father's office to work on the program for the memorial service. His boss gave me a picture of my father. In it, he was wearing that gold and white striped shirt.
When I was growing up, I've had several experiences which led me to believe the house was haunted. The first, I was about 6 years old. I was laying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when I heard what I thought was laughing. I turned over to tell my sister to be quiet when I saw a black form floating beside my bed. My sister was sound asleep. This form had no legs that I could see. It did have a smile on what I call its face. The next encounter did not happen until I was 16. I was coming home late one night and came face to face with this thing. It was the same thing I saw when I was 6, only this time there was no smile. After an indiscernible amount of time, I ran to my room. I've had several encounters with this thing throughout my teen years and began calling it Paul. Don't ask me why, because I don't know myself. My sisters and brothers claim they have never saw it, but one brother says he has had haunting experiences, such as floating in his room. My mother says she knows the house was haunted, but she refused to give any examples. I know this thing was not harmful because nothing ever harmful ever happened. I also came to feel that this thing was protective of us because I never felt alone or afraid in the house when I was alone. Whenever something was going to happen, we were given warning signs such as popping noises on the stove that we found out had a gas leak and uneasy feelings using the garbage disposal that checked out to have a barbed wire that an electrician said could have caused a fire. This is my story. Hope it wasn't too long. I know it sounds incredibly terrifying just by the details I've given, but that black face was just so mysterious. But I didn't know what to think because I believed that he was actually trying to help me and protect us from anything possible. I guess at this point, it really doesn't matter what it looked like, as long as it was trying to help us, right? Thanks again for reading. I really appreciate you listening to this story, and I hope you have a good day.
There are a lot of things in my life I've seen over the years, but nothing has ever disturbed me quite like this. It was the weekend of break for myself and my mom, and we decided to go up to Oklahoma City to see my cousins. Everything was great. I got to see some relatives, and nothing seemed out of the normal. This is as far as normal went that night. While taking the 4-hour drive back, about that much, I noticed that the moon was very huge and blood red. Of course, I didn't know about the eclipse that day, so it was cool to watch as we drove to Ferris, which is a tiny town between Lane and Antlers. I remember that my mother pulled onto the Veterans Bridge in Okatoa when a couple of miles down the road, I happened to look up and see an elderly couple was standing on the side of the road, staring across as if watching something. It reminded me of the Grant Wood painting of the farmer. I remember looking at the clock a moment before and saw that it was midnight. The moon was still out and still red. What makes it worse for myself is that my mother also caught a glimpse of them. I turned around shocked, and sure if I turned around, they would be flying behind us screaming. I've passed by several times since then, and every time I get a shiver up my spine, remembering what happened. Who are these paranormal ghosts? And what kind of role did they play in their lifetime when they were alive? I guess it's not that important to know, but it sure makes a good story. Hi. I do need to tell you, I've enjoyed the many experiences people have wrote about on here. Just thought I would send you all another of mine. Back in 1980, my mother, Chris, had been dating a trucker, Tom. I was so excited that I was going to get to ride in an 18-wheeler. He decided that he would let my mom and I ride with him to Beaumont, Texas. When we got down there, we stayed with some friends of his while he went to drop off his load. He told us he would be back in 3 days. The first night was uneventful. Then the second night came, and his friends all went out. Mom and I and one other girl stayed at the house. We were watching TV when I heard what seemed to be a heartbeat. I kept listening. When I turned around, Mom and this other girl just had a look of being scared on their faces. I didn't say anything, just covered up my head and went to sleep. The third night came, and once again, the friends went out, but this time, just Mom and I stayed at the house. We were sitting there talking when we heard this heartbeat sound again.
Then we looked at the kitchen where the sound was heard, which you could see from the living room. The front of the stove lit up with his face that looked like it was on fire, and we heard someone say, "Get out." It didn't take us long. We got the hell out of there. Mom called her boyfriend from a little store down the road. He told us to stay there till he got there. He was about an hour away. Well, when we got in the truck, her boyfriend took us back to the house the next morning to talk to his friends, and the friends started to tell us the story of the old house. It appears back in the late 1800s, a couple was killed in that house, and that they were buried in the basement. They said the owners had found this out when the basement floor had started to crack, and they had to replace it. They found the bones when they tore up the basement floor. I don't know how true that story was, but I know what happened those 2 nights ago to my mom and I, and it was very real. Thank you for listening to this long story, and sorry it was so long. Living on a large Massachusetts farm in the 50s was lonely, and it didn't help that my mom had died when I was 9, and my father was working either in the fields or barn all daylight hours and more. To teach me values and responsibility, my dad purchased a small easygoing horse for me to spend my days with. Shadow, my horse, was truly my shadow. We became so close, spending many hours daily, riding throughout paths and fields. I loved her dearly, and in a horsey way, she returned my love. The land my dad's farm was on had many cellar holes, dating back to 200 years, and as an adult, I've studied much about local history in this area. Many stones with my family name, and stones that recorded the deaths of large families, all in the same month. I found a grown-in path, deep in the woods, that my father had told me was once a busy road, with many houses along it. But in the 1950s, there had been no traffic there for over 120 years. Now, I've told you my shadow was the most gentle horse. As we walked that narrow path for the first time, Shadow's head arched and her glossy skin rippled, as if she were cold. This was August. There was a sharp bend ahead, and the closer we got, the jumpier Shadow became, stepping sideways and then just refusing to move at all. I began to get jumpy myself. Just as the other side of the bend came into view, the gentle horse reared like a wild stallion, and I was thrown, landing with my head very close to a large rock. As all this was happening, there was a loud laughter resonating through the woods, with an even louder echo. At this point, hitting the ground, I think I kind of blacked out for a brief few seconds. What might have been a minute later, I became aware that I was lying on my back, facing Shadow's stomach over my head, with her back legs behind my head. This wonderful beast was covered in a white lather and was breathing very, very hard. But even in that second, I knew that she had saved me from something most terrible. I grabbed her reins and slowly got up on my feet. I tried to calm her and stop the spin in my head while I looked around me in confusion. There was dirt kicked up in a complete circle around me. There were many tracks mixing with crushed leaves and ferns in this circle. I was in tears at this point, hugging Shadow. Despite her sweat, I could see something otherworldly had definitely happened. There were other tracks mixed along the horse's hoof marks. I know it was over 50 years ago, but in my mind, as clear as yesterday, claws and tiny hoof prints and claws in the circle again and again. Hoof prints looked like a baby deer, but only 2, like it was hopping. Well, Shadow and I walked home slowly, and before long, her head dragged low and she started to limp. I was a little better, and still dizzy. Until now. I never told anyone about this event. My dad would never have believed me, and he was too grief-stricken and depressed at that time from my mom's death to hear much of anything I said. I remain convinced that Shadow saved my life that day in those dark woods, but still wonder what kind of an animal can laugh and walk with claws in front and tiny deer hooves in the back. Do you think it's still there? Back in the late 70s, I took the same route home I'd done for many years. I'd been visiting my grandparents in Gallatin, Tennessee. I was traveling on Old Highway 41 which runs from Springfield, Tennessee to Guthrie, Kentucky. It goes through Adams, Tennessee, which is well known for the Bell Witch. At this point in my life, the rumors of the witch weren't as well pronounced as it is today. It was dark by the time it got to Adams, so there weren't any folks out, and about so, when I saw a little girl standing alongside the road, I was shocked. After passing her, I recalled to myself that she was pale and all dressed in green. I could even remember the type shoes she was wearing, high tops with buttons down the side. For many years, my grandfather was in the shoe repair business, and he had some like it in his store window for shoe. Her dress was ruffled with lace, and she wore a bonnet that was also green. The girl was pale in the face, and she did not smile. She just stood there. I got an eerie feeling about her. Later in years, my sister and I were reading The Bell Witch of Adams, a children's book we had gotten at the library. As she started to read the part where the witch was swinging with Betsy Bell, she read what the witch was wearing, and she described the girl I'd seen on the side of the road that night. As of this day, I will not go through Adams at night in fear of seeing the girl again. This story was told to me by my mom and dad, and they swear to this day that this is 100% authentic and real. Sometimes I've taken a step back and wondered myself if this was true, as I'm naturally skeptical myself. I used to live in Illinois, where my mom was born. So, my dad told me, when he lived in Chicago, that there was this one particular road that was called Cuba Road. Rumor has it that a lady and her boyfriend were driving down Cuba Road. Then her boyfriend got out of the car to go to the bathroom, which was near the cemetery. She noticed that he was taking a really long time, and as she was waiting for him to get done, she kept hearing long wailing noises coming from the direction of the cemetery. She couldn't identify the source of the sound, wondered if it was her boyfriend who was in trouble, and proceeded to check on him. She went outside to look, to discover her boyfriend hanging on a rope by a tree with his neck split open. He was dead, and there was no explanation if it was his own doing or not. My mom and dad went there one night with their friends, driving through Cuba Road. They had a flat tire, so proceeded to stop the car momentarily to address the situation, and since there was a spare tire they could use, they immediately went to work to replace the flat. All of a sudden, my mom and her friends heard the wailing described in the rumored story, coming from the direction of the cemetery. Needless to say, they wasted no time trying to fix the flat, and drove off back home in sheer terror. My dad also said that there would be this black car that always drove around near the cemetery every time he would pass the road. It didn't even look like it was real, almost as if it were some kind of mirage, and always appeared to be far away and in the distance. He also said that he and his friends would go down these cul-de-sacs, and they would see lights coming out of the graves from the cul-de-sacs. I wonder if the spirit of the man who was hung now has taken the torch from the other supposedly haunted being who was wailing, and now terrorizes victims on Cuba Road. The first story concerns an apparent ghost I encountered while driving home late one night. It was about 1 a.m., and I was driving home from my girlfriend's house in a dark, unlit road. About 100 yards ahead, I saw a shadow figure lurking into the street and weaving. I thought it was probably someone drunk, so I slowed down. The shadow figure then stopped in the middle of the road and kept swaying back and forth. I slowed down to about 5 miles per hour because I didn't want the person to fall into my car. As I drove past, I looked at him through the passenger window, and all my hair immediately stood on end. This guy had all the physical features of a black man. The hairstyle, thick lips, large cheekbones, but he was white as a sheet of paper, inhumanly white. Also, all his clothes looked like they had been bleached white. Worst of all, his face was all screwed up and twisted sideways, and his mouth hung open a good 6 inches, much more than physically possible. My immediate reaction was that the guy was dead. I drove away, a bit freaked out, but I still looked back at him in the rearview mirror. He slowly turned towards my car, and when he was directly facing me, 2 beams of intense white light like laser beams, shot from his eyes and flew into my car. There were no other cars around and no streetlights on the road. The second story concerns a ghost hunt I did at Gallister Park in West Cova, California, which is listed on your site. I initially did not know the park was haunted or listed on your site. First time I went there, upon entering the park, I heard a loud scream as if someone had fallen down one of the hilly trails nearby. I walked to the edge of the drop-off and called out, but no one answered. There was no one there, but one of the trees at the bottom was shaking crazily back and forth, not swaying with the wind, but very rapidly trembling, as if in fear. I thought maybe a coyote got a rabbit, so I went down to check it out, but there was nothing there. At home that night, I was looking for local haunted places in SoCal, and I saw Gallister Park on your site and read about the screams heard there. I went back the next week with my ghost hunting kit, and we walked the trails. Everything seemed normal, until I got a caution reading on my ELF meter. So I did some temperature checks, and in that very spot, the temperature kept reading 28 degrees over and over, even though everywhere else I pointed it, it ranged from 69 to 72 degrees. So I got my digicam out and tried to take a picture, and all of a sudden, the digicam didn't want to work. It was freshly charged, and the memory was fine. Finally, the digicam clicked halfway, and then a large black X appeared on the LCD display, and the camera shut down completely. I went home and looked in the manual and could find nothing about a big black X on the LCD. I called the factory, and their tech support people told me the camera didn't have the capability to make such a mark, and they had no idea what I was talking about. The next day, the camera started working again. I looked to see if there was anything in the one picture I thought I managed to take, and there were a bunch of strange swirls and orbs in that picture. I've since moved away, so I haven't gone back to Gallister Park, but that was a strange episode I'll never forget. Right out of high school, I graduated in 1997. My friends Trevor and Felix and I decided to take a long weekend road trip. It was either 97 or 98 that we took this trip. We decided on San Felipe, a small fishing village just 8 hours from Los Angeles on the edge of the Sea of Cortez in beautiful Mexico. Our reasons were purely immature and superficial. There we could drink at bars. Not 21 yet, you know? So off we go. We get there and rent a room in this very small motel, just off the main drag. You went up these steps, and the door to the room was to the right. If you faced the door to the room on the immediate right was a large window. That was our only window, save for a small one in the bathroom. Now, upon opening the door to the room, you see immediately on the right against the wall, with the large window, the first bed. Next to that bed further back was a nightstand with a lamp. Farther back the other bed. Against that bed was a wall to the restroom. Small, but adequate. Boy did we have a blast, and then some. The second night of our young revelry, we go up to our room, ready to call it a much overdue night. Well, rip-roaring Felix was not having it. He still had more party in him. Against our better wishes, and utilizing Trev's and my exhaustion, he got his way. Off he went into the remaining night, like a real trooper. I'd called the bed by the front wall with the window when we had first checked in, so I plopped myself on that. Trevor plopped himself on the one by the bathroom he was supposed to share with Felix. Well, that hadn't worked out as planned, and we banished him to the sofa bed in front of the restroom on account of his horrendous snoring. So there we lay. I kept telling Trev about how I was a little worried about Felix out there by himself, that maybe we should go find him. Instead, we both were knocked out. Fast forward a couple of hours. For whatever reason, I woke up from the veritable realm of the dead. Ladies and gents, I was passed out. I can just start to see that weird purpley light the night takes on like 2 hours before daylight coming through the curtains. Like the sun's coming, but it's still considered night. Anyhow, that light was coming through the very slightly open curtain. Curtain just parted ever so slightly. As I was on my left side facing the window, I could see it quite clearly, my eyes having adjusted to light's poor quality. I was on my left side, but curled a little in bed, so my vista was the window and curtain, and down towards the foot of the bed and the door. That's when I saw him. It was the dark silhouette of a man, about our age, 18, 19, 20-ish. It was like one of those silhouettes that our aunts and young mothers had done in the 70s, when they were teenagers, that you frame up and put into your hallway or photo album, with the eyes lashing and everything. You know what I mean? A perfect side silhouette of his face, head and neck, no hint of color, looking out the window. He had short hair. I'm watching him look out the window, very still, not moving an inch. I got the impression he was waiting intently for something. He didn't move at all. He was a veritable statue. He didn't look at me. I looked at him looking out. He wasn't holding the curtains, just out of the part in them. I'm thinking this whole time it's Trevor looking out the window, waiting for Felix to come rolling in from his drinking and gallivanting. I was sure it was. Felix was and is a big guy. Rowdy too. We would have definitely heard him come in. We would have heard his snoring for sure. Trust me. So I lay there watching Trev wait for Felix. He probably has gotten as worried as I was after all. I was just about to ask him what time it was. Then I hear it. I hear the soft rhythmic breathing from behind me. From the bed behind me. It's Trevor sleeping. He's doing that breathing people do when they're sleeping. Not snoring. Just sleep breathing. You know. If that's Trevor, then who is this looking out the window at the foot of my bed? I lay, I think. I do this over calculated lightning quick roll to my right to turn on the lamp on the nightstand. On it flicks. I whip back around, and nothing. Just a window and a door. I turn around towards Trevor, and I see him squinting at me from his bed. Trevor, were you looking out the window just now? No. Just then, as if on perfect timing, Felix stumbles in drunker than a goldfish in a vodka bottle and says, slurs out, "What are you guys doing still up?" Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't sleep a week after that. I'm speaking the God honest truth that this has happened. Never miss a thing.
Hi, my name is David. I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural is just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God in fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we're obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain in the knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his Calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here's the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bed light and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night, and I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you. But I wasn't expecting such an intervention, but another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened, though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie. And I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, "Wow, it's a ghost," and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway. It was 3-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newborn, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by 2 doorways, the kitchen and living room, Actually, one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine until my little sister was born. I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright nightlight or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seemed to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends. When I told her my accounts of the shadow, I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I had never told my sister about this because she was much younger and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you. No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph." Sure enough, I would open my eyes and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying "Hi, Steph" would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump, and run to my mom's room screaming, "Bo Duke is in my bed, help." It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, "Wake up, Steph." I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, "The boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here." This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Bo Duke witch thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or none, every time we came around. I looked back and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all. because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times and only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased the large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. And the mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past the mansion, as they often would, to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism until one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty, so she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the paper strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, we both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They describe the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan, in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, he was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked the night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment,
and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening, and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flash of light on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight, cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps, and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror, in turn thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, She told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing: a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Steven and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Steven's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Steven's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Steven's room. Steven had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Steven's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Steven in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there,
and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island, and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught at the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in. So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye, standing in the doorway, wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, in knit-wearing brown trousers and a light shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom, until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller, stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black, and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door, and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly, "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me, "Yes." That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off, and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast. So fast, it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and two other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Oodalexer Cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was student digs on Oodalexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then. Not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find. It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby, that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dream section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I more often than not have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them. As most people, I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dreaded sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. He decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go, and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it, and threw the door open, and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up, and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed, and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with her family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her Sophie that looked like a cross.
It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me. But sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back, and our parents were in pieces. And that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom, because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual, and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to the regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it, and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too. I thought I was seeing things." I spoke up, and I said I saw it as well, and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again.
I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, in doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie, her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of our nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself. The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home health care people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that Mom had come out of it and was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying. She tells me that Mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night, and it wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor, one room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet, and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, The third spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail, a lunge too far, and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically, one of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost, as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch, We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I'll be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits, with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancé of my experiences, voices, mists, noises, marks on my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive. So, I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiancé and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, We divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiance and I were in a small room in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiance and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just of the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the third floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the third floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me, not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the third floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members, and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and I'm more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, well, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low, and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, but that it kinda spooked him. Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, a burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and a friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open.
The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on, and they said no. Why? He said he has motion detector lights, so if there was a person by the house, the floodlights should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners are really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Janet was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stops staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping, and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side.
This is a story about what happened to me and my husband about 3 years ago. We had 2 small children, a boy and a girl. Our son died of a bad illness. Soon after is when the story began. We had just returned from retrieving our son's ashes, which we kept in an urn atop our bedroom dresser. Earlier that evening, we had just put our infant daughter to bed and were lying in bed watching TV. Our son's urn slowly started moving from the back of the dresser to the front, then started shaking from side to side, as if he wanted out. I was very scared, as this was my first experience with actually seeing a spirit. I hid my head under the covers and told my husband to move his urn to the back of the dresser so it wouldn't fall off. I didn't think I could actually stand to have to see his ashes. My husband got up and spoke to our son. He was much braver than I was at the time, telling him it was okay and he needed to be careful not to fall off the dresser. My husband had just returned to bed when it started again. This time, he removed our son's urn and placed it on the floor. That's what started it all. For then, we heard a loud crash come from the bathroom. My husband went to investigate. Returning to me, he had found nothing broken or moved. Then the noises moved to the kitchen and then to his bedroom, as if he was still going about his play. We then realized that our son must not know that he had passed on. My husband tried speaking to him, and telling him it was okay and he should go on to heaven. The noises stopped. We thought he listened to him. But then there was a knocking at the door. It was our best friend and was also our son's godmother. We sat on the living room couch and told her what had just happened. She in turn told us what we had assumed. He was too young to realize he was gone. From our friend's vantage point on the couch, she could see partially into the bathroom. We heard her gasp and then cry out. "My God," she said, "look at that." We all went into the bathroom to discover what made the loud crash that came from the bathroom earlier. There was a small handprint on the cabinet under the sink. It was just the size of our recently departed son's and looked as though he had been playing in the dirt, for it was brownish, black in color. I know that it was not there earlier, for I, my husband, and our friend had spent the few days cleaning the house, removing all his clothes and toys, giving them to our friend. That was the end of it, for the night. But it started again the very next morning. I must tell this about our son first, so you will understand what happened. Our son slept in the room on the other side of our bedroom wall. When he awoke every morning, he would play for a little, walk quietly. Then he started to get hungry. He would knock on the adjoining wall. This would wake me up. The very next morning, I was awakened by the knocking on the wall and have just woken up. I was still disoriented, got out of bed to go and tend to my son, not remembering that he was gone until opening his bedroom door to find it empty. I was not so scared this time, and I spoke to him. I told him that we loved and missed him, but that as he passed on, I could not give him his breakfast. I went back in my bedroom and woke my husband to tell him what had happened. Later that morning, I received a frantic call from our friend, telling me of the very real dream she had the night before, after leaving our house. Her youngest son was only 2 months old at the time, and still woke in the middle of the night for a bottle. So when she awoke to her son's cries, she just got up and went to the kitchen to heat him a bottle. She was turning the lights on as she went. As she turned the kitchen light on, there was her son standing in the middle of her kitchen. She was shocked at first, but then started to speak to him. Our son and friend were very close before he died, and went to her house frequently to play with her 3 children. She was a strong believer in the supernatural. It didn't bother her at first. A game that they used to play was my son would run around her house with a beach ball, and she would chase after him. In this dream, he had the ball and was calling to her to chase him. She went after him, calling his name. After a few minutes of chasing him, he ran into her youngest son's room and disappeared. That's when she woke up to, you may have guessed it, her son's nightly feeding. So she was very frightened, then thinking she had dreamed what was about to happen. It didn't though. It was our son's best way of telling his best friend goodbye. All that day, we heard noises, much the same as the night before. Only his spirit was no longer in his urine, so it didn't move anymore. But the strangest of all was to happen to me that night while I slept. My husband and I were babysitting our friend's 3 children at her house, while she and her husband were out at a restaurant. We were in the living room with our daughter and her 2 older children playing video games. Her youngest son was taking a nap. A few minutes later, he awoke from his nap and started to cry for a bottle. So I went into his bedroom, and there, in his doorway, was my son, the exact spot that he had disappeared from in my friend's dream. I yelled for my husband to come to me. Just as my husband was coming down the hall, our son ran out of the bedroom and down the other end of the hall. When we started to walk towards him, he showed us he had the beach ball in his hands. Then he spoke, "Mama, Daddy, want to play ball?" So we all sat down in the hallway and rolled the ball back and forth. After a few minutes, he got up and went out into the living room to watch the other kids play video games. That is where my dream ended. Later in the morning, I called my friend to tell her about my dream. It was like she had the first half of the dream and I had the second. Nothing like that had ever happened to either of us before, or again. Over the next couple days, the noises continued. My husband and I felt very bad, not able to really get over our son's death because he was still with us, which was a good thing, and a bad, I guess. Our son had a little bit more time with us, but we knew we had to help him move on. We just didn't know how. Later that night, after my husband had left for work, I was home alone with our daughter. I'd just put her down to sleep. I was sitting on my bed, watching TV, when I heard a noise coming from the living room. I looked out my bedroom door and out into my kitchen. It was a very connected apartment. I saw a man standing in my kitchen. I was very scared at this because it was not my son and I had no idea who it was. Then, just as quickly, he disappeared. Then, I saw my son run by the bedroom door. I got a very cold feeling of dread. I just felt such anger coming from the kitchen and fear for my son. It looked as if my son was running from the man. That made me mad. Who was this man to scare my son, even in death? I knew that right then and there that I must do something. I called my husband and friend, and they both came to me. My friend said that we should get a Ouija board and try to contact this man and find out what his problem was with our son. So, she left, and my husband and I went to buy one. We came home and went into our son's bedroom and sat on the floor. It wasn't that long before the man came through. He explained to us that he'd been cremated right before our son, and some of his ashes had been left behind, and now were in the same urn as our son. He wanted the rest of his ashes. We told him that there was nothing we could do about it, but that we would help him and our son move on, so they could be at peace. The man explained to us that since he was trapped with some of his spirit in our house, and the rest of it elsewhere, that I would have to guide him through the Ouija board. So I did, and our son followed. That was the end of the man. But our son still comes to visit us occasionally. We feel him with us always. Losing a loved one, especially a child, is very difficult. But by our son hanging around for a while, it did help us by getting to say goodbye one last time. My mom thinks she has a ghost in her bedroom. Either her father, mother, or grandmother she feels. Her television goes on and off by itself at all hours, day or night, even when she is not in there. We will all be in the living room and hear something all of a sudden. One or two of us will go check the noise, and it's the television. It's been turned on, and the volume has been turned up loud enough to hear in the living room. She, my mom, double checks before she leaves the room to make sure the TV is off. The TV also gets turned off when she is in her room watching it, or turned off when she is in there asleep. All of us get the feeling someone is watching us sometimes. It's never a threatening feeling. It's just like someone familiar is with us. I've had a few dreams of events that have taken place within a week of the dreams also. Things like, I dreamt I was standing in our backyard, and you can see our neighbor's front yard from there. In the dream, there were about a dozen cars parked in front of their house, and people going into the house were dressed in like Sunday clothes. I went back in our house and told my mom that old lady Rogers must have died there because there were a lot of people over there. When I woke up that morning, I looked at the obituaries and there was Miss Rogers' name. I never even knew she was ill, and we all thought her husband would go first. Then, there was the dream about an airplane crashing into my aunt's truck with a parking lot full of cars, and hers was the only one that was touched. I woke up when the plane hit the truck. It was about 1:45 p.m. My mom got a call from my aunt that night. She said she had been in a wreck just before 2 p.m. that day. Weird, huh? Just wanted to share. I am from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I'm giving you information about my grandmother's house at Sunset Road. This house is directly across from a street from an old cemetery. I grew up in this house and have seen many scary things. I was about 11 years old, and I saw a man's figure appear on the side of my grandmother's bed. A very large man, and keep in mind that it seemed to look like my grandfather, who I never met. My grandmother was blind and saw him. I've heard footsteps in this house when I was the only one there. My sister saw my dead grandfather walking down the basement steps the day of his funeral. A couple of people have died in this house, and that is why I'm not surprised at all that it is haunted. Thanks for listening to my short story, and I hope you appreciated it. Okay, so here goes my story. I know it sounds really impossible to some, but either bear with me or quit reading. About 2 to 3 years ago, I lived in a very old apartment complex in Maryville, Ohio. When we first moved in there, I knew there was something very weird about it. It just didn't seem like a very happy place. My parents were in the process of a divorce, and my dad lived within walking distance. I chose the room on the left. Once you walked up the stairs, there was a staircase with a landing halfway up the stairs that you could see from my doorway. My mom's room was right on the other side of mine, and the bathroom right across the hall. Well, back to the story. So I was being babysat by my best friend's sister, and we were downstairs listening to music, and suddenly, all the lights and music went off. We figured the power had just gone out, so we just started talking. After about 10 minutes, the TV came on, and it was all static. Lately, I had been seeing a man in a black cloak run from our kitchen out the back door, and I looked over, and I saw it again. Nobody in my family believed me, so I looked at Constance and asked her if she had seen that, and she said yes. So we were a bit freaked out and decided to go upstairs. At about 3 in the morning, Constance went back to sleep, and I stayed up because I could have sworn I was hearing people downstairs and that the stairs were creaking. I turned to switch the stereo on. The power had come back by this time, and I heard a voice right behind me. It was a guy's voice, and it said, "Don't scream and don't be afraid." I slowly turned around, expecting to see a guy with a rope or something, ready to tie me up, but there was nobody there. I quietly asked who was there and where they were, but nobody answered. Constance was babysitting for a week. I decided I had imagined it, so I just decided to go to bed. The next night, we were watching a cartoon in my bedroom, and I heard the same voice. I turned the TV off and asked Constance if she had heard that, and she said she heard a man talking. So I asked who was there, and they were there again. This time it answered me. It said its name was Willie, and that he wanted to be friends. He said he was sitting right beside me. I turned to look, and I couldn't see him. Will said that he was my guardian angel, so I wouldn't be able to see him. I think it was a mistake, but I agreed to be a friend. So me and Constance talked to him for the remainder of the babysitting stay. After about a month, things started to turn for the worst. I had a problem with one of my friends, and I told Willie, and he, or it, asked me if I wanted him to hurt him. And that was when I decided he wasn't very friendly, and asked him to leave. That night, I had my friend that had made me angry. We made up, spent the night as a way to say I forgive you. Well, I thought something might happen, but I took my mind off of it. At about midnight, we decided to turn the TV off and just talk until we fell asleep. I heard something on the stairs and went to look, but I couldn't see anyone, but I thought I heard my name and Willie's voice, so I went back to my room and shut my door. Right after I shut my door, I heard someone laughing, and this freaked both of us out because my mom was at the neighbor's house. I ran over and locked my door, then ran back to my bed and grabbed my baseball bat and stood by my closet, ready to hit anyone who came in. Then, my doorknob started shaking and my door rattled violently. I seriously thought I heard Willie's distinct laugh, so I hollered at him and told him to go away and never come back. Right after that, the door stopped, and we both vowed to never tell anyone who knew what happened. Of course, if we seriously considered it first, then we might tell someone. But seriously, are we nuts? Am I nuts? Thanks for reading. I wanted to tell you some of my personal experiences that happened in Randallstown, Maryland. There's a Job Corps center on Old Court Road. It is technically considered Woodstock, Maryland. The center is called Woodstock Corps Job Center. I was a student, as well as a residential advisor,
at this facility from 1995 to 1996 as a student. In 1998 to 1999, residential advisor. Anyway, this is a huge mansion-type building that currently houses up to 550 students. It used to be a monk monastery. There is a graveyard for the monks that still sits at the entrance of the center. Well, when I was a student there were a lot of strange things that would happen, but we had one that was widely known around the center. He was called the Black Monk, not because of the color of his skin, but because he had no face, and under the hood of his cloak, you could see only black. He used to walk around the center at night. If you woke up in the middle of the night and looked out your window, you would sometimes see him on the grounds. The next experience is that there is a dorm called Columbia. All the dorms are named after surrounding towns. That was the dorm that I lived in. There used to be an extension to the dorm that you could access through a door at the back of the lounge. The entrance to that part was always kept locked on the upstairs section of the dorm. This section of Columbia burned down sometime in the 80s. When the dorm caught fire, there was a 16-year-old girl who perished in the fire. She has been seen many times in the dorm lounge. Just before I started at the center, there was a dance. This could have happened in the summer of 1995. The night of the dance, a young girl, I believe she was 16 or 17, was out on the grounds walking to the dance. When she realized that the dance was starting, she began to run to the entrance to get to the dance. As she trotted towards the entrance, she realized that she was having trouble breathing. She was asthmatic and had forgotten her inhaler in her room. Having trouble breathing and with no one around, everyone was in the dance. She sat down on the steps to the then flagpole, now waterfall, and unfortunately perished. She was also a resident of Columbia Hall, and you could hear her wheezing walking down the hall at times during the night or when the dorm was quiet. Now, when I was a staff member there, I was placed in Columbia Hall as staff. Well, in the mornings, we used to have a check of all the rooms to make sure that the girls had cleaned their rooms, closed, and locked the lounge and laundry room, etc. One morning, while I was up there, I would always start at the far end of the dorm, checking rooms, and the laundry room was about midway down the hall, and the lounge was at the end of the hall. Anyway, I went in to check a student's room, and when I came back out of that room, I realized that the lounge room door was locked. It was open when I went into the first room and closed when I came out. So I decided to go down and just lock it, figuring the door had just caught wind. When I went to lock it, it was already locked. This was impossible, since the door had to be locked with a key. Then, just at that moment, I heard the washing machines, all four of them, start up in spin mode. So, at this point, I got creeped out, and I went into the laundry room to investigate, thinking maybe one of the girls was being funny. When I got into the laundry room, there was no one in sight, and as I lifted the lids, all of the washers were half full with water. Mind you, I said that they were in spin mode. At this point, I became too creeped out to stand in, so I ran downstairs to get another staff member to come up with me until my inspection was complete. I don't know if I had some kind of gift or something, but I was not the only one to see or hear things, except that morning, no one else was with me. But there was something about that place that just seemed to draw this one out in me. I was always the one to see them and draw other people's attention to them. Since leaving there, I've not had such powerful occasions. I've had some strange things happen, feeling someone else in the room is with me, etc., but nothing this strong, and I will never forget them. Thanks for listening. I recently started a new job in a large local department store. This store has a huge basement where empty shelves are stored and overstocked items, such as large ficus trees and so on. Many employees refuse to go down there alone at night. I found out why. One evening, I went down to the basement to drop something off. There is a very long hallway between two huge rooms down there. I walked to the far room, going through the hallway. As I neared the end of the hall, I thought I heard the click-click of high heels. I turned, saw nothing, and walked on.
I was standing at the counter down there doing some work and heard the sound again. I looked, and I swear, I saw what looked like to be a woman literally walking into the ficus trees and disappearing. Yes, I saw high heels. Well, I went upstairs rather quickly. After talking with many coworkers, I discovered they all had the same experience. Come to find out, the woman who used to handle the incoming trucks died suddenly about 2 years ago, and yes, she always wore high heels to work. The woman who replaced her made management move the warehouse desks upstairs, as she always felt so creepy sitting downstairs. Did the former freight manager love her job so much that she hates to leave? Who knows? I just know I've joined the ranks of, I'm not going down there by myself. In 3 months, my husband and I will have been married a year. A few months after we're married, we moved to this house here in Minneapolis, and since we have gotten here, I've never felt comfortable. My husband's best friend was kind enough to let us share this huge house with him after some of my new in-laws sold the house out from under us and kind of left us standing. Anyway, I have an extreme fear of basements, and when I say extreme, I mean extreme. Our washer and dryer are in the basement, so come time to do laundry, it took me weeks to build up the courage, telling myself you are 30 years old, grow up. So my first venture to this basement, I swallow the lump in my throat and continue on with my mission. Under our stairs, there's like a triangle place that most people leave open to store things, only on these stairs, the entire area is blocked in, like boarded up, so I tried not to notice, but my fear had me on my toes. I was alone, except for our 2 pit bulls who are larger than average, so you would think I would have no fear. As I was putting the clothes in the washer, our male pit comes downstairs and was lying on the floor beside me. While I loaded the washer as fast as I could, he suddenly gets up and goes into the spare room in the basement and starts this deep growling he only uses when he is protecting. Just like kids, you get to know their different sounds. Anyway, I looked up from what I was doing and saw something out of the corner of my eye that looked like another dog's hindquarters in the doorway to the room. In this area, we have a lot of idiots who think it is cool to fight their pits, and we have ours for family dogs, only they are loved and protected, just like children, but they know it is their job to protect us. Several people have approached us wanting to fight our dogs, and we always turn them away, so they get angry. So the first thing that comes into my mind was someone found a way to get one of these fighting pits into my house, so I panicked and grabbed the pipe beside the washer. As I went to approach the other dog, my male came bolting out of the room and straight up the stairs. I got this feeling someone was behind me, so I ran after him. When my husband got home, I told him what happened, and he finally broke down and told me there's some stories to this house, and one is for sure that right before his best friend moved in here, some idiots kept a dog on a 12-inch chain. It was attached to the wall downstairs in the spare room, and sometimes our dogs seemed to see him. Then he says he might as well tell me the rest that goes with this house. Seems that back in World War II, an older lady had lived here and had fallen madly in love with this house. Her husband had been killed at war, and she was just living alone, and she had made the request to be buried with this house. I thought he was crazy, as he told me to wait, and I would see things. I'm a skeptic, and I made this clear. I was sitting on the couch one afternoon, facing the stairway, which has no windows, no reflections, no nothing. There's a window on the landing, and one at the bend, but the stairway itself has no windows. I looked up at my husband to say something, because I had just seen him walk down the stairs, and something was floating down my stairs. It wasn't a form, just a haze, just something was there. I told my husband again. After that, things have only been worse. I was sick in bed, sitting up one night, when I felt something rub my back. Thought it was my kitten, but it was not, so I sat back down, and it happened 3 more times, like someone was trying to massage my back with tiny hands. Instead of crying out to my hubby, which I do so often, I just turned on my light and fell asleep. The next morning, I told my husband, and he said something had been missing with them. He let the dogs out. When they came in, he shut and locked the door,
We never leave our doors unlocked, no matter home or not. Then he sat back down in the family room to finish his show, and he felt freezing air. When he got up to check the door, it was standing wide open. I should know, to lock this door, you need a deadbolt. I said to my husband, I don't care if anything is here. I don't mind sharing a house. I just don't want to be touched again or see anything else. Being touched by something not there is too scary. It has happened to me in my sleep, in the tub, getting ready for work, a lot of times. Since I've said that, I don't see too many things. After the thing I've seen in the dining room on all fours, I'm thankful. Now, however, I heard someone outside my bedroom door, whispering, making those noises, and a woman's voice kind of moaning like she is tired of something. There's so many things I could go on about. I just wanted to know I'm not the only one experiencing these things. Thank you for your time. When my mom was 17 and her twin brothers were 15, they lived with my great-grandma, whom I call Nanny. My nanny lives in this old house that once belonged to her mother and her mother's pet bird, who had both passed just 8 months before. Her mother because of sickness, and the bird because no one really paid any attention to it after her mom died. I must say myself that this house is weird. It is shaped like a barn, and it's 2 stories high. My mother's incident happened on the 2nd story. My mother was downstairs watching TV, while her brothers were upstairs asleep in their bunk beds. This was around 11 p.m. My nanny wasn't home yet. She had been working late. While my mother was sitting on the sofa, debating whether to go to bed or wait for Nanny, she heard a loud screech that sounded like her great-grandma's bird. She shrugged it off and got up to get a snack. From the kitchen, you can clearly see the twins' bedroom. She was walking towards the kitchen and looked up to see the twins' light on in the room and went up to investigate. When she got to the room, the light switch was flipped down, but the light was on. She flipped the switch a couple times, and the light still would not go out. About this time, she heard the TV downstairs get very loud. She ran to the stairs and looked down and didn't see anything and walked back to the twins' room. The light still had not went off, and it was still flipped down. My mother then heard her deceased great-grandmother's voice say, "Scotty, Scotty, wake up." Scotty, who was on the top bunk, then started rolling towards the side of the bunk bed, opposite of the wall where the rail should have been, but he refused to put it there. He was getting ready to roll off when my Uncle Stephen, who was on the bottom bunk bed, dead asleep, threw a body pillow from the side of him and onto the floor. Not a second later, Scotty rolled off and hit the pillow. The light went off, the TV turned down, and my mother, who nearly passed out, heard the bird screech again and heard her great-grandma say, "Calm down, Femi," the bird's name. Hello. I thought of sending a peculiar occurrence that happened to me, but I hadn't found the right place. Here goes. My grandma was diagnosed with cancer in 1996. She was treated, and we all thought she was cured. In my case, I really didn't know much about cancer, and when the doctor said that the cancer was out, I never thought it would come back. In December 1999, I was living out of town. It had been a month since I had seen my grandma, a really long time for us. I was supposed to come pick her up and take her to my house for the holidays. On the 18th, she felt sick and went to the hospital. I arrived on the 19th, and she still wanted to go back to my house for Christmas, so against what the doctor thought, she checked out. Her bladder was no longer working, and she felt weak all the way. To be fair, now that I'm writing this, it sounds that she was pretty bad already. I always thought it was going to pass. I mean, she had overcome cancer, hadn't she? I know, it was stupid of me. But anyway, after an 8-hour trip, we arrived to our destination. I had to take her to the hospital. She stayed there until the 31st, and Aunt and myself would take turns in staying with her day and night. All through this, I thought she was still okay. On the 30th, my grandma had been in a great mood. She had been joking and playing with me all day, and so when my aunt arrived, I headed home. I would arrive at home and start cleaning and preparing next day's supper. I was pretty occupied with what I was doing, and my 2 children were sleeping. As I was mopping the kitchen, the back door had a sort of mirrored glass. I was in front of this door when I felt someone walk behind me. I looked up and I saw a shadow walk by. The feeling was more intense than what I actually saw. What went through my head as I saw this shadow was the memory of my grandpa, deceased for 5 years at the time. I dropped the mop, forgot about everything, ran up the stairs, and cuddled in between my sleeping children. I would love to say that when I thought it was my grandpa, I felt at peace. I was scared, honestly. I woke up at around 6 in the morning to the smell of roses. My aunt phoned at 7 to let me know that my grandma had fallen into a coma. All this day, the smell of roses persisted, and I would smell it everywhere. She died on January 1st, 2000. She never made it out of the coma. Unfortunately, the cancer had invaded most of her organs. I know it's not really scary, but it's the only experience I could not explain logically. I've never read of anything that has to do with the smell of roses. If anyone has had a similar experience, please let me know so I can understand this better. Hi there, my name is Phil. I used to live in a bungalow in Surrey for 13 years with my parents. The property was built in 1953, and we think that it was built on an old forest. We moved there when I was 13 years old, and I'm 29 now, and I've moved out, but things still happen. My parents have now sold the property on. Anyway, when we moved in, we wasn't told that the previous owner had suddenly died in my mom's and dad's bedroom from a heart attack. We were there about 3 months before we started noticing odd things, like objects that were put in safe places we would find like elsewhere, like keys and pictures would move, strange cold areas that normally would be in the hallway, creaking floorboards at night, and strange shadows that the cat would sometimes avoid. The cat would stop dead in its tracks and not go into that room. Instead, would just sit there and stare at nothing as far as we could see. These things continued for about 3 years, but we got used to them. But we had the odd visitor refusing to go into the bathroom to wash their hands, as for some reason was never very warm, including the summer months. A chill would run down your spine, and you wouldn't like being in there for very long. I remember one morning, it was a Sunday. I was 16 at the time. I was lying in bed relaxing. Now, I was definitely awake because the TV was on and it was 7:30 a.m. I was lying on my back, just deciding whether to get up or not, when the cat jumped out of the bed at a very high speed and ran from the room. Just then, I felt this pressure on my chest as if someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe that well. I couldn't shout out for help, nor could I move, as if I was paralyzed. This must have lasted for about maybe 2 minutes. Then whatever it was lifted off of me. I jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She said I looked very pale and white, and when I told her what had happened, she told me that she had a similar thing happen to her, only that she felt as if someone was trying to strangle her, and at the same time, I told a friend of mine, who at the time was heavily into the paranormal, and he suggested that the person who died of a heart attack in the house was feeling something bad, and he wanted us to feel the same thing. He wanted us to feel the pain he went through, but I wasn't sure about this thought, as I think that someone or something in that house wanted us out. A few strange things happened for us the next few years, but generally it was quietish. But things started happening to me again. When I was about 20ish, I had the same experience as someone pushing down on me at the same time as before. Also, I'm sure it used to follow me about, as sometimes I would get this feeling of someone being right behind me. I then saw a dark, tall, gray-haired man standing in the hall when I came home late one night, and when I said who's there, because my mom and dad were on holiday at the time, it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naturally, I didn't stay there that night, as I was by myself. I then started seeing faces in the wall, shadows moving at night, doors blowing open, even though there wasn't any kind of wind around. So a friend of my dad's, who was a born-again Christian, brought a clergy around to move through the house and said prayers in each room. He didn't like the hall, bathroom, or my mom's and dad's bedroom whilst in this room because he had a picture thrown at him which smashed against the wall. He then left simply a bit shaken, but not sure about what quite happened. Things were bad for a while, but then got better. I stayed another 6 years in that house, but had to leave as didn't quite feel happy there. My mom and dad have now sold the property onto someone else, and naturally, we didn't inform them of the problems there. My old neighbors have said that the new owners have asked who the dark, tall, grayed hair man is, and we just say that it is the previous owner who died there, but they are not sure. I was just wondering what sort of ghosts we had there, and why it has not found peace, and why it was not happy. Maybe you could answer these questions. I have a best friend named Mandy, and she has always said that there was a ghost named Jack that watches over her, and at the time she told me this, I was about 9 years old. I was invited to her house on a Saturday just for the day, but I ended up staying there till after dinner. She told me Jack likes to hang around in the basement of her house, and likes to open this old freezer door. I never thought about it until we went down to the basement to play. I felt like someone was watching me. Later, we went upstairs, and her mother told us dinner was ready, and told us we were eating outside. So before I went for dinner, I told my friend Mandy that I'll be out in a second, and she said okay, and she went out to have dinner. I forgot my toys downstairs, and I remembered when I looked downstairs, the lights were off, and the freezer door was wide open. At this time, I was thinking of whether or not I should go down there, so I just stood there for about a minute. All of a sudden, I heard someone call my name. It was like a soft whisper voice. I thought it was my friend Mandy. I knew she was outside with her parents having dinner, but I thought maybe she came back to get something. So I went downstairs. I looked all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. Now, I felt very scared, and I grabbed my toy and ran upstairs, thinking someone was watching every move I made. I went outside and saw my friend Mandy and her parents out there having dinner. I didn't want to bring up anything about it in front of my friend's parents. So after dinner, I told my friend Mandy what I heard and felt, and she said that it was her ghost Jack. Then she started to bring up how Jack communicates to her, and she sometimes sees him walking around down there. She doesn't seem to be startled at this, because she believes that Jack is there to watch over her. This past September, my sister and I visited this place. I've noticed it is no longer on your website. The place is truly haunted. I'm no ghost hunter, but we thought we would give it a try on our vacation. This place I'm referring to, of course, is Knoxville, Tennessee's Evil and Copper Ridge Road. When we got there, no sooner than we got out of the car and crossed the street, I was overcome with fear. We went into the graveyard and was looking around. I looked at the building and saw a glowing light. I just thought it was from a streetlight on the other side of the building, but my niece was standing beside me and never saw it. I was taking some pictures of headstones when my sister started running towards me, yelling, "Did you hear that?" I then proceeded to tell her that I didn't hear anything, so we all ran scared, and she said she even heard a dog growling. We left and went back to our motel. We got brave and decided to go back. When we got back, we went into the building and not the graveyard. This time, it was like I couldn't breathe. After a few minutes, I was okay. We walked around the outside of the building. My sister wanted to go inside, but only if one of us went with her. I said I wasn't going in there, so we ended up back in the graveyard. We start looking around again when we noticed something really strange. What we saw in the distance of the graveyard, all the way in the back, was the faint image of a black shadowy figure approaching us. I started yelling, "Run, it's going to get you." Everybody sees this thing, so we run for my car and refuse to get back out. Now, my sister, for whatever reason, wanted to get back out there and investigate, out of curiosity, I guess, but I told her not to go out there. We drove away, and that was that. I live in a small town in Texas. For as long as I can remember, everyone has told stories of our high school being haunted. Before I begin, I will give you some background info. The high school was built, I believe, in the 1920s. As the years have gone by, the school has been expanded on, but the original building is still there. It is in the part of the building that most of the weird experiences have happened. These are all stories told to me mostly by the teachers. I've never experienced anything myself. I will try to remember everything. As a side note, this all occurred in the original part of the building. On with the stories. To start with, one of the classrooms in the old building belongs to Miss P. I won't mention anyone's name for privacy reasons. She has told me that there is a cold spot in the corner of the room. She has placed a large cabinet in the corner because her students would frequently mess around there. She also told me of a time when she was picking up for summer vacation and had neatly stacked all her books up on the desk before leaving for the night. She was the only person there at the time, and she locked the room up. The next morning, she returned to her room and found all the books she had stacked open, thrown throughout the room. I've taken her class, and sometimes without warning, the mobiles on her ceiling will move, but there is no breeze to move them. Also, the smell of lemons can be smelled by everyone every once in a while. Sometimes when she has her own scented candles, of which are never lemon. The main hauntings, I guess you could say, come from the gym. For years, people have had strange things happen. About 4 summers ago, we had a teacher bring in some paranormal investigators to have a look at the high school gym. They told us that the center of energy, I guess, is located under the gym in the girls' weight room. This made sense on several occasions because the punching bag down there, which is very heavy, will swing violently on its own. Also, in pictures taken of the girls' basketball team, a white haze can be seen in the top corner of the picture near the basketball goal. I've seen this picture. My friend is a photographer for the yearbook, and in a lot of her pictures taken in the old high school, white balls called orbs can be seen floating around, and even my teacher has seen them floating around as well. Anyway, the investigators took video of the gym while they were walking around, and twice, when they crossed the gym, they were followed by a burst of light, I guess is the best way to describe it. They also left a tape recorder in the weight room during the investigation, and upon listening to it, heard voices that sounded raspy and so far off of what a usual voice would sound like. I will never forget what the voices said though. The reason we view the tape and listen to the recording is because the head of the investigation has a website that she has posted this on. They said, and I quote, "No one hears us." I just thought I would share this with you all after reading the many experiences of others on this website. I attend this high school currently. Many rumors fly around about who the ghost can be. The most reasonable is that of an old janitor who died, and also some of the high school students who were involved in a car crash. I don't know what year that was, but many people believe that they could be there as well. The investigator doesn't believe they are harmful, but she also recommended not trying to contact them as well. She believes they inhabit the gym because that used to be a high source of energy, with pep rallies, athletics, and such. That is all I know. After reading some of the stories here, I thought I would like to take this opportunity to share an experience I had back in 1992 and 93 in an apartment my friend and I were living in at the time. It was a relatively new apartment complex at the time, only 3 years old. Things were innocuous enough to begin with, so neither my friend nor I really thought anything was odd. Items of food, jewelry, or clothing would disappear and reappear frequently, days or weeks later, in strange places, other than those where they had originally belonged. We each thought the other person was misplacing these items and forgetting we'd moved them. It was quite amusing at times to open up the cupboard and find the cheese in with the dinner plates or the chicken pies in your closet. Oh, and socks used to disappear a lot. Well, usually one, but I think that was the washing machine eating them. Often, there would be a dark shape out of the corner of your eye, and when you turned to look, there was nobody there. I mean, you could feel someone there too. Laying in bed at night, I would hear the front door open and footsteps walking across the living room, and thinking it was my roommate coming in from her night out, I would call out to her, and get no reply. She hadn't come home. No one was home except for me. I was woken up one night by voices whispering very close by. I thought it was someone chatting outside my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when I woke up more fully, I realized it was coming from my bedside radio. But the radio was not turned on. It was not even plugged in. The TV would turn on by itself. Usually when we were in bed, it would come on really loudly and startle you awake, and it wasn't even on a channel we even liked to watch. One night, my friend had volunteered to sleep in the living room on the couch because my friend and daughters were over for a visit. Another long story, and my daughters had taken her bedroom over. Lynn told me the next day that during the night, she had been woken up by the feeling of someone standing over her. She said the feeling was very intense, and at this point, she had not opened her eyes, and she just knew someone was standing over her, watching her. She at first thought it was either myself or one of my daughters, but for some reason didn't want to look. Eventually she said she had to look, and as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling was gone, and nobody was there. My family and I were all fast asleep. Then, over a period of time, things became even more weird. We had some fresh skim milk in the fridge, just bought that morning from the local 7-Eleven, which was only across the parking lot of where we lived. A short time later, we went to use the milk, and it was curdled. No harm done. We took it back to the store, and they gave us another fresh carton. We took the carton, and it sounded normal, so off we trotted home for our tea. We opened up this carton to pour into our tea, and lo and behold, curdled again. I mean thick, lumpy, sludgy goo. Not weak, watery, skimmed milk. So, thinking this was just bad luck, when all we wanted was a cup of tea, we took it back again. The store clerk must have thought we were boiling it or something, but gave us another carton, and after we shook it a few times and squeezed it to try and determine if it was fresh, we took it home. But that one was curdled too. We gave up on having our cup of tea at that point. Not long after that, I awoke one morning, and my ring finger felt sore. I looked down at my hand, and my engagement ring was buckled. It wasn't a little bent, but completely buckled into a triangle shape. It had been perfectly fine when I went to bed, and my wedding ring was normal. It was extremely hard to get off of my finger, and when I did finally get it off, it wasn't not only bent, but actually broken almost completely through the gold band in 3 places. I don't know how a ring could even be broken, even if I had laid on my hands. I mean, they would only have pressed the ring into the mattress, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that is enough pressure to bend a diamond ring. Of course, maybe hubby had bought me a ring out of a lucky bag. Never thought of that. I took it to a jeweler for repair, and he said in all his years as a jeweler, he'd never seen a ring broken like that. After having it repaired, a short time later, I somehow managed to drop 5 rings in the shower, and the only one that disappeared down the plug hole, never to be seen again, was this engagement ring. All my other rings stayed in one place. I realize none of these events are horrifying. Apart from the curdled milk, have you ever seen skim milk curdle in 2 minutes or less? But this one is the only house or living quarters that have experienced any strange occurrences like this, so I thought this was the place to share it. We do. Both my friend and I believe that there is something wrong with that apartment, as the feelings and events were getting stronger and less friendlier the longer we stayed there. Eventually, we moved out into another apartment in the same complex and never had any other things like that occur. I was often tempted to go and ask the new occupants if anything weird happened to them, but didn't want them to think we were crazy. A couple of years ago, me and my dad moved in with my new stepmom. Everything was going just fine. I just got a new horse, so everything was perfect. Well, one night, when I went to bed, everything was normal. And just so you understand the story better, I'll explain what my room looked like. I had my rat cage by my bed, and at the foot of my bed, I had my computer that I always left on, and on this night, I had an extra blankets on my computer chair. Well, I just turned off my bedside light and was staring at my screensaver until I fell asleep. But while I was staring at the computer, something seemed different. It seemed closer than usual. It seemed to be getting even closer. So I looked at the opposite wall, and it seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped abruptly, and everything seemed to be back to normal. I just thought maybe I fell asleep. So I shook it out of my mind. Then everything seemed to be not normal again, and somehow I seemed to know what was coming, because all I could think of was to keep an eye on that door, the bedroom door. Then, a black-shaped, shadowy man came in. Well, of course I was scared. Then he walked to the side of my bed and just stood there, did nothing but stand there. He then walked back to my doorway and then turned to stare at me again. So my thought was run past him and get to my parents' room. I thought this was all a dream. So I got out of bed and started to run to my door and get past this man. Well, I wasn't able to get past this man because it felt like an invisible force field and I was frozen there, like I couldn't even move. I tried moving, but I was paralyzed. The man just stood there for about 2 minutes. Then my light turned on and my dad walked into the door and the man vanished. He asked me what was wrong and I told him about the man that was in my room. Then I asked him if he saw me paralyzed and that I couldn't move, thinking maybe it was a dream and I dreamed I walked into him. But he said no. He woke because he heard me scream, "Please, Daddy, help me, Dad, help." I can bet my life I never said that. This isn't the only time I've seen this man. When me and my family were vacationing in Mexico, I had a nightmare and my parents woke me up and brought me over to their room. This hotel room had 2 rooms and a bath to calm me down. The lights were off, of course, but they had the bedroom light on so there wouldn't be too much light in the room, and I was sitting on their bed. Then, I looked over at a couch that was in their room, and there was a shadowy man sitting there laughing at me. So he started screaming because, of course, I was scared and my parents didn't know why I was screaming, but the man was still sitting there and laughing, and I was trying to point this out to my parents, but they couldn't see him. One day when my family was out, I stayed home by myself. I then started to feel a breeze, so then I went to go get a blanket, and I felt like someone was watching me. I went upstairs to my room, and I saw a really bright shadow. I got frightened, so I started running to my room, but right then, my door opened. I went inside. I saw a glare near my bed, and its image started showing up. It looked like a little girl, so I told her to leave me alone. Covering myself up, I felt a chill. I started crawling to the hallway near the steps, and it was standing right there in front of me. My parents came home right then, so they tried to open the front door, but I went to open it, but it was already unlocked. I told them what had happened. They couldn't believe what I was saying. I went to go drink some water, then I went to sleep, but I couldn't. It seemed like the little girl was watching me. I can still see her to this day, but it does not frighten me. It sometimes seems like she is talking to me. I can tell when she is there because I either get the chills or I feel as someone is touching me. I moved not too long ago, but I will always remember her. I wish I knew what she was trying to tell me or leave me alone. I will remember that forever. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, there was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, after he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker, but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago, so I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room, being they have the alternate phone line. Their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost a regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of four to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there, and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story, I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person, serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I'd gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, one woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories. I've wrote to you before about my other experiences. I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we're outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more,
and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream. I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seeing a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I'd moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I'd always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around, and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot
staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house, so I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State, around the Finger Lakes. The building I described was first built in the 1890s. Since we were in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and one below the attic, and one end slanted along the roofline. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we were all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that 2 of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, my bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me. Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow, even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. If you got to the end of this video, please write popsicles, or wait, no, that's too hard to spell sometimes. Well, at least it is for me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Like I said, I know you guys like the longer videos, and I feel like that's, I'm trying to roll out as many longer videos as possible, so I figured this would be a good idea to do it. According to my analytics, you guys love it, so that's all I really gotta say. So please give this video a share, a like, a comment, and a subscribe.